Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
Get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll.
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
Get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll.
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
Get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll.
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
Get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll.
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
Get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
Get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
Maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees.
Of the India Today
Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 22
on
degrees.
India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll.
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today
Covering
Mood of the
all
Nation
Lok
opinion
Sabha
poll,
segments have been
exclusively
interviewed.
on
Additional
India Today TV.
1,13,081 interviews
How
from
many
regular
seats will the
tracker
BJP
data
get
analyzed.
if
In
general
totality,
elections are
opinion
held
of
today?
Who would you rate as
1,49,092
India's
respondents considered for the Mood of the Nation survey. We're going to get right down to it, but before that, I warmly welcome all of the residents of Lucknow who've taken the time to come out on a work day. स्वागत है आप लोगों का, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने वक्त निकाला और आप हमारे साथ जुड़े. I also will quickly introduce our guests to our viewers. Joining me from the Congress, Supriya Srine, Chairperson, Social Media, Digital Platform and National Spokesperson, Congress. Vivek Silas, Spokesperson, Samajwadi Party. Rakesh Tripathi, Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. From the BSP, we have Mr. M.H. Khan, and we have our trusted bureau chief, Kumar Abhishek, who's going to tell us if the numbers match up to what his boots on ground seem to suggest. So, Kumar, क्या लगता है इस बार? पिछले बार के अगर आंकड़े हम देखें और इस बार के आंकड़े आप देखें, आपको क्या लगता है? कहां खड़ी है इस बार भाजपा? क्या 370 पार हो पाएगी? अगर हो पाएगी तो यूपी से ही मैक्सिमम 100% स्ट्राइक रेट लेना होगा.
बिल्कुल, दावा तो बीजेपी के लोग कह रहे हैं कि 80 में 80, लेकिन पिछले बार का जो अगर आप आंकड़ा देखें तो बीजेपी को 62 सीट आई थी, 2 उनके सहयोगियों को आई थी, तो 64 आया था. 14 का देखें तो आज जो हमने आंकड़ा दिखाया पहले, वो उस आंकड़े के लगभग बराबर था. समाजवादी पार्टी को देखें तो 5 सीट उन्हें 14 में भी मिली, 5 सीट 19 में भी मिली, और इस बार का जो प्रेडिक्शन है वो भी आने वाला है, तो मुझे लगता है कि उसके आसपास होना चाहिए. तो कुल मिलाकर के बहुत ज्यादा चेंज 2014 से 2024 तक नहीं दिख रहा. और आप जितने भी मूड ऑफ द नेशन हम लोगों ने किए हैं, सर्वे किए हैं, वो लगभग उसकी तरफ ही इशारा करता रहा है. तो जैसे जैसे आंकड़े आएंगे प्रीति, वैसे वैसे बहुत सारी चीजें साफ होती जाएंगी, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी कितना गेन करती है, सपा कितना गेन करती है, इस पर नजर रखनी पड़ेगी.
And one more thing, viewers, I will tell you, because there's so much speculation going on as R&D left the India Alliance and walked into the NDA after Nitish Kumar. Well, this survey in particular from 15th of December to the 28th of January 2024 has been conducted with holding that the RLD is very much part of the India Alliance. So how does the cards fall on that? We're going to tell you. But Tripathi ji, क्या लग रहा है इस बार? लगता है अगर 370 भाजपा लाएगी और 400 पार एनडीए लाएगी तो आपको 100% स्ट्राइक रेट दिखाना पड़ेगा. 80 से 80 जानी चाहिए आपको.
कि कई राज्य ऐसे हैं जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी 100% सीटें जीतती है, और इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश के बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने भी ठाना है कि हम भी अन्य राज्यों की तरह 100% सीटें जीतेंगे। और उसका कारण है क्योंकि विपक्ष की जल गई है एकता की रस्सी, इसलिए भाजपा यूपी में जीतेगी 80 में 80। और जब ये कह रहे हैं तो इसके पीछे आधार है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो 64 सीटें पिछली बार अलायंस के साथ जीती थी ना, उसके बाद आजमगढ़ और रामपुर ये 2 सीटें और हमने बाई इलेक्शन में जीतनी है। हमने अब 66 सीटें उत्तर प्रदेश में हो गई हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जैसा जनता के साथ काम किया है, और आपका जो सर्वे है ना, ये सर्वे 22 जनवरी से ज्यादातर पहले का है। ज्यादा हिस्सा इसका जो सर्वे का है वो 22 जनवरी से पहले
की पीक का है सर।
नहीं, नहीं,
अगर उस पे मैक्सिमम आप
मुझे लगता है कि अब कांग्रेस के उस चरित्र को भी सबने देख लिया है जिसमें उन्होंने प्रभु रामलला के निमंत्रण को ठुकराया है। कांग्रेस सपा के चरित्र को भी देख लिया है।
सुप्रिया सुनील खुद अयोध्या जाकर आई हैं। सुप्रिया सुनील खुद अयोध्या जाकर आई हैं। बट सुप्रिया, if you look at it, what do you make of it? You know, it's just about a week from now where your yatra is going to enter Uttar Pradesh. You need to convert in UP to give a fighting chance to the BJP. Forget about 370. But just to be in the fight, you have to convert UP. Don't you think so?
मुझे लगता है यहाँ पर बैठ के लच्छेदार बातें करना और थोड़ी बहुत शेरो शायरी कर लेना एक चीज है। आप धरातल पर आके असलियत देख लीजिए। और क्योंकि मैं उत्तर प्रदेश की बेटी हूँ, उत्तर प्रदेश से संबंध रखती हूँ, उत्तर प्रदेश मेरी जन्मभूमि और कर्मभूमि, में 2-4 चीजें उत्तर प्रदेश के बारे में ही बता देती हूँ। उसका कोई अगर आकलन करना चाहे या उसको अगर कोई गलत साबित करना चाहे तो मुझे बता देगा। 2.5% बेरोजगारी से कम इस सरकार को मिली थी जब 2017 में सरकार में आए थे।
गलत झूठ
बीच में मत बोलिए। आपके बीच में
झूठ बोलेंगे ना, आप तो बीच में बोलने
दीजिए, फिर मैं जरूर आपके पास आऊंगी।
अगर आप बीच में बोलिएगा तो फिर आइंदा से बोलने नहीं दूंगी, तो बीच में मत बोलिए।
नहीं, आप बोलने से नहीं रोक पाएंगे। आप नहीं रोक पाएंगे बोलने से। ये धमकाइए मत लखनऊ में।
चलिए एक बार नहीं, वन सेकंड।
लखनऊ में धमकाइए मत।
हम
जानते हैं कितना वोट पाई थी आप। हम जानते हैं जमानत जब्त हुई थी आपकी। जमानत जब्त हुई थी। महाराजगंज की जनता ने जमानत जब्त कराई थी।
देखिए, वोट एरोगेंस नहीं होता है त्रिपाठी जी। तो चलिए बोलने दीजिए।
नहीं, एरोगेंस के साथ बोलेंगे तो जवाब वैसे ही मिलेगा।
नहीं, बोलने दीजिए। इन्होंने आपको नहीं टोका, आप इन्हें मत टोकिए।
मुझे फर्जी तालियों से ना कोई डरा सकता है और ना सच बोलने से मुझे कोई।
और गालियों से भी हमें कोई डरा नहीं सकता है। यहाँ गालियों से भी कोई डरा नहीं सकता है।
कौन गालियां दी? किसको किसी ने गाली नहीं दी है?
आपकी पार्टी जब आपको एक टिकट दे दे तब मैदान में आकर बोलिएगा, चुप रहिए।
चलिए, अच्छा एक बात बताइए।
ये है कि यूपी में बेरोजगारी की दर 7.5% है। आपका आंकड़ा है, आपके बजट में ही आंकड़ा है। अपने घर से आंकड़ा लेके नहीं आई हूँ। आज की तारीख में कानून व्यवस्था इस तरह से चरमरा चुकी है कि थानों के बाहर आकर लोग आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं, आत्मदाह कर रहे हैं। 2 वाकये 72 घंटे में सामने आए। इन सब बातों को छोड़ दीजिए। आज का युवा क्या चाहता है? फर्जी तालियां आप बंटवाते रहिए, सीना ठोकते रहिए। युवा चाहता है रोजगार, और रोजगार के नाम पर आप कहते हैं पकौड़े तल लो। पकौड़ा तलने का जो 100 रुपए का तेल था उसको आप 220 पर ले आए हैं, और 400 की गैस को आप 1000 पर ले आए। तो यहाँ पर मेरा
देखिए, आपका जब वक्त आएगा आप बोलिएगा। जब आपका वक्त आएगा आप बोलिएगा। देखिए, एक सेकंड। देखिए, अगर आपको यहाँ पे बैठकर आपको बोलना है, आप चले जाइए। आप चले जाइए यहाँ पे। जो नहीं, आप चले जाइए।
1 मिनट,
वन सेकंड, आप चले जाइए सर। अगर आपको ऑडियंस में बैठकर जो लोग गेस्ट पे जो गेस्ट स्टेज पर बोल रहे हैं, आप उठकर चले जाइए। आप उठकर चले जाइए। देखिए, आप हट जाइए प्लीज।
प्रीति जी, मैं एक बात यहाँ पर बोलना चाहती हूँ। अगर ये डिबेट पैनलिस्ट के बीच में होगा तो ये डिबेट आगे होगा। अगर यहाँ पे गुर्जरगिरी होगी या डिबेट बिल्कुल नहीं होगा।
मैं समाजवादी के
गुंडागर्दी यहाँ नहीं चल सकती है। चलने लोग ना आए।
अरे चलने दीजिए भाई।
गुंडागर्दी अपने घर पर अपनी पार्टी के दफ्तर में।
I'm going to ask the समाज
IIT PHU के लड़के को।
Mr. Nate, please allow the other panelists also to step in. I'm going to cut across to the Samajwadi Party. Mr. Silas, can you tell me, where is the RLD? Is it in your alliance or has it walked out?
As far as I think, Mr. N. Chaudhary is definitely a very seasoned politician. He knows the pulse of Uttar Pradesh very well, and in Western Uttar Pradesh, he has a good hold, and he has been a strong ally and a faithful ally of the Samajwadi Party since a long time.
Mr. Silas, if he decides to walk out of India and NDA, you will still say the same things about him, because that is what is practically on the cards, sir. RLD is no longer with you anymore.
As of now, nothing has been said. Said anything about it. So
Supriya, you're actually waiting for a tweet from your own ally?
Because I know he's with the alliance.
of course.
I know you'll be very trigger happy for him to jump. And I also want to say one more
Why
thing.
would I be trigger happy?
No, I'm saying the rest of the media. I'll say one thing here, Preeti, and I think this needs to be said here. It's very easy to sit on judgment here and have some people applause. The reality is that 95% of ED cases, 121 cases, आप political लोगों के खिलाफ कर रहे हैं,
All right, okay.
opposition के खिलाफ
त्रिपाठी जी आप चुप होके बैठे हैं, आपको बोलने दिया है। त्रिपाठी जी बोलिए, फिर मैं जरा बसपा के पास जाऊंगी। Before I get to the numbers,
नहीं, देखिए पहले तो एक झूठ बोला इन्होंने, कहा बेरोजगारी
आप लगातार झूठ
नहीं,
बोलेंगे
Supriya, please don't.
पहचानता हूँ ना, इसीलिए पूछ रहा हूँ।
Please don't interject. नहीं,
ऐसे ही
no.
इनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड जानते हैं हम, इसीलिए
Okay, you know what I'm going to do is, no, Mr. Nate, don't interrupt. Do not interrupt. I'll have to call out Mr. Nate.
just paying him
अभी प्रमाण दे देते हैं, अभी यही प्रमाण दे दे रहे हैं।
All right, okay, what I'm going to do is,
17.4 बेरोजगारी की दर थी जब समाजवादी पार्टी ने उत्तर प्रदेश में सत्ता छोड़ी थी, 17%। और आज 2.6%।
There's no point. Nobody can hear.
2.6% है। देखिए झूठ बोलने से ना आप बेहतर नहीं हो सकते। इसी
चलिए, आप ये आंकड़े छोड़िए। चलिए, ये आंकड़े सुप्रिया सुनेट, त्रिपाठी जी, आप ये आंकड़े, चलिए, आप ये आंकड़े छोड़िए जो आंकड़े जरूरी है इस वक्त बताने के।
वो आपके आंकड़े भी नहीं मानेंगे।
हम उसका
अभी वो आपके आंकड़े भी नहीं मानेंगे।
त्रिपाठी जी, आप प्लीज
अभी वो आपके आंकड़े भी नहीं
बोलने तो दीजिए। पर खान साहब अगर आप आएंगे, बसपा पिछली बार आपका वोट ट्रांसफर हुआ नहीं सपा को। इस बार आपको क्या लगता है, बसपा का क्या लगेगा इस बार? आपको क्या लगता है, कितना वोट शेयर, कितना सीट शेयर?
देखिए
अकेले लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, एटलीस्ट ऑन पेपर तो अकेले ही लड़ रहे हैं, सपोर्ट पीछे से कौन कर रहा है पता नहीं।
नहीं, पिछली बार 10 सीटें बसपा जीती थी
जी,
और फिर बीच में बाई इलेक्शंस भी हुए हैं। जैसे आजमगढ़ का बाई इलेक्शन हुआ है तो उसमें 39% हमको वोट मिला है। और जो 370 की बात हो रही है, 370 भारतीय जनता पार्टी पाएगी, इसकी चर्चा हो रही है। और सर्वे ये कह रहा है, और सर्वे तो को मैं झूठा मानता हूँ। आप बताइए यहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश में कितनी सीटें हैं?
सर्वे तो बताया नहीं, आपने पहले ही झुठला दिया।
मैंने बताया, आपने बताया, इसके पहले भी बताया आपने। देखिए सुनिए, उत्तर प्रदेश में जितनी सीटें हैं मिला लीजिए, कितने कम ज्यादा बढ़ रही हैं इनकी सीटें। बिहार में कितनी सीटें ज्यादा बढ़ रही हैं इनकी, राजस्थान में कितनी सीटें ज्यादा बढ़ रही, सब जगह तो इनका सीटें फुल है। 70 बढ़ेंगी कहाँ से? 70 कहाँ से लाएंगे?
अच्छा चलिए, ओके,
70 लाएंगे कहाँ से?
चलिए आंकड़ों पे आते हैं। बिफोर कोई और आंकड़े आगे दिए जाए, लेट्स क्विकली कट अक्रॉस टू द नंबर्स दैट वी हैव बीन वेटिंग फॉर वेयर द स्टेट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश इज कंसर्न्ड। व्यूअर्स, लेट्स क्विकली बिगिन विद द वोट शेयर projection by Sea Water Mood of the Nation survey, and the cumulative alliance vote share is what we are going to be giving out next. Projected 2024 for the NDA alliance, the vote share is 52%, viewers, 52%. It's up 1% from 2019, where the India alliance is concerned. The projection is 36%, which is down 9%, which was 45% in 2019. Where others are concerned, and there is the BSP, which will come in, it stands at 12%, which is up by 8% from 2019. But mind you, in 2019, the BSP, the RLD, the Samajwadi Party had fought this election together. And I'm going to bring in Kumar Abhishek to dwell into that. But before I get into Kumar, let's break it down. Let's break these figures down in terms of what the party vote share is. So from NDA, let's break it down. Apna Dal and the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Bharatiya Janata Party will get 50% of the vote share where Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Apna Dal, ally of BJP, stands at 2%. Congress maintains at 6%. 2019, Congress was at 6%. Samajwadi Party at 30%. Earlier on, Samajwadi Party was at 39% in 2019, but there's a catch in that because that also had the BSP and the RLD vote share in this. The RLD vote share is also counted because we don't know where the RLD is going, or at least when the survey took place from the 15th, I repeat, of December to the 28th of January. At that point of time, RLD was well within the India alliance. Well, it still is on paper. We don't know what's to happen. The others' vote share, of course, like I told you, stands at 12. So cumulatively, the NDA, Kumar Abhishek, 52%, India at 36%, others standing at 12%. Compare it to 2019, Kumar Abhishek.
प्रीति देखिए, ये जो इस बार का प्रोजेक्शन आ रहा है वोट शेयर का, ये पिछली बार से ज्यादा है। 19 से ज्यादा है। 19
भाजपा को तो एग्जैक्टली वही है, 50-50,
थोड़ा सा ज्यादा है,
मतलब 0.5% मान लीजिए।
लेकिन सीटें अगर हम अभी आने वाले वक्त में दिखाएंगे जब, तो सीटों में हो सकता है कि इजाफा ज्यादा दिखाई दे। मेरा कहना है कि ये जो अभी जो हम प्रोजेक्शन दिखा रहे हैं वोट शेयर का, इसमें बीजेपी और अपना दल ये दो दिख रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी के साथ अलाइज बढ़े हैं। आप देखेंगे तो ओम प्रकाश राजभर भी आ गए हैं, और आरएलडी का जो मामला चल रहा है, पता नहीं ये कहां तक आकर के रुकेगा। इसी तरीके से संजय निषाद है। तो कुल मिलाकर के ये जो सर्वे है, सर्वे में जो भी एक्युमुलेटिव अभी हमें वोट शेयर दिखाई दे रहा है, वो मोर और लेस पिछले चुनाव जैसा ही है। लेकिन सपा और बसपा एक साथ लड़ी थी, तो उनके सीट्स पे बहुत ज्यादा असर पड़ा था। और इस बार बसपा अलग है, समाजवादी पार्टी कांग्रेस एक साथ जा रही है, तो जो वोट ये जो वोट शेयर सीट में तब्दील होगा, इसमें भी बड़ा असर दिखाई देगा।
You know, I just want to tell our viewers, in 2019, you've got the figures right now where each alliance and the political parties stand. But I'll take you back to 2019. 2019, the BSP, which fought with the Samajwadi Party and the RLD, had a 19.43% vote share. The Samajwadi Party had 18.11% vote share. The RLD then stood at 1.6% vote share. Primarily, the reason why that happened, viewers, is that the vote transferred from the Samajwadi Party to the BSP, but not vice versa. And right now, this time around, the BSP, let's do a micro dive in that data. In others, the figure that you see of 12%, 8.4% of that 12% is the BSP. So the BSP has come down from 19.43% to 8.4%, but understandably, because the vote transfer had taken place the last time from the Samajwadi Party. So just a micro data there. I'll bring in the Samajwadi Party spokesperson. Mr. Silas, you're not doing so badly if you look at it. You've practically held what you had in 2019.
No, I can just say at the moment that what we did in 2019, we'll be far ahead than that. If you see, we are sitting right now in Lucknow, and you started your your comment with we have a gusty wind, and definitely the gusty wind is blowing towards the India alliance. That is what I say. Right now,
the gusty wind is only giving me a bad hair day. I don't know which side of the alliance
I'll just tell you one thing. If you sit here and see around you, see the development. Can you show me just one work which the Bharatiya Janata Party has done right here? You cannot show. Mr. Tripathi is sitting here. I challenge him to show just one work. We can see the JPNIC, we can see the riverfront, we can see the Lohia Park. All have been made by the Samajwadi Party. If Mr. Tripathi can show me one work right here, I'll come to.
Tripathi जी बताइए,
I challenge him, ma'am.
एक चीज गिना दीजिए जहां पर आपको ये 50% वोट शेयर आपने अर्न किया है।
देखिए, यही सारे दृश्य देख करके तो जनता ने यहाँ पर विधायक और सांसद भारतीय जनता पार्टी का चुना है।
मैंने काम के लिए पूछा था। मैंने काम पूछा था।
सब में कितना भारी भ्रष्टाचार किया है, ये जनता ने देखा है। देखिए, मैं एक बात बहुत विनम्रता के साथ कहूंगा, ये लखनऊ की जनता है जो अपना काम छोड़ करके वर्किंग डे पे आ जाई है, और इस जनता के प्रति अगर किसी प्रकार की अभद्र टिप्पणी की जाएगी तो हम स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे। जिस तरह से अभी कहा गया कि ये गुंडा जनता है, ये स्वीकार नहीं किया जाएगा। आप राहुल और सोनिया जमानत पर हैं, राहुल और सोनिया जमानत पर हैं, उनको अपराधी नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन आप जनता को गुंडा कहने लगेंगे, ये स्वीकार नहीं किया जाएगा। ये अच्छी बात नहीं।
देखिए, चलिए, ये टिप्पणी आप नॉर्मल डिबेट्स के लिए छोड़ लीजिएगा, क्योंकि इस बार आंकड़ों को देख लेते हैं। और आंकड़े अभी आंकड़े एक चीज और बता रहे हैं, त्रिपाठी साहब बता रहे हैं कि अगर आपको यहाँ पर छक्का मारना है, 100% स्ट्राइक रेट लाना है, तो 50% नहीं चलेगा, उसके ऊपर लाना होगा।
देखिए, 50% से ज्यादा पाने का मतलब ही होता है कि हमारी सीट जीत रहे हैं। अगर हर सीट पर 50% हम पा रहे हैं, तो इसका मतलब सारी सीटें हम जीत रहे हैं।
बताई नहीं,
हमें पूरा विश्वास है।
हमें तो सामने सीट बताई नहीं।
आपको मैं परसेंटेज के आधार पर ही कह रहा हूँ, केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी है जो बढ़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही है, बाकी सारे राजनीतिक दल आपको गिरते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। कांग्रेस अपना वोट परसेंटेज गिर रहा है, सपा का वोट परसेंटेज
नहीं, कांग्रेस का नहीं गिर रहा है ना, सपा कहाँ गिर रहा है मैं बता रही हूँ। अरे मैं आपको दिखा रही हूँ,
कांग्रेस अलायंस के साथ नहीं, बिना अलायंस के इस बार
कांग्रेस 6%। सर, अरे
एक भी सीट,
अरे आप हमें कैसे झुठला, मैं आपको डेटा बता रही हूँ, आप मुझे बोल रहे हैं मैं गलत बोल रही हूँ।
तो आपका सच्ची कहूंगा,
मैं बता रही हूँ,
झुठलाने का काम तो ये करेंगे।
नहीं। देखिए, कांग्रेस 6% पे थी 2019 में। 2024 में एटलीस्ट मूड ऑफ द नेशन पोल प्रोजेक्ट कर रहा है, सुप्रिया, दैट यू आर स्टैंडिंग स्टिल एट 6%. दैट इज डिस्पाइट रियली नॉट कैंपेनिंग मच वेयर द स्टेट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश इज कंसर्न्ड.
झूठ और सच की बात करी जा रही है. I'll speak in Hindi because this is primarily a Hindi audience. Everybody else is speaking in Hindi. Why should I speak in English? I think the audience understands Hindi better. Yeah, let me speak in Hindi.
But it's an English channel.
I will speak in English. I'll intermittently come in English. I'm bilingual, so I can speak in both.
Please do.
You'll have to cut me that. I think मैं 3 सवाल यहाँ पर उठाना चाहती हूँ. आप सबके अकाउंट में 15 लाख आ गए, 2 करोड़ बेरोजगार मिल गया, नहीं मिला. असलियत ये है कि यहाँ पर बैठकर जबानी जमा खर्च करना एक बात है, असलियत ये है कि यहाँ पर बैठकर गुर्गागिरी करना एक बात है, असलियत ये है कि यहाँ पर बैठकर आपने राहुल जी और सोनिया जी का नाम लिया। असलियत ये है कि इस देश के गृह मंत्री को तड़ीपार घोषित किया गया था। असलियत ये है कि यहाँ के प्रधानमंत्री पर एक केस चला, तो यहाँ पर बैठकर मेरे सामने जबानी जमा खर्च
once again I will come back
खुलने लगेगी
once again all right okay Mr. Nick once again I will come back
मंत्री को अपने खिलाफ मुकदमे सदन में
all right okay Mr. Nick
असलियत है।
I will come back I will come back all right Mr. Nick please allow me ma'am Mr. Nick allow me I'm going to come back right now to the projections of party projections
था कि नहीं था,
let's go to party projections right now
था कि नहीं था तड़ीपार,
let's go to party projections
तड़ीपार था
all right okay in terms of party projections once again देखिए for later चलिए let's move to party projections the BJP right now stands at 50% vote share BJP projected at 50% अपना दल projected at 2% Congress 6% Samajwadi Party at 30% others at 12 and the micro data in that is 8% Khan साहब बोलना चाहेंगे कुछ इसमें 8% रह गया है आपका वोट शेयर जो 19 था 2019 में you have come down from 2019 to 2024 to 8%.
नहीं ये इसको हम मानते नहीं। देखिए हमने आपको बताया ना कि बाई इलेक्शन हुआ था आजमगढ़ में, उसमें हमको 39% वोट मिला था, तो लास्ट का जो वोट होगा उसको गिना जाएगा कि पीछे
आप एक स्मॉल कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का वोट शेयर आप मैक्सिमम कर रहे हैं।
स्मॉल कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी सर
आपको भी पता है जो डायनामिक है जो डेमोग्राफी है उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी की यूपी से बहुत अलग है।
सुनिए यहाँ पे चर्चा हो रही थी कौन किसने काम किया, अभी वो सारा साहब कह रहे थे कि वो अम्बेडकर पार्क हमने बनवाया, अम्बेडकर पार्क कब इन्होंने बनवाया?
लोहिया पार्क बोला,
लोहिया पार्क बताया,
लोहिया पार्क में
अम्बेडकर पार्क। ये देखिए भगवान की मूर्ति।
देखिए एक मिनट नहीं, किसको अगर इंटरप्ट करना है यहाँ से प्लीज चले जाइए, आप निकल जाइए यहाँ से, ये आपके लिए स्टेज नहीं है, निकल जाइए।
सुनिए सर, देखिए ये भगवान की मूर्ति बनवाई गई है, किसने बनवाई है? बहन कुमारी मायावती जी ने। आप बैठी हैं जहाँ पे ये बहन कुमारी मायावती जी ने बनवाया है। डेवलपमेंट का काम अगर किसी ने किया है, आप 10
तो वोट क्यों नहीं पड़ रहा है?
वोट नहीं पड़ रहा है,
बहन मायावती जी को वोट क्यों नहीं पड़ रहा है?
जनता की मर्जी है,
जनता की मर्जी है।
हमको काम करना है, हम काम करते रहेंगे, हम किसी को तरफ देखेंगे नहीं, दाएं बाएं नहीं देखेंगे, हम अपना जो लक्ष्य हमारा है हम उसी लक्ष्य पे चलेंगे और काम करके दिखाएंगे।
चलिए ओके Kumar Abhishek, you want to come in? Kyunki at this point of time, Kumar, if we look at it, definitely the BJP had to go beyond 50% to get 100% strike rate or to reach anywhere closer to that proverbial figure of 370.
बिल्कुल 370 का जो आंकड़ा प्रधानमंत्री ने रखा है, ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होने वाला है बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए। 370 बहुत ही बड़ा आंकड़ा उन्होंने बीजेपी के लिए दे दिया और सवाल भी उठ रहे हैं कि आखिर आप एडिशनल ये सीटें कहां से लाओगे। लेकिन 50% प्लस 49% से कुछ ज्यादा बीजेपी को पहले आ चुका है और इस बार भी जो हम अपना प्रोजेक्शन दिखा रहे हैं वो 50+ दिखा रहा है। तो बीजेपी को एक बहुत साइजेबल नंबर में सीट मिलने वाली है, ये तो हमारे आंकड़े से बिल्कुल साफ है। अगर आप समाजवादी पार्टी और समाजवादी पार्टी प्लस का आंकड़ा देखें तो 2022 का चुनाव हुआ है उसके आसपास पहुंचता हुआ दिख रहा है। 30% के आसपास समाजवादी पार्टी का वोट है और 6% अगर हम उसमें जोड़ लेते हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी का तो 36% के आसपास का वोट आ रहा है प्रीति। तो जो 22 का आंकड़ा है वोट परसेंट का, उसमें बीजेपी अप हो रही है, हालांकि विधानसभा से जोड़े तो तकरीबन 8% ज्यादा हो रही है, लेकिन पार्लियामेंट से कुछ फीसदी का अंतर है। और
एक्चुअली अगर देखें कुमार 50% 2019 में और 50% वोट शेयर अभी है भाजपा का, बिल्कुल, तो ज्यादा कुछ इंक्रीज नहीं है, उतना ही बरकरार है विधानसभा को ना देखें।
लेकिन आपको देखना पड़ेगा ना फिर जो गठबंधन थे वो सपा और बसपा का था और उसका फायदा उस गठबंधन को मिला और इन लोगों ने 16 सीटें जीती थी। और इस बार दोनों अलग अलग हैं, जब दो बड़े वोट शेयर वाली पार्टियां बिल्कुल अलग अलग होकर अलग लड़ेंगी।
पर इनका तो वोट शेयर बचा ही नहीं है, इनका कहाँ, ये तो 8% पर आ गए।
आपके कह देने से थोड़ी होता है, फील्ड में
हम नहीं कह रहे हैं, सर्वे कह रहा है,
रहते हैं, गांव में हम रहते हैं, नहीं उनके कहने से सब
सर्वे कह रहा है सर।
सर्वे तो झूठा होता है, सर्वे झूठा होता है
आपका
पर इसमें
सर्वे झूठा।
चलिए, पर
झूठा
इसमें
सर्वे।
Supriya Shaned, I want to bring you in on this. If the RLD, let's say you say that Jayant Chaudhary is very much within your fold, but if the RLD does walk out, shouldn't the India Alliance actually look at bringing in Mayawati, because the 8% vote share could also, she might not win a single seat, but she can impact 10.
As far as Behan Mayawati is concerned, I think it's really up to her what she would want to do. There is a spokesperson from the BSP. You should ask him. Why is she not
चलिए, आप
willing
इधर
to-
बात करिए सर, आप इधर बात करिए। चलिए, यही सवाल मैं आपसे पूछ लेती हूँ।
इन्होंने मुझसे पूछा आप क्यों नहीं आते हमारे साथ, मैंने कहा वो बताएंगे, हम कैसे बताएंगे आप क्यों नहीं आ रहे हमारे साथ।
तो वेलकम है ये,
एनी गिवन डे ऑफ द वीक।
चलिए आप तो वेलकम है, आप जा क्यों नहीं रहे हैं इनके साथ?
बुला कौन
अभी तो ये इन्होंने साफ न्योता दिया है, ये इन्होंने तो साफ न्योता दिया है।
बुला कौन रहा? यहाँ टीवी डिबेट में बुलाने से कुछ होता थोड़ी है। आप बुलाना चाहती है, बुलाइए।
इसका जवाब मैं दे देता हूं।
That's the problem with एक सेकंड सर, ये कितना रोमांचक हो रहा है, यहाँ पे न्योता दिया जा रहा है, ये कह रहे हैं बुला कौन रहा है। So it comes down to Supriya Shaned, the fact that you haven't followed up on a possible ally which could.
Look, I agree with him on one thing. टीवी डिबेट में बैठकर थोड़ी आप अलायंस का फैसला करते हैं, टीवी डिबेट में थोड़ी बैठकर आप करते हैं कौन किसके साथ आएगा। The reality is that there is mathematics and then there is chemistry on the ground. For all you know, if you all come together, it may be advantage BJP. So I don't think we should go in that direction. I want to say one thing, however, and I think that one thing needs to be said is, if Behan Mayawati is very serious about admonishing the BJP, then she needs to think about her political cards, which I don't think she's doing.
Tripathi ji bolna cha rahe hain, then I'm going to go into a quick break and get you the seat share next, because this is just the vote share and it can give a very very strange picture, but when it comes down to the seat share is different. Tripathi ji बोलिए।
देखिए प्रीति जी, इसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घमंडिया गठबंधन यूं ही नहीं कहा था। इतना घमंड है इन सब में आपस में कि परस्पर संवाद तक नहीं कर पाते हैं। और जब अलायंस करना था ना, तब राहुल जी के प्रोजेक्शन के लिए उनकी एक यात्रा प्लान कर दी गई और जहां-जहां चरण पड़े राहुल के तहत बंटाधार हुआ। जैसे जैसे यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई, एक एक करके अलायंस लगातार छूटते जा रहे हैं। अरे भाई, मायावती जी से बात कर लेते, पहले भी की थी आपने बात, आप बात करने में।
एक चीज बताइए, ये तो घमंडिया है, पर 370 400 पार घमंडिया नहीं है क्या?
नहीं, देखिए 370
आपने पहले ही तय कर लिया है कि जनता कहाँ जाएगी।
370 हम कह रहे हैं क्योंकि 370 हमने हटाई है। इस देश को हमने मजबूत करने का काम किया है। इसलिए कह रहे हैं
10 seconds.
The right of response is as simple. मेरी माँ को मैं अम्मा कहती हूँ, आप मम्मी कहती हैं, कोई माँ कहता है, कोई मैया कहता है। अगर इंडिया को आप घमंडिया कह सकते हैं तो आपसे ज्यादा बदतर और गलीज दूसरा कोई नहीं है। इंडिया हमारी सरजमी है, हमारी माँ है, हमारा
इंडिया कहने से नहीं होगा ना।
इंडिया के नाम
अरे
को
भाई,
विरोध
आप
करने वाले आपके घमंड को जनता चकना चूर करेगी।
वो इंडिया की बात कहाँ कर पाएंगे?
यहाँ पर तस्वीरों को लाकर
with that, okay. Ultimately, away from what the India Alliance is or what the NDA is, where does India stand? One thing we know, India trusts the mood of the nation survey, the most trusted barometer of if elections were to happen today, where will India vote? We're going to get you the seat share of the state of Uttar Pradesh coming up next. Stay with us.
You're not the only state. Other southern states are also protesting. Are you worried that this will only further the north-south divide? Are you being penalized for your better social indices, that you are being denied the tax revenues which are now going towards the northern states? Is this going to build into a north versus south divide?
That is why we are drawing the attention of the government of India, and also the 16th Finance Commission is constituted. No further injustice should be caused to Karnataka.
So you want the 16th Finance Commission to revise the rules so that the southern states get a greater share of taxes. Am I correct?
No, not greater tax. See, in 14th Finance Commission, whatever the yardsticks are applied, the same yardstick should have been applied in the 15th Finance Commission also. Why? They have but changed this because earlier so far as the population is concerned, they have to consider the 1971 census. In this 15th Finance Commission, 2011 census is considered.
So you're being penalized for having controlled population better than the northern states. That's the concern that southern states have.
That is what I meant. See, so far as we have controlled population in Karnataka and also in South India, but so far as the northern states are concerned, they have not tried properly, sincerely, to control the population of these states.
But are you worried that all of this will lead to a further division between North and South? You've heard your own MP D.K. Suresh in Parliament saying that South will become a separate nation. This has been picked up by the BJP saying Congress wants to divide the country between North and South.
See, Mr. D.K. Suresh didn't mean that there should be a division in the country. See, we are for unified countries.
No question of southern nation.
No southern nation, no north. See, we are for unified nation. And this protest is not against the BJP.
Shops shuttered, public transport stopped. Braving minus 15 degrees temperature, people of Ladakh are demanding statehood and protection of rights under the 6th schedule and Article 371 of the Constitution. A promise made by the BJP to win mandate in the sensitive region that borders China. But 4 years after it became a separate union territory, following abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, people now feel cheated.
आज लद्दाख के हजारों लोगों के साथ मिलकर लद्दाख के मन की व्यथा, मन की बात आपको सुनाना चाहूंगा। यहाँ अगर आप देखेंगे तो एक छोटे प्रदेश जहाँ 1,00,000-1,50,000 तो लेह में और 1,00,000-1,50,000 की कारगिल में हैं, उसमें से 20-30 हजार लोग यहाँ पर मिलकर आपसे गुहार लगा रहे हैं, आपसे मन की बात सुना रहे हैं।
The Leh Apex Body and Kargil Democratic Alliance, who are spearheading the protests, called for shutdowns in Leh, Kargil and even in the remote Zanskar and Nubra Valley region. People fear their land has been taken away. The Union Home Ministry held a meeting with Ladakh representatives on December 4, where they listed their demands. The meeting is scheduled on February 19.
back, viewers. We are joining you from the city of Lucknow, and once again, if political cliches could hold true, nothing would ring more than the fact that the road to Delhi comes in through Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Maximum number of MPs the state of UP sends to the Lok Sabha. But we're also counting down, and that's the big one, viewers, to the Mood of the Nation survey, the ultimate barometer to know where India stands on the eve of elections. If elections were to happen today, where will India stand? And where will the state of Uttar Pradesh stand with its 80 seats? Before we get into our guests, once again, I want to quickly get in the figures there, viewers, where it comes down to the seat share. We gave you the vote share. It's time now to bring out the seat share of the entire alliance on the 80 seats. 72 for the NDA, 8 for the India alliance, and the others nil. That's the big figure coming in from the Mood of the Nation survey, viewers. 72 seats for the NDA, 8 for India, others stand at nil. So it does seem that the BSP is registering a not. The NDA at 72, India alliance stands at just 8. Now, what did it look like in 2019? 64 was where the NDA stood at, 16 was where India alliance stood at. Is it anywhere close to the 100% strike rate that the BJP was hoping for to reach the 370 figure? Not quite, but it is a jump of 8 plus 8 from 2019 for the NDA. It's a fall of 8 for the India alliance, and where the others were concerned, it's even keel from 2019 to where it's the figure stands now. कुमार अभिषेक, आपको इसमें फिर ले आती हूँ, क्योंकि वोट शेयर के परे अगर हम इसको देखें, 72 अलायंस जो एनडीए का है, 8 जो इंडिया अलायंस है, अदर्स 0. तो बसपा 8% वोट शेयर के साथ 0 है, कोई सीट नहीं है. इंडिया अलायंस के पास जो समाजवादी पार्टी, इसमें आरएलडी भी है अभी, और जो इंडिया अलायंस है उसमें 8 है, और जो एनडीए है उसमें 72.
बिल्कुल प्रीति, अगर देखें 2019 की तुलना में तो सीटों में लगभग 50% का जंप है, यानी कि 16 सीटें समाजवादी पार्टी और अलायंस अगर जीती थी तो इस बार वो 8 सीटें ही जीत रही है. 8 सीटें फिर बीजेपी प्लस के खाते में जा रही हैं. लेकिन थोड़ा सा एक आंकड़ा अगर हम इसमें और ऐड कर दें, वो 2014 का, तो 14 में बीजेपी अलायंस के पास 73 थी, 71 बीजेपी को था, 2 उनके अलायंस पार्टी को था. तो अगर आप 370 का आंकड़ा अगर आप रख रहे हैं और 2014 को मैच नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, लगभग आप उसके आसपास हैं, तो ये एक बड़ा फिगर है.
इसमें सपा उतने पे ही है, सपा उतने पे ही,
सपा 5 पे जी. इस बार भी सपा,
हमें क्या पता 5 पर है. अभी तक हमने ब्रेक कप नहीं दिया है.
पिछले बार मैं 14 की बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं 19 की बात कर रहा हूँ. दोनों बार समाजवादी पार्टी 5-5 पर थी. पिछले बार जरूर बीएसपी ने जस्ट डबल 5 से दोगुना 10 पे आई थी, और इस बार 0 पर है. तो गठबंधन नहीं होने की सूरत में क्या हश्र हो रहा है इस गठबंधन का, वो बड़ा बिल्कुल साफ दिखाई दे रहा है.
खान साहब, पहले 10 से 0 जो वोट ट्रांसफर किया था सपा ने आपको, जो आपने नहीं दिया था, इस बार आपको खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ रहा है. 0 आ रही है.
प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर आप हैं?
सर, मैं प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर नहीं हूँ सर. मैं किसी चीज की साइन नहीं करूंगी. जो आंकड़े आ रहे हैं वो आपको बता रही हूँ.
आप बता रही हो, आप चुनाव भी डिक्लेयर नहीं हुआ अभी, अभी इससे आचार संहिता भी नहीं लगी है. सर, सर्वे गलत है. सर्वे क्या है?
तो फिर आप क्यों बैठे हैं? गलत सर्वे पे नहीं आना चाहिए. गलत सर्वे पे नहीं आना चाहिए.
सर्वे झूठा है, सर्वे गलत है.
गलत सर्वे पे नहीं आना चाहिए.
हम नहीं आ रहे थे, जबरदस्ती बुलाया गया.
अरे क्या बात कर रहे हैं? खुद
जबरदस्ती बुलाया गया.
नहीं, ये करना पड़ेगा. मैं नेशनल टीवी पे नहीं बोलना चाह रही थी.
मैं चल जा रहा हूँ उठ करके. आप कहिए मैं जा रहा हूँ. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं. गलत इल्जाम मत लगाइए आप. नहीं, गलत इल्जाम मत लगाइए आप. अगर आप मानना है तो मानिए.
बैठिए.
नहीं, गलत बात है.
बैठिए, चलिए आप बैठिए. चलिए, ये बसपा को पसंद नहीं आया कि जो हमारा सर्वे उसने 0 दिखाया. आपको पसंद आ रहा है? आप तो 80 पे 80 बोल रहे थे.
नहीं, हम मानते हैं कि आपके सर्वे में भी और थोड़ी गुंजाइश है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी अभी इसमें 80 के 80 जीतेगी, हमें इसको लेकर के पूरा विश्वास है. बीजेपी का जो इंटरनल सर्वे है, इंटरनल सर्वे में आज 78 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कंफर्टेबल, आसानी से, बड़े मार्जिन के साथ हम जीतते हुए देख रहे हैं. 2 सीटें ऐसे हैं जिन पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत पर्याप्त परिश्रम कर रही है. हमें विश्वास है कि उन 2 सीटों पर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी, और हम पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का उत्तर प्रदेश में खाता नहीं खुलने देंगे हम.
चलिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी की बाद में बात करते हैं. आपका तो खाता खुल रहा है, इस बार लग रहा है बेहतर करेंगे 2019 से.
देखिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो स्पोक्स पर्सन है उन्होंने अभी उपचुनाव की बात की थी, आजमगढ़ का नाम लिया था, रामपुर का भी नाम लिया था उन्होंने, लेकिन वो भूल गए कि किस तरह से मैनपुरी में समाजवादी पार्टी 3 लाख वोटों से जीत के आई। अभी घोसी में उपचुनाव हुआ, ये उपचुनाव की बात करते हैं, उसी में फरियाल है। किस तरह से घोसी में मुख्यमंत्री जी से लेके और आप डिप्टी सीएम से लेके सारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का महकमा वहां लगा हुआ था। 57% वोट लेके समाजवादी पार्टी ने वो उपचुनाव 43,000 वोट से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराया था। क्या बात कर रहे हैं? उसी हिसाब से अगर देख लें तो कहीं से इनकी सरकार बढ़ती नजर नहीं आ रही है, उसी में बात कर लीजिए।
Supriya Shrenet, to bring you in on this, the fact is, what's quite tragic in all of this is we're actually debating कि 100% BJP ने convert किया कि नहीं किया. Ultimately, what about the Congress? You're still standing at 8 with your alliance.
Let me answer your tragic question first.
It's a fact.
Let me answer your tragic question first. बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है 100 में 100 आ रहे हैं, तो 38 लोगों का भानुमति का पिटारा कुनबा क्यों जोड़ रहे हैं भाई? जिसमें से 22 के पास एक भी सांसद नहीं है, और कुछ ऐसी पार्टियां जिन्होंने आज तक चुनाव ही नहीं लड़ा है। अरे इतने कॉन्फिडेंट है तो काहे ईडी को अपना फ्रंटल बनाए घूम रहे हैं, काहे इनकम टैक्स को भेज रहे हैं, काहे लोगों को तोड़ रहे हैं? इतने कॉन्फिडेंट है तो सीना ठोक के चुनाव लड़िए।
Time out. Let's go in. Let's now immediately deep dive into the micro data of the seat share which has been projected by the Mood of the Nation survey. And in that, viewers, the BJP stands at 70. Earlier on in 2019, the BJP was 62. It's a jump of 8 seats. 70 projected for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ally Apna Dal sticks to its 2. It had won 2 in 2019. Apna Dal sticks to 2. The Congress once again left with just 1. In 2019, it was Rai Bareli this time also. The only seat projected for the Congress is Rai Bareli, and 1 out of 80. The Samajwadi Party, in its alliance with the BSP, stood at 15, though it had only 5. As Kumar Abhishek was also pointing out, 10 was BSP, is now 7. So it's a loss of 8 for the Samajwadi Party, but a jump of 2 as an individual party is concerned. Others are 0. Where the BSP is concerned, of course, not taken too kindly by our BSP spokesperson. But having said that, Kumar, I'll get you in. A jump of 8 for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Apna Dal sticks to 272, making it the NDA alliance, where India is concerned. 7 to the Samajwadi Party. Congress still stuck with just 1 of 80.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जो बीएसपी के पास सीटें थी, 10 सीटें थी, और बीएसपी को तभी लगभग 19% वोट मिले थे, और इस बार 10 से 11% वोट कम दिखा रहे हैं हमारा जो मूड ऑफ द नेशन है उसमें, और सीटें बिल्कुल 0 हैं। जो तो 10 सीटें बिल्कुल 0 दिखा रहे हैं इस वक्त बीएसपी को। 7 सीटें उसमें से आप देख लें तो 5 से बढ़ के 7 हो रही है समाजवादी पार्टी प्लस, और पूरा का पूरा वोट शेयर के साथ अगर देखें तो वो बीजेपी को जाता दिख रहा है। वोट शेयर नहीं, लेकिन सीटें बीजेपी को पूरी की पूरी जाती दिख रही हैं। तो अपना जो ये मूड ऑफ द नेशन है, ये उस तरफ ही इशारा कर रहा है कि अगर आप 50% से ऊपर जा रहे हैं तो बीजेपी एक बार फिर 2014 के आंकड़े के आसपास पहुंच रही है। लेकिन मैं फिर कहूंगा कि वो अगर आप 370 बीजेपी खुद के लिए प्रोजेक्ट कर रही है
तो ये आंकड़ा कम है।
ये आंकड़ा कम है
अगर 370 बीजेपी जाना चाहती है।
बिल्कुल, इसलिए कम है क्योंकि 14 में 73 थे आप
जी, और
अभी 72 पर आप आ रहे हैं, और अलाइज के साथ आप 73 थे, और आप अलाइज के साथ
तो आपको 2014 के नंबर चाहिए। अगर आप
कम से कम
2014 के नंबर चाहिए।
80 के जो बात कह रहे हैं कि सभी राज्यों में आप 100%, बाकी हिंदी बेल्ट में आप कई राज्यों में लेकर के आए हैं, तो आप अगर इस स्ट्राइक से उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं आएंगे तो 370 कैसे आएंगे?
जी, Supriya Shrenet, I'll bring you in on this. We were talking about what's tragic. What's also tragic, Supriya Shrenet, is because you're talking about unemployment, you're talking about corruption, you're talking about ED, but it's getting no traction on ground. You're getting 1 as per projection.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. Firstly, I don't sit here and sit on judgment on your survey. I do believe that there is a sense of fear and people are not speaking their minds, but when they do, they speak on the ballot. I am not going to sit here and cast judgment on your survey. I have my doubts about it. But the reality is कि जो 10 लाख वोट 5 राज्यों में हमें ज्यादा मिले, वो बेरोजगारों के वोट थे ना, वो गरीबों के वोट थे, वो पिछड़े वर्ग के वोट थे, वो महिलाओं के वोट थे, वो उस आत्मदाह के लोगों के वोट थे जिनको यूपी में करना पड़ रहा है। आप मुझे सिंपल सी एक बात बता दीजिए और उसके बाद मैं चुप हो जाऊंगी। 2-3 लड़के IIT BHU में जाकर एक जघन्य अपराध करते हैं, रेप करते हैं, और वो भाजपा की IT सेल के मेंबर पाए जाते हैं, और भाजपा यहाँ पर नारी सम्मान की बात करेगी। क्या बात करते हैं
आप चुप हो जाइए।
निर्भया के नहीं,
आपने बोला फिनिश।
निर्भया का फंड यूपी में खत्म नहीं किया जाता है। यूपी में बात करते हैं नारी सम्मान की, और नारी सम्मान का ये आलम है कि 2 लड़के बीएचयू में 48 घंटे पहले एक डॉक्टर को बुलाते हैं, उसका न्यूड वीडियो बनाते हैं, उनके बुलडोजर नहीं चलता।
चलिए आप
नहीं चलता। क्या बात
देखिए,
अब आरोप लगाए, धैर्यपूर्वक सुनिए।
अब आप सुन लीजिए।
देखिए, देश में एनसीआरबी का आंकड़ा ये कह रहा है कि देश में सबसे ज्यादा महिला अपराधों में सजा दिलाने के मामले में उत्तर प्रदेश नंबर 1 है, जहाँ सबसे ज्यादा
महिला अपराध में भी
नहीं बोलने दीजिए, बोलने दीजिए, कम ऑन।
जब तक अशोक गहलोत मुख्यमंत्री थे राजस्थान नंबर 1 था, लेकिन अब वहाँ सरकार
आंकड़ों
को छुपाना चाहती है। इन्होंने बीएचयू का उदाहरण दिया ना, मैं दावे के साथ कह रहा हूँ, अगर वो कांग्रेस की सरकार होती और कार्यकर्ता हिम्मत न होती कि पुलिस हाथ डालती। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, कोई हो, किसी जाति का हो, किसी मजहब का हो, किसी पार्टी का हो, अगर अपराध किया है तो जेल की सलाखों के पीछे जाना पड़ेगा।
Khan Saab, okay. The last time around, Khan Saab had got a bit angry. Khan Saab had got a bit angry that the survey has not projected anything for you. But अब लगता है कि जाना चाहिए अलायंस में या नहीं लगता?
अरे बसपा को सुन लीजिए।
नहीं, ये तो
चलिए,
अरे बीएसपी को सुनिए ना जरा।
लगता है जाना चाहिए?
नहीं, जाना चाहिए, आना चाहिए, अलग बात है, लेकिन सवाल इस बात का नौकरी कहाँ है? महंगाई कितनी बढ़ा दी हर नौजवान। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, सुन लीजिए मेरी बात। मैं अयोध्या में था आज तक के चैनल पर, और वहाँ लड़का अपनी डिग्री दिखा रहा था कि एमबीए किया हूँ, और यहाँ पे जितने होटल हैं ये खड़े थे वहाँ पर, वहाँ नहीं, नौकरी नहीं मिली।
खान साहब शर्मनाक नहीं है? क्योंकि फिर वो लड़के जाकर बटन क्यों नहीं दबा रहे हैं बसपा या कांग्रेस का?
दबाएंगे ना, दबाएंगे,
चलिए
अभी दबाएंगे।
चलिए, okay, before we go into Uttarakhand, one final comment from the Samajwadi Party spokesperson. You have come to 7, up from 5. It's still not good enough.
No, not at all. I think I don't, I cannot insult you.
This also includes the RLD, by the way.
No, I cannot insult your survey. I cannot say anything about that. But let me tell you one thing, that the Samajwadi Party is going to do much better in Uttar Pradesh, because the people of Uttar Pradesh are with the Samajwadi Party. I told you the results of the by-election. One more thing I can say, we just talk about crime of women, a state where every 11th hour a woman is raped, and they are saying they are working for the empowerment of women. Shame of them. ये नारी सम्मान की बात करते हैं. Every 11th hour a woman is being raped in Uttar Pradesh.
The state of Uttarakhand, viewers, the 5 seats of Uttarakhand. Let's move on to the vote share in Uttarakhand. The NDA, viewers, projected where Uttarakhand is concerned, the vote share at a 59%, whopping 59%, though it's a 2% less than 2019, but 59%. India stands at 32%. Others stand at 9%. So where the vote share is concerned, Kumar Abhishek, it practically mirrors what happened in 2019, where the 5 seats in Uttarakhand come into question.
प्रीति, बहुत ज्यादा अंतर नहीं है, 59 से 2% कम है, लेकिन अगर आप देखें तो सीट जो आएगा मुझे लगता है उसके आसपास उसकी वो आनी चाहिए। लेकिन फिर भी अगर हम वही मैं बात कहता हूँ, आप 370 कह रहे हो, वोट शेयर वहां पर आपका कम हो जा रहा है। अगर आप उत्तर प्रदेश के लिहाज से देखें, वोट शेयर बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन समाजवादी पार्टी की सीट यहाँ 5 से बढ़कर 7 होने वाली है। तो आखिर 370 का आंकड़ा आप कैसे छू रहे हो? ठीक है, वहां पे आप स्टेट छोटा है, सीटें कम है, 5 की 5 आप पिछली बार भी आपने लगभग पूरी सीटें जीती थी, और इस बार भी आप अगर इतने वोट परसेंट आ रहा है तो उसकी तरफ बढ़ रहे हो। धन्यवाद।
Let's quickly also now give the seat share. We've given you the vote share. Let's move on now to the seat share in the state of Uttarakhand on 5 seats. Well, as per the Mood of the Nation survey, viewers, history is going to repeat itself. 2019 will be mirrored in 2024 as per the Mood of the Nation survey. It's going to be a sweep of 5 seats where the NDA is concerned. The India is going to come down to a knot. The BJP is going to take all 5 seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh. So, Tripathi ji, kam se kam जो उत्तराखंड है उसमें तो आप 100% स्ट्राइक रेट है, 5 की 5 जा रही हैं जैसी 2019 में गई थी।
नहीं, मैं अभी जो वोटिंग परसेंटेज जो आपके सर्वे में आया है ना, मुझे लगता है इसमें भी अभी इंक्रीज करेंगे। वोटिंग परसेंटेज अभी ये यूसीसी के पहले का है, अभी यूसीसी लागू हुआ है। जितने मुद्दे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने छुए हैं, जो हमारे कमिटमेंट के इशू थे, उनको हमने पूरा करने का काम किया है, इसलिए जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है। जब उत्तराखंड का परिणाम आएगा तो ये परिणाम आपको बहुत अफर्मेटिव, सकारात्मक तौर पर दिखाई पड़ेगा। जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी अब सीटें चूंकि उत्तराखंड में 5 ही है, अगर 5 की जगह 50 होती तो 50 की 50 भी भाजपा के पाले में आती।
चलिए, 5 on 5 for the BJP suppression aid. Somewhere down the line, do you think that the Congress fell short? The Vidhan Sabha elections, the state elections, what an election for you to win at that point of time. And from there to come down to exactly what 2019 mirrored.
आप उत्तराखंड की बात कर रही हैं, I think it's only fair that we speak about Uttarakhand in a little bit of a more detail. आप 5 की 5 करिए, 5 में से हो सकता है 10 भी जीत जाए। अंकिता भंडारी का बस नाम याद कर लीजिए। अंकिता भंडारी वो लड़की थी जिसको जिस्म फरोशी में जबरदस्ती ढकेला गया, जिसकी हत्या की गई और उस होटल को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। करने वाला कौन था? भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता का लड़का। क्या हुआ उसके खिलाफ, ये मैं जानना चाहती हूँ। अंकिता भंडारी पर आप बोलेंगे नहीं, महिला अपराध पर आप बोलेंगे नहीं, बेरोजगारी पर आप बोलेंगे नहीं, पकौड़े तलने की हिदायत देंगे, तेल कर देंगे।
When did the Congress go to Uttarakhand to capitalize on all of this? Where have you been?
What are the law enforcement agencies doing? मैं तो आपसे सिर्फ एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ।
What is the opposition doing?
बुलडोजर चला IIT के खिलाफ? क्यों नहीं बुलडोजर चला
suppression aid? Why is it that the voter of Uttarakhand is compelled to vote for the BJP?
100% एक चीज पर स्ट्राइक रेट है और वो है जुमलों पर। जुमलों पर अगर ये चुनाव लड़ेंगे तो 100%
Do you believe this? Do you believe it's a 5 on 5?
Because even the UCC, you are a woman and I am a woman. Let me ask you this question. जिस
जनता जनार्दन के निर्णय पर आपत्ति है इनको, ये जनता के निर्णय पर आपत्ति व्यक्त करती है।
We are looking at the data. We are looking at the data. We are looking at the data. All right, okay. On that note, viewers, on that note, we are in Lucknow and there are chants of Modi. There are also chants of Rahul right now echoing just before Rahul. We are going to end it here. But what we are doing, we are building up. What you're looking at is a regional picture, region by region. From Uttar Pradesh, we are going to go into Punjab, we are going to go into Haryana, we are going to go into Bihar, we are going to go into West Bengal, we are going to go into Odisha, then we are going to focus on South and come back to Maharashtra. We're going to give you the picture region by region, which will build up to the national picture between 6 to 9 p.m. If India voted today as per the Mood of the Nation survey, where will it stand? All of that coming up. And if you catch the broadcast from now all the way down to 6 p.m., you'll have your national picture, viewers. Do join us. Up next, my colleague Pooja joining us from Chandigarh. Thank you.
We'll get into the financial logic, but I'll try and explain what is it that they're cribbing and carping about. So I'll first take a look at how much of every rupee that each of these states generates through various manufacturing, taxation, all the various ways in which revenue is generated in the states, how much of it comes back from the center. That's the first chart. Pay attention because there's a lot of intricate detailing involved, and then we'll get into the politics of this. So in a state like Karnataka, of every rupee that is sent to the center, 15 paise comes back. Just 15 paise comes back to a state like Karnataka, which is why Karnataka is claiming to be upset. In a state like Bihar, of every rupee that they send, they get 7 rupees back. So they're sending much lesser to the center, getting much more from the center. That's as far as Bihar is concerned. For a state like Tamil Nadu, remember, the Stalin government will also be joining the protest. For every rupee that they send, for every rupee they contribute to central finances, Tamil Nadu gets 0.29 paise back. So 0.29 paise you get back, that's only 30 paise out of 100, right? Whereas a state like UP, for every rupee UP sends to the center, they get 2.73 rupees back. So they're giving lesser, getting more. And the same is the case with states like Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, getting much lesser than they contribute. Whereas other states like Rajasthan, get 1.33 back. So they give 1 rupee, they get 1.33 back. Bihar gets 7 rupees back. Karnataka gets only 15 paise back. That's the nub of the problem. So how is it that it is determined who gets how much money? That's the second chart that you see. Now, this is a very intricate formula. It's called the devolution formula, worked out by the 15th Finance Commission. Without getting too dense, I just want to give you a sense of how this operates. So this is based on the composition of each state across different criteria. So 15% of the weightage in the determination of who gets how much money is based on the actual population of the state. So the more populated you are, the more in the algorithm that determines how much money goes to which state you stand to gain, because you've got a bigger population, so you need more money.
और अब की बार
An unofficial slogan,
पूरा देश कह रहा है अब की बार,
now sanctified as a formal war cry of the Modi machine. Speeding towards the 2024 election, Prime Minister's speech in Lok Sabha on Monday provided the BJP a turbo boost.
पार्टी को अब हमारी सरकार का तीसरा कार्यकाल भी बहुत दूर नहीं है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा 100-125 दिन बाकी है और अब की बार पूरा देश कह रहा है अब की बार, खड़गे जी भी कह रहे हैं।
The Prime Minister also predicted 370 seats for the BJP in the upcoming general elections.
मैं आम तौर पर ये आंकड़े के चक्कर में नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन मैं देख रहा हूं देश का मिजाज एनडीए को तो 400 पार कर पाई के रहेगा, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 370 सीट अवश्य देगा। बीजेपी को 370 सीट और एनडीए को 400 पार।
But the Prime Minister's poll prediction has the opposition up in arms. The Congress says the only way BJP will win 370 seats is if it rigs EVMs. The stage is set for State of War 2024. Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by नया फोन क्यों लेना, कैशिफाई है ना. Co-presented by Green Lam Laminates, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा.
Only 5 hours to the super prime time national picture that India Today will bring to you. Rahul Gandhi, Rajdeep Sardesai will bring you the biggest voter mood meter. The national 10-hour super broadcast brought to you only by India Today. India's biggest sentiment meter before the big 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Who's rising? Who's sinking? We'll get you all the details. The biggest national survey is now being done by India Today. We are getting you the mood of the nation. Before the big 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Rahul Gandhi, Rajdeep Sardesai will bring you the voter mood meter. Who's winning? Who's losing? Who's winning by how much, and who's losing actually by how much? All the details will be brought to you in the national 10-hour survey. India's biggest sentiment meter before the big 2024 elections. We have seen how all the big national parties, be it the Bharatiya Janata Party or the Congress Party, all of them now making sure that they stitch alliance together. And we have that statement being made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
How many seats will the BJP get if general elections are held today?
Who would you rate as India's best chief minister?
Do you support the idea of one nation, one poll?
Will the consecration of the Ram temple help the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections?
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who do you think is best suited to be India's Prime Minister?
All this and more in the next edition of the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, exclusively on India Today TV.
India's biggest sentiment meter before the big 2024 elections. The mood of the nation brought to you by India Today. Who's rising and who's sinking? We are getting you all the details. Only 5 hours to the super prime time national picture. This is the mood of the nation survey. Rahul Gandhi, Rajdeep Sardesai all set to bring you the biggest voter mood meter. The national 10-hour super broadcast is being brought to you by India Today. Who will become the next Prime Minister of India? In which way are the winds blowing? India's biggest sentiment meter before the big 2024 elections. Prime Minister Narendra Modi already in the parliament has said that it will be the BJP which will get 370 seats this time, and the entire government, NDA, will get more than 400. Rahul Gandhi, Rajdeep Sardesai, all set to get you the biggest voter mood meter. Who's winning? Who's losing?
So here from the city of Chandigarh, Pooja Shali bringing you the special telecast. Importantly, of course, about what the people of Chandigarh have to say, but as much about Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, of course. And here, joining me, the panelists will tell you all about whether it's about political alliances. Will they go ahead with the party who they were in alliance with? Will they decide to contest separately? All of that. Sanjay Tandon joining me from the Bharatiya Janata Party. He's held sway in Chandigarh, and here with the applause coming in from the audience, you can already hear that he's led the BJP here in Chandigarh, so has, of course, experience. Joining me from the Congress Party, Ashpreet Kadyal, known face on all of our television debates as well, and from the I.N.D.A. party, Ehbab Singh Grewal, who's defended his party and very importantly the manner in which it has made a presence in the state of Punjab, what will happen for Haryana and Himachal Pradesh as well. Also joining us on the ground, India Today's representation, Kamaljeet Sandhu, who's been tracking Chandigarh, Punjab politics for years now, and we'll continue to get views from, of course, a brilliant audience here joining us from the city of Chandigarh. One applause for yourself, and they're clearly enthusiastic, and I can tell you they have a lot to say. So let's begin first, primarily about what we are expecting. 6 p.m. Stay tuned, because it is just the start of a marathon telecast. Rahul Gandhi and Rajdeep Sardesai will bring you 6 p.m. onward the mega blockbuster What Mood of the Nation survey is. So if elections are held today in India, if you have to go out and vote today, who will win? Who will you possibly vote for? That is what we are going to discuss and debate about. Let's take a quick breaking coming in about, let me tell you the methodology. How did we decide to go ahead and bring you this very exclusive Mood of the Nation? So as we go with that, let me tell you that the survey was conducted so that you're completely transparent to know about what the method was. The survey was conducted between 15th December 2023 and 28th January 2024. So it is latest, it is recent. Over the last few weeks, there were hundreds, thousands, and lakhs of people who we have spoken to. 35,801 respondents covering all Lok Sabha constituencies and segments were interviewed. An additional 113,081 interviews from regular tracker data were analyzed. So opinion also was taken of 149,092 respondents considered for this MOTN report. Extremely exhaustive, in detail, and that is when we'll now go across to what is happening with regard to, let's begin first with the state of Punjab, because Punjab is going to be very interesting. All right, so let me now bring you the numbers that nobody has access to, and I'm going to tell you precisely what Punjab has decided. So first, 13 seats, 13 Lok Sabha seats for the state of Punjab, and out of those 13 seats in 2019 was 9 going to the India Alliance as it stood, and 4 had gone to the NDA. What is it looking like for the state of Punjab, where also the I.N.D.A. party has made inroads with the Chief Minister and government? What are the guesses? Are they guesses for Punjab? Okay, so from Punjab we go. Sir, not looking good for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because out of 13 seats in Punjab, 2 are going to the NDA, of which BJP will be the focus. 5 for the Congress Party, 5 for the I.N.D.A. party. Why then, tell me Ashpreet, and in fact I'll take that to I.N.D.A. party, why then contest separately? Why not contest together as the India Alliance? Together you're getting 10 seats out of 13 according to the MOTN survey.
Well, it's not about contesting. The fact is that the kind of politics that was prevalent in Punjab, be it the Akali or the Bhajpa politics, which always put somebody in danger. Somebody was in danger and they... Let me finish, sir. That if somebody was in danger all the while, and then they had to get together to solve that problem. So that is over. And secondly, the kind of governance Punjab has seen, misgovernance, over the past 25 years by consecutive Akali, Bhajpa and Congress regimes. When we finish that ideology, we finish that thought in Punjab, we don't see the point of going with that.
Sir, Congress has been abhi to partner hai aapka, and you're saying that misgovernance.
But we have aligned with the Congress for a specific purpose. The purpose is to stop the people who do not believe in the Constitution, who do not believe in federalism, and who do not believe in secularism. So our purpose is to stop them, and we will go to any lengths to do that. But if we've finished that thought in Punjab, we don't see the point of aligning with anybody in Punjab, and we are very confident as far as your numbers are concerned. Yes, you've shown a trend, but I believe that it's going to be much more in our favor.
Much more in your favor. 5 for the Congress party, and we'll go across to the vote share as well. Ashpreet, what does 5 seats look for you?
See, often whenever it's asked to me, what about the opinion polls? I only say one thing: we might not come in the opinion polls, but we always come in the government. Number two, the mood of the nation is to shut the Nafrat ki dukan that the Bharatiya Janata Party has opened up in the last 10 years. Now, this Nafrat ki dukan, what is it? It is Operation Lotus. It is undermining the democracy, undermining the constitution, undermining the people of India and their votes by Operation Lotus. Where have you not seen Operation Lotus happen? We have seen it happen in Goa. We have seen it happen in Maharashtra. We have seen it happen in AP, MP, and many more states. Number two, we have seen the misusage happen of the agencies, whether it be the IT, the ED, the CBI. There is no opposition party in India that has not been subjected to these false and fabricated raids. And it's a matter of fact that 95% of the cases registered by the Enforcement Directorate, which is now turned into enforcement of dictatorship, has been against opposition parties. Now, I only want to ask this question to the Bharatiya Janata Party. If you are anti-corruption, then why, for God's sake, have you been inducting leaders like Hemanta Biswa Sarma, who had a corruption case pending against him? Mr. Mukul Roy, Mr. Narendra, coming to Punjab. Let's talk of Punjab. Let's talk of the Chandigarh Mayor poll. The Honorable Supreme Court of India, the Chief Justice of India, had to say that in Chandigarh Mayor poll, murder of democracy happened, and the presiding officer ought to be prosecuted, and that he was looking at the camera like he was some fugitive. And the Supreme Court was appalled at this kind of conduct in the mayor polls, because, you know, the election process is the stabilizing force of India. And if the Bharatiya Janata Party can do all these things, resort to all these measures in mayor polls, what are they capable of in Lok Sabha and assembly polls? As far as Punjab is concerned, my last point. In Punjab, the Bharatiya Janata Party has chopped off funds time and again, whether it be the NHM, whether it be the RDF, whether it be the SAS, whether it be the Jhanki, the tableau of Punjab that was not allowed for the second time consecutively, or it be the World Cup match. Number two, the Bharatiya Janata Party has been subjecting Punjab to stepmotherly treatment. I'll tell you how. Because the Bharatiya Janata Party was given merely 2 seats, they resorted to vendetta politics against Punjab. They promised us 44,000 crores when Mr. Modi had visited Punjab. Not 44,000 crores. They could not even give us 44 rupees, and their promises...
With Bhagwant Mann now in the Chief Minister position, a lot that you had promised also people, you have to show also what as a Chief Minister, your government has done, not only just blame Prime Minister Modi. Let's take a response. I'll come to you. Sanjay Tandon, when he says Nafrat ki dukan is what the Bharatiya Janata Party is spreading in Punjab.
I think...
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Am I audible? I think the mood of the nation was being discussed, and then you brought out the information with regard to Punjab. And my friend walked over all over the country without talking about Punjab. My main focus, if you keep it over there, the two parties, they have been contesting election against each other, whether it is Punjab or whether it is Delhi. They've been criticizing each other. They have no commonality under any kind of a thing that what do they want to do, what do they want to perform, if there any commonality in the manifesto. They are just pulling each other. Now they are trying to force an unholy alliance. Now you were also trying to push them into that in case you are winning so many. Yeah. So this is a kind of thing which they are wanting to put it together. Now, my friend also mentioned about that that the BJP has been ignoring Punjab. Just wanted to say, whatever has been done in this last 10 years for Punjab and Punjabis, I think it has never been done in the last 60, 70 years of independent India. We have a Kartarpur corridor which was under discussion for a number of years. But our government, Modi ji personally went over there and we got it started. This is something which every Punjabi was looking forward to, even in the world, what to talk of Punjab. So that got started. We have a Veer Pal Divas, I think for a number of years, this discussion was on, like they never respected the Gurus, Sahibzadas. So we got this started today. The world is looking at that. we have been able to declare this day especially for them.
But Sanjay ji, I'll tell you that I think looking from the mood of the nation survey, BJP may have to work harder in Punjab because with the 17% going to NDA as the projected vote share, 65% is going to the India Alliance. Let me now bring you the big news and let me go across to the audience as well. What is the party-wide vote share? Now, I told you about India Alliance may be gaining ground. They may be gaining a vote share projection for 2024, which is higher. Let me now bring you party-wise projection vote percent. Very interesting. Bharatiya Janata Party. Let's go across to that. 17%. 17% looks like a presence in Punjab, but Aam Aadmi Party above 27% for a fairly new party in Punjab, but now that is in the state heading. But Congress Party is showing the maximum, 38%. Akali Dal, 14%. What does the audience say? Congress going to 38% in Punjab. Only 7%. So,
0%.
Kamaljeet, we have that news. There are, of course, some people say here in Chandigarh. Kamaljeet, over to you to what the audience has to say.
So let's just have a word with them.
Yes.
But let me tell you that Punjab has always gone against the grain. So if it's going to be BJP in the center, the Punjab is going to vote for some other party. It's going to be either Congress or the Aam Aadmi Party. And remember, let's just have a word with the audience as to what they have to say. Lok Sabha polls, we know Punjab.
मैं हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ?
ऐसा जल्दी।
मैं सिर्फ ये कह रहा हूँ, जिसका मुख्यमंत्री शराबी हो, वो शराब से कैसे पंजाब को दूर कर सकता है?
Personal stand here. This is obviously we're looking at Lok Sabha polls. Sir, do tell us, आपको लगता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी अच्छा करेगी कि कांग्रेस का गठबंधन अगर दोनों होगा या फिर अकाली दल बीजेपी?
जी, मेरा सवाल एक्चुअली बीजेपी से है कि साहब आप सनी देओल साहब को ले आए हमारे सर के ऊपर, ना वो लोकसभा में दिखते हैं ना पंजाब में दिखते हैं, आप तो फिल्मों में नहीं दिखते, आप कम से कम लोकल कैंडिडेट तो चूज किया कीजिए।
सरकार कब तक आएगी? आपको लगता है लोकसभा के लिए पंजाब में कौन हावी रहेगा?
मैं बीजेपी तो यहाँ पे कभी भी एग्जिस्टेंस में थी ही नहीं, और जो उनकी करंट पॉलिसीज है, जैसे पंजाब का टैबलो नहीं दिखने दिया और चीजें हो गई, पंजाब ने हमेशा बीजेपी को नकारा है।
इसकी सीट ज्यादा है
मैडम, पंजाब में जो सीट्स आएंगी वो बीजेपी की भी, आप जो कह रहे हैं 1-2 सीटें, बीजेपी की कम से कम 4-5 सीटें आएंगी। और आप पार्टी को इस बार नशे का उन्होंने कहकर आए थे सत्ता में, और जो रोजगार को लेकर दोनों चीजों में फेल है, और वो सिर्फ FIR करने की पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं।
Okay, Kamaljeet, I want to know from people here, do you think that the drug issue, जो नशा का issue है, वो अभी भी पंजाब के लिए, do you think it is still a big issue? It should be focused on. क्या किया है आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार ने? Let's listen.
Let's just get a word from some women and some men also. What do you think? Is drugs a big issue? What is the biggest issue?
I think when we talk about Punjab, my question is to Aam Aadmi Party. So basically, we are seeing that Aam Aadmi Party has started a NRI facilitation center. So don't you think आपको migration जो control करना चाहिए उस पे ज्यादा focus करना चाहिए, या आप NRI facilitation देकर आप हमारे youth को brain drain के लिए और ज्यादा promote कर रहे हैं? Sir, drugs का issue है आपके लिए?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल. According to me, drug is actually a cross-border issue. It needs support by the center as well as the multiple states associated with it. तो सारे states मिलकर अगर काम करेंगे rather than world war politics ना करें यहाँ पे, तो वो ज्यादा better है.
सर, आप तो वर्ल्ड पीस की बात करने लगे, आपको लगता है कि कौन किसका दबदबा रहेगा लोग?
Okay.
Actually, center as well as both the states दोनों की ही responsibility है drug को solve करने के लिए.
So I think they are offering solutions, but that's what the Janta is saying. But as far as Punjab is concerned,
Kamaljeet, Punjab is one state. Let's remember the state that had green revolution was where it started, to now a dark epidemic. The drug abuse has consumed a generation in Punjab, and Aam Aadmi Party needs to do much more, sir. Above, I will say much more. I don't think enough has been done for Punjab, specifically when it comes to drug epidemic, and law and order is also becoming a concern. So many cases emerging, and that's the reason that while Aam Aadmi Party has made traction, and that's the big news coming in, when it comes to seats, BJP, you may say, is losing, is not getting it. According to our information, just getting 2 seats. but out of that 10, you may be getting up 5, and Congress is getting 5, and yet you think it's confident to go on all 13. I'll take that, Ashpreet, also from you. Quickly on
Yes, of course. Look, first of all, BJP, the only thing they can talk about is holy or unholy. Again, religion was brought into the process, and that's what they've been doing. I've grown up listening to Pant Khatrich and then Pant Nubachonli, both of them get together. This has been happening all the while. Secondly, as the younger lady over there said, yes, NRIs are being facilitated, but it is for their problems. And secondly, for the drug, it is a social issue. The biggest problem was that there was political patronage for drug dealers, for drug people. It is an open secret. That oxygen has been switched off, number one. Number two, the focus is on providing jobs, 40,000 jobs in the first 1.5 years. Then you spend, say, 50,000 crore worth of investment. You are bringing in an environment where it is now, people have started feeling the hope. And I beg to disagree with you because in Jalandhar, they were calling it was Congress ka gar, so to say.
Correct.
But we won that. They might say Sangrur.
In the by-poll Jalandhar
yes,
election,
and
Aam Aadmi Party won.
Sangrur
Yes.
by-election was immediately after the polls. And then again, an emotive issue, somebody's child was killed, and that was made into an emotive issue. Now, what we fear, or in fact not fear in Punjab, but in Punjab it's so fluid. The Congress chief, ex-Congress chief is the today's BJP chief. Okay. Now Bajwa Saab, lenter pe BJP ra chanda ji, tatale Congress. So you don't know who's going where. So that's why when the situation is fluid, we refuse to.
Okay, both the parties are getting 5 seats. You are a grand old party. They are a fairly new party, almost same seats. Is that somehow... is the Congress party slightly concerned and scared that Aam Aadmi Party is making big inroads and also is confident to go alone, all 13 seats?
Congress party is going to be sweeping Punjab election by 13-0. Number two, the Bharatiya Janata Party could not tell 5 things that they have done for Punjab in the last 10 years. I hope my audio is fine.
Yes,
It is?
yes.
Right. So the Bharatiya Janata Party, I'll ask it here itself, prove it to all of you. I'd ask Mr. Tandon, please enlist 5 things that you have done for the people of Punjab in the last 10 years. I can guarantee you, I can assure you, he won't be able to name and specify 5 things. Specific. Number 2, an interim budget has come. What is there for Punjab in it? 0 things have been given to Punjab in the interim budget, and therefore Punjab would give a big 0 to the Bharatiya Janata Party. And I tell them one more thing, a little advice for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Whether or not you align with the Shromani Akali Dal, the result is still going to be 0, because 0 plus 0 is always equal to 0. No matter if you align with them, you be the front engine of the double engine or the back engine of the double engine. Because, you know, the questions, the main concern of the BJP SAD as to alliance is what? They say that we want to be the front engine. We have 2 seats. The Shromani Akali Dal says we want to be the front engine. We have 3 seats. So I'd only say, even if you gather together and contest the election, you'll still not match half of the Congress party's present assembly seats. Number 2, as far as the democracy is concerned, may I request you, please do not interrupt me. I request you, please. I'm humbly requesting you, please. So as far as that, you know, why Punjab makes up its mind, on the basis of what it makes up its mind, democracy. The Bharatiya Janata Party has tried to turn our democracy into of the BJP, for the BJP, by the BJP. The budget that they have brought is of the rich, for the rich, by the rich. Therefore, the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be given a befitting reply.
Sweeping elections one by one.
As far as
in the state assembly.
yeah.
Confidence of 400 ke paar ab ki baar.
See, as far as 400 is concerned, may I please complete, sir? So as far as 400 is concerned, there's a 0 extra put in there. There's a 0 extra put in there by the BJP. Number 2, as far as Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and MPs, please, kindly, I do appreciate, please, may I interrupt? May I please complete?
Okay, so
Just the last point.
Okay.
As far as Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and MP is concerned, we had lost them in before 2004, and despite that, we had emerged as the single largest party and formed government.
The focus, Aam Aadmi Party Congress looking good, but that's just one state. They have a member of parliament in Chandigarh. What about Haryana, Himachal Pradesh? And what about the city as well? I'm heading into a very short break. Stay tuned to the special telecast coming in from the city of Chandigarh about at least 3 states and 1 important union territory. After a very short break, you're watching Mood of the Nation Survey.
here you see how the contribution in the overall central pie for some of the South Indian states is coming down. So in the 10th Finance Commission, Karnataka had 5.34% contribution. Out of all the money that was being sent, 5.34 was coming to Karnataka. In the 11th Finance Commission, it came down. 12th Finance Commission came down further. 13th, it came down further. By the time of the 15th Finance Commission, it came down to 3.65. So out of every 100 rupees that are getting distributed at this moment, Karnataka is getting only 3.65 rupees. In the 10th Finance Commission, they got 5.34. This doesn't look like a big amount right now, but just imagine when it's thousands of crores, every decimal makes a big difference. Kerala used to get 3.88% of every 100 rupees in the 10th Finance Commission. That's now come down to 1.93. So big drop in the case of Kerala as well. Whereas in the case of a Tamil Nadu, for example, from 6.64, the amount of money that Tamil Nadu is getting out of every 100 rupees that the center is spending is now only 4.08. Whereas other states, like take for example in Uttar Pradesh, and I've got that here as an example, Uttar Pradesh is kind of where it was, 17% earlier, 17.94% now. So 17.81 in the 10th Finance Commission went up to almost 20% in the 11th Finance Commission and is still about 18% in the 15th Finance Commission. So while the South Indian states are getting more money, but that's also because the economy is growing, so naturally you'll get more money. But when you look at the percentage that they're getting out of every 100 rupees that the center is spending, the South Indian states are complaining that the amount of money that they're getting as a percentage is actually coming down. That's at the nub of the problem.
जैसे आपका नकल विरोधी का जो कानून मॉडल बना और केंद्र में गया, आपको क्या लगता है देश में भी ये लागू हो सकता है?
हम देखिए देवभूमि में इसको लागू करेंगे और देवभूमि में चूंकि देवभूमि की जनता ने इस पर हमको हर तरीके से आशीर्वाद दिया है, हमारी कमेटी ने पूरे राज्य के अंदर काम किया है और ये कानून सबकी समानता का कानून है। ये कानून मातृशक्ति के उत्थान का, उनके सशक्तिकरण का, आत्मनिर्भरता का, उनका आत्म बल से वो रह पाए, स्वाभिमान के साथ जी पाए, किसी प्रकार की कुरीतियां जो उनके जीवन को प्रभावित करती हैं, उनके अंदर एक हीन भावना पैदा करती है, उससे उबारने का काम ये विधेयक करेगा, ये एक्ट करेगा।
दूसरे जो राज्य है वो भी आपको देख रहे हैं, असम भी देख रहा है आपको, गुजरात भी देख रहा है, तो कैसे देखते हैं?
हमारा तो ये रहेगा कि हम जहाँ राज्य में लागू कर रहे हैं, अन्य राज्य भी इसको लागू करें, अच्छा कानून है।
दूसरी तरफ विपक्ष आपके ऊपर आरोप लगा रहा है कि आप पोलराइजेशन कर रहे हैं, या लोकसभा के समय पे ही इस कानून को लाने की क्या जरूरत थी? ट्राइबल्स को भी अलग रख दिया है, तो ये यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड नहीं है, उसको क्या जवाब देंगे?
विपक्ष तो केवल तुष्टीकरण की बात उन्होंने हमेशा की है। देश की आजादी के बाद पहली बार एक अच्छा काम हुआ है और हमने इसकी शुरुआत की है। ट्राइबल्स की जहां तक बात है, ट्राइबल्स को भारत के संविधान में विशेष प्रकार का जो एक प्रिविलेज है और भारत के संविधान के अनुरूप ही हमने इसको बनाया है। इसलिए भारत के संविधान की जो भावना है, जो उन्होंने उसमें प्रावधान किया है, ट्राइबल्स जनजातियों के लिए जो प्रावधान है, उसी को हमने इसमें भी उसका प्रावधान इसमें भी किया है हमने।
आखिरी सवाल लेंगे आपसे, आगे इसको भविष्य में कैसे देख रहे हैं, कैसे लागू होगा और इसको किस तरह के संशोधन की इसमें गुंजाइश है? क्योंकि कई सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो मुसलमान समुदाय से भी लोग जैसे बोल रहे थे कि ये इस्लाम के खिलाफ हो सकता है या शरीयत के खिलाफ है, उसको लेकर आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये सबकी समानता के लिए है, मातृशक्ति के उत्थान के लिए, उनकी सशक्तिकरण के लिए, उनकी सुरक्षा के लिए, उनके हर प्रकार से उनका आत्मबल बना रहे, उनका स्वाभिमान बना रहे, उसके लिए किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है। और जो कुरीतियां हैं उनके खिलाफ है। एक देश के अंदर एक कानून होना चाहिए, और यहाँ इस पर उत्तराखंड की जनता ने हमको मैंडेट दिया है इसके लिए, और समस्त औपचारिकताएं पूरी करने के बाद हम इसको लागू करेंगे। किसी को टारगेट करने जैसा कोई विषय नहीं है।
Presented by नया फोन क्यों लेना, कैशिफाई है ना। को प्रेजेंटेड बाय ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Welcome back. You're watching the special telecast from Chandigarh, and right behind me is the beautiful Sukna Lake, which is, of course, one of the big tourist highlights for Chandigarh. But it is not only the audience, but the special panelists here to tell you and discuss with you the sentiment on the ground. What does Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, and Chandigarh think about what the situation on the ground is? Let me now take you through Haryana. What does it look like for the state of Haryana, for the BJP and the Congress party specifically? Now, I can tell you that at this point, for Haryana, the projected vote percentage for the NDA being led by the BJP is 50%. 50% for the state of Haryana, and for the India Alliance, still close enough, 38%. But India Alliance, remember when we say we include the parties that are still sort of at some level fighting with each other, and I.N.D.A, which is not a part of any alliance right now, has about 2% with the talks that are still on. But NDA 50%, India Alliance 38%, others 12%. Party projected vote share, Sanjay Tandon of the Bharatiya Janata Party taking complete 50% of the alliance. Congress gets 38%. I.N.D.A 2%. I know Aam Aadmi Party has been trying to make inroads into Haryana, but I think apart from Punjab, it will have to wait for Haryana. Sanjay Tandon not making a breakthrough in Punjab as much, but so strong in Haryana that more than 50% in terms of at least consistency. Half of the vote share is to your party. What do you think is the reason that people in Haryana think BJP and NDA is the party to go to?
Pooja, the basic thing one needs to see in this matter is that this is the Lok Sabha election, which you have tried to
Correct.
project.
Yes.
In the Lok Sabha election, all the issues of the country, all the issues of how the central government has worked on, and all the issues how the Modi ki guarantee has worked. I think that has been the response. My friends have been taking up the issues of the state-wise, but if you see that in the 10 year from 4 to 14, the Jharna itself was bad. Jharna hi ganda tha, to nadi to gandi honi thi. In these 10 years, 14 se lekar 24 tak, in these 10 years, Jharna has been cleaned totally. There has not been a single case of corruption against the government. Then the Modi ki guarantee has worked like the way we have opened the Jan Dhan accounts. 51 crore people were deprived earlier for opening the bank accounts because there was no zero balance account. We opened the account. We gave them Ayushman Bharat. We gave them a medical guarantee, a health guarantee. We gave the card, Kisan Soil Card, to the Kisan. So we have given the guarantees which we had promised, and we have given more than those which we had not even promised. And today, I think the best is yet to come. We are looking at our economy, which is the 5th largest economy in the world today. We are looking at reaching a 3rd largest economy.
Because I'm looking at the seat share now. Seat share in Haryana, 50% for you, but seat share from 10 seats has come down. 8 seats. So not all 10 are going to you. Possibly it looks like JJP could also be going through and getting at least 2, but BJP would be getting not 10 all, but 8 with the alliance.
You see, your combination is because JJP joined the alliance after the earlier Lok Sabha elections.
Okay.
So that happened after the Lok Sabha election.
Yes.
So your calculation could be adjusted to
50%
that.
for the Bharatiya
So
Janata Party in Haryana, but 8 seats, not 10. Kamalji.
You know, one has to look at two things. One, there are assembly elections immediately after Lok Sabha elections. The other is there's going to be anti-incumbency. Remember, the farmers are still agitating, especially regarding the MSP. Now, that is one of those things. The other is the performance bit. But what BJP is going to be relying on is the Mandir part. And if that is going to do the magic for them in Haryana, the other is obviously post the farmer bills and then taking them back. All that is going to be also factored in, and you cannot rule out Congress party because Congress is a small but now an important player, because there's always this anti-incumbency. Last time around, JJP was the savior, and that's how they could form the government. But this time around, the Huda and the other
2
factors
seats
are
to the
working in.
Congress
Yes.
party. And you know, like we were discussing earlier, Kamalji, is it the 3M? Modi, Mandir, and Manohar Lal Khattar. Do you think that is the magic that is working for Haryana?
you see, Modi ki guarantee is the one line which covers everything. We had guaranteed Ram ka Mandir. These people were making fun of us that Mandir wahi banayenge, तिथि नहीं बताएंगे. आज तिथि भी आई है, मंदिर भी बना है, and people are also appreciating it, and it is echoing not only in the country, it is echoing all over the world.
2 seats for the Congress party only.
As far as the Modi की guarantee term goes, कौन सी guarantee पूरी हुई? 15 लाख, 2 crore jobs a year, doubling farmers' income. Or diesel, petrol, gas, paneer, dal, dahi, doodh, all the prices have gone down. I mean, not one guarantee has been fulfilled in the last 10 years. And in fact, they take out a yatra for the propagation and saturation of the schemes. The schemes that you brought about in 2014, you want to propagate them in 2024. This is an admission of their failure, that they could not bring about
Yes,
the
you
schemes
agree
to the
on
people
14
of India.
then.
Number two, as far as Haryana's people, may I please kindly, as far as the people of Haryana are concerned, they asked the Bharatiya Janata Party, what about the 700 farmers that were martyred because of your farm laws? What about the Lakhimpur Kheri Kand, wherein the Bharatiya Janata Party's Laj Saab mowed down the farmers? What about the 6 promises that you made to the farmers about MSP, about compensation, about taking back the cases? And what about the Bharatiya Janata Party's MP that called farmers terrorists? Not one leader.
Do you think that their vote share is coming down from 58% to 50% now?
See, it will come down to 10% when the votes are cast, when the election results are announced. Number 2, women wrestlers is one of the biggest issues that there is in Haryana. Women wrestlers had to give up their medals because of a Bharatiya Janata Party's leader.
And the
Number 2,
of harassment.
yes. Number 2, then IIT BHU incident where BJP workers were involved in the molestation of a girl student, a girl child. And then the Bilkis Bano convicts issue. The Bharatiya Janata Party has only been making false promises for women empowerment, but done nothing for them. And therefore, the women are going to be ousted in the BJP.
Kamalji, then we'll take one quick
Can I
one from the audience.
just quickly answer his on the woman
ahead,
he's
sir.
talked about? This is a 27 crore ladies who have set up their business under Mudra Loan Yojana that has already started. There's a 27 crore ladies whose account has been opened under Jan Dhan Yojana. I just want to say that when this COVID struck the country or in the world, what happened? Like, we had Jan Dhan Yojana, we had the bank accounts of everyone. We could transfer funds immediately to the account holders. We could immediately help them out because
Don't get too confident, because it looks like Congress vote share is increasing.
May I ask one question? Just one question.
I think the way their Dukan is going, they are going to lose all the seats.
Look, first of all, I disagree that we are not making a presence in Haryana. If they're getting 50%, what's the point of holding elections? As Mr. Tandon said, if so much has happened, how come 5 crore people have gone below the poverty line in the last 10 years? How come there has been no poverty alleviation? How come on all parameters we are down, from press freedom to everything? How come we are down? Secondly, ma'am, as of now, Modi, Mandir and Manohar Lal, they can say whatever, but people are not fools. They know.
One quick word. Kamalji, go ahead. So he's saying people are not fools. Public sab
But don't quote the wrong figures. You know, there are 25 crore people who have been elevated above that yellow line.
Let's go to the Janta and find out.
It is a published data. So the published data cannot be questioned.
Sir, your government has never issued any
क्या
data.
सवाल है आपका? मानते हैं कि जो 10 से 8 सीटें बीजेपी को आएंगी, आपको लगता है खुश हैं?
जिस प्रकार से आदरणीय मोदी साहब ने देश में इतना अच्छा काम किया है, जो मोदी साहब की गारंटी है, जो भी बीजेपी ने प्रॉमिस किए और उसको फुलफिल किया, उसी की तर्क के आधार पर हम कह सकते हैं आदरणीय मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी एक ईमानदार की छवि है, मेहनती है.
looks like Haryana
महिलाओं
has the
से
support
पूछते
of the
हैं.
Bharatiya Janata Party.
Do tell us
Yes.
what is your opinion?
In my opinion, the slogan raised by the government of India in 2015, "बेटी बचाओ, बेटी पढ़ाओ."
Has worked for you.
जिस तरीके से अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट है हरियाणा के अंदर, तो शायद मुझे लगता है स्लोगन वो ना हो जाओ कि बेटी को बचाओ, रोटियां पकवाओ.
Okay, lovely. Young women have spoken. Let's go across now to a state I have a very strong connect to, Jammu and Kashmir. What does
that may be calling for one of the parties there, because that's a strong will.
Definitely the Bharatiya Janata Party.
All leaders have to now ensure that the focus to Jammu and Kashmir and to the Kashmir Valley comes in. What is the Jammu and Kashmir projections are coming in? Let's take a look at that. All right, for J&K, the data that I have right now, NDA getting a 49%, India Alliance at about 36%, others have about 15%. And we can tell you that out of 5 Jammu and Kashmir seats, India Alliance bloc looks like it is winning 3 out of 5. NDA is getting 2 seats. So it's going to be a very close contest for Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen peace, Sanjay Tandon, we have seen a lot of changes, but let me take that for Congress party first. Why do you think possibly 3 out of 5 for Jammu and Kashmir?
It's going to be 5 out of 5 for the India bloc, number one. Number two, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, they have only made promises to the people of Jammu and Kashmir and delivered none. A big nada has been delivered to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Therefore, the seats for the BJP is also going to be 0. As far as the issues of Jammu and Kashmir are concerned, the first and the biggest issue is employment. I was myself in Jammu and Kashmir since I'm the media coordinator of AICC there. So the people have been asking and requesting the government for employment. The Bharatiya Janata Party promised 2 crore jobs a year. It should have been 20 crore in 10 years, but they have snatched away jobs from the people of India. And therefore, the people are going to be ousting the Bharatiya Janata Party on the basis of that. And as far as elections are concerned, my question to Mr. Tandon is, by when would assembly elections start happening in Jammu and Kashmir? Because the Honorable Supreme Court's verdict has also come. The statehood also has to be restored. Yes. Now, the fact of the matter is that the people say that the BJP had promised us अच्छे दिन तो आए नहीं, बुरे दिन जरूर आ गए हैं.
But I want to add here, the voting percentage, vote share, I'll tell you, very interesting. India bloc may be getting 3 out of 5 seats in Lok Sabha seats for Jammu and Kashmir, but the vote share for NDA is 49%. That's almost half that. Also,
one question.
India bloc is 36%.
I just one question. I have one question for Tandon
we
sir.
never had earlier in Jammu Kashmir.
May I ask him one question?
Just a second. So the 2 seats we already had in the Jammu region. So possibly you are repeating those. But we are making a strong presence in the Kashmir area. I just want to add quick 2-3 points over here. When there was a Congress rule, you had those stone throwing every day. You were reading. In the last 4 years, you have not seen a single case where the stone throwing has happened. You have not seen the infiltration, the kind of infiltration which used to happen earlier. Today, it is almost negligible.
Just one question.
Like these people were talking about, the moment you touch 370, खून की नदियां बह जाएंगी. एक परिंदा ने पर नहीं मारा है 370.
I have one question. Just one question. A very important question.
Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir is a part of the country, 100% part of the country.
One question.
And in all probability, we are going to win number of seats in Kashmir.
Just one question to Mr. Tandon. Just one question. A very specific question. My question to the BJP is, in your budget, tell us one thing for Jammu and Kashmir, one thing for Haryana, one thing for Punjab, please.
Sir, you are talking about budget again and again. When Mr. Chidambaram had given his budget in 2014...
No, what have you brought about?
Just a second. Have a faith. Listen to the other person also. Only then you'll be able to understand. In 2014, in the interim budget, they started making
in this budget.
Sir, please allow me.
No.
In those budget, in the interim budget, they start promising those things which they cannot deliver. For the first time, we have mentioned about that this is what we propose to do. In the interim budget, such promises are not made.
But Ashok, they have made a big
I
announcement
fail
for
to
J&K.
understand why my friend is raising this again.
I would like to
Announced,
just
yes.
how come if things are so nice, how come whole of Leh and Ladakh is on the streets? How come?
I was gonna come to that,
ma'am,
sir.
stone pelting has come down, but the highest number of military casualties in the last 10 years, how has that happened, sir? How is it that the day three of our officers are martyred, Modi ji is being showered with petals? How come this has happened?
Has it really
How is this
returned, or
possible?
is it just for there to show on
The
this?
former governor has exposed the BJP, Mr. Malik. He said the 40 CRPF Jawans that were martyred, that wouldn't have happened had they have given planes to them. Now, why did the Bharatiya Janata Party not do that for the Jawans? I want to know.
You start picking up the individual issues. You do not start picking up the overall development of the area. You just start seeing that people were challenging के लाल चौक के ऊपर तिरंगा तहरा के दिखाओ हम वहां पर गोली चला देंगे. And today every house over there in 26 January there was a tiranga in every house in Kashmir. So that is,
but no jobs.
That is what the change has happened.
Sir, you're talking about elections, but the elections haven't taken place since 2019. It's been such a long time. And remember, as far as voting patterns are concerned, Jammu and Kashmir vote very, very differently. And obviously Leh Ladakh, where there are protests currently going on for statehood. So what is important and significant is not just the BJP stance, but what happens to the regional leaders like the NC, the PDP? How is BJP going to field their own, especially coming to Kashmir, and how Kashmir votes? Because that is being put on the entire India map as one of the successes of BJP.
Very interesting, Kamal.
You see, on this part, the Honorable Supreme Court has already mentioned about it, and the Election Commission is already working on that.
But why
and the
didn't
moment,
you do it, sir?
The moment it is declared, I think it is likely to happen as soon as possible.
And many people on the ground also feel local leaders must have a presence, whether it's NC, PDP or BJP, not just netas from Delhi will have to dictate what happens in
whosoever
Jammu and
will
Kashmir,
contest there, they'll all be the local leaders. Nobody from.
I'm also joined, sir, by a colleague on the ground. Ashraf Wani is joining us. Ashraf, we are told that with regard to Jammu and Kashmir, it is about and that it is looking good in terms of vote share for the Bharatiya Janata Party, for the NDA, but not for seats as much. Perhaps a lot more needs to be done for Jammu and Kashmir. Kamalji, like we were talking, at this point, J&K will hold very important measures to reflect on the BJP or then reflect on the opposition parties as well, don't you think? And with Ladakh right now protesting for statehood and safeguard of the rights, that will play a very crucial role in Lok Sabha elections.
Well, there are 34 seats in North India. We're looking at 6 seats from Jammu and Kashmir, down to 13 in Punjab, then 4 in Himachal Pradesh. We have 10 in Haryana, so on. But coming together is 34, so they do pack in a punch. But meanwhile, it's not just important, it's how the voting pattern. Like for 6 seats, it's a diverse way of voting.
Ashraf is also joining us, and we'll go across to what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. But because I'm short on time, I want to simultaneously take the hill state of Himachal Pradesh. Let's take a look at what the numbers are for the state of Himachal Pradesh. All right, for Himachal, remember where right now the Congress government is, and with the Sukhu government that has brought, as it says, overthrown the BJP earlier, now NDA getting 60% vote share for the state of Himachal Pradesh. India Alliance standing at about 29%. NDA seats, we are told, are getting 4 in Himachal Pradesh. Ashpreet, you may have a chief minister in Himachal Pradesh, but when it comes to Lok Sabha seats, it sounds like Delhi to me. Will vote for Kejriwal, but will also vote for Modi in Lok Sabha. Why do you think they wouldn't want to vote for your party in the Lok Sabha while voting as the chief minister?
They would definitely be voting for the. They would definitely be voting for the Congress party for the simple reason: we do not do what the Bharatiya Janata Party and their expertise does. They promise and forget. We promise and we deliver, and that's what we have done in the last couple of months as well. You look at the sector, you look at the medical sector, you look at the economy of Himachal Pradesh. In the coming 10 years, it's going to be the richest state. And this mic issue as well.
No, I can
so
assure
if I'm
This is what Congress does.
Because the Bharatiya Janata Party has gotten
when the board falls,
so
then he blames.
thinking, it might
When the EVM, I can tell you about. I come from Himachal. I can tell you They promised 1,500 rupees to every woman of Himachal Pradesh. Today, even a single woman has not got.
If I may, I'm sorry if I may answer.
You promised that you will pick up the gobar for 2 rupees a kg. You never picked up. You have made a gobar all around.
I may,
you wanted to pick up this milk. You have promised that we will be picking it up at 100 rupees a kg. You have not done anything.
If I may
You promised 5 lakh jobs. You have not done anything. The Sukhu government has been reduced into a Dukhu government. The people are
Dukh of
really.
Bharatiya Janata Party, of course. We know we are the Dukh of Bharatiya Janata Party. We understand.
600 offices have been closed by Sukhu government.
Let's not turn this into the parliament.
Some of them are schools, some of them are tehsils, some of them are the offices. You have shut down those.
Janata to speak on this from Himachal. We have a youth. What do you really have to say about all this debate which is going on?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my question is to Congress person, sir. So, Honorable Sir, the Congress government has promised as of employment to youth, and sir, the promise has not been fulfilled yet. So, the Priyanka Gandhi ji has already in her election manifesto has told that we will be delivering the 1 lakh job in the first cabinet meeting. So, and our honorable
no jobs. This is what he's saying.
If I may answer the question. Now, Tandon Saab, let's not encroach upon the time of others. What you do in the parliament, we understand it's your expertise.
What kind of problem Himachal has gone through?
Modus operandi, but the question has been posed to Congress. It's not a government in Himachal, Tandon Saab. May I? Tandon Saab, it's not a government anymore in Himachal. The question is for Congress.
They were out there.
Or you thought this question is for you unemployment.
Sir, we make it neutral and ask another person from Himachal.
हाँ जी सर, मैं कांग्रेस वाले प्रवक्ता से बात करना चाहता हूँ डायरेक्टली कि आपने हाटी मुद्दा जो चल रहा है सिरमौर में, इस टाइम पे आपने उसके ऊपर ध्यान क्यों नहीं दिया जा रहा है? आप ये चाहते हैं कि प्रोटेस्ट और बढ़े और इस पे आप ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हो और आप हर चीज के ऊपर बस दावे कर रहे हो कि ऐसा हो रहा है, कुछ हो नहीं रहा है डायरेक्टली. अगर
there is a question mark on Congress performance and their promises.
Now, if I may answer, number one, we have bettered the law and order situation in Himachal. We have bettered the education sector. We have bettered the medical sector. We have bettered the economy of Himachal Pradesh. Number one. Number two, if I may please answer. As far as the prices of diesel and petrol go, we have reduced the prices also. Talk of OPS, something that the Bharatiya Janata Party would never do. Number two, if I may complete. Number two, the Bharatiya Janata Party has only promised. I'll just say one thing. 2014, 53 bucks was the price of diesel. What was the price of diesel in 2014? 53 bucks. What is the price of diesel in 2024? It's around 90 bucks. What was the price of dollar? Tandon Saab, if you keep on interrupting me, I'll have to interrupt you. Please.
Why doesn't it show?
Let's talk. I'll tell you. I'll just say one. Why does it not show? Because I'll answer. Operation Lotus is one of the major reasons as to why the Bharatiya Janata Party. Tandon Saab, I'll keep on interrupting you if you do that. So one, the Bharatiya Janata Party has one simple slogan: either you vote for us or we snatch it away from you, like we did in Chandigarh Mayorpool. The Bharatiya Janata Party tries to campaign through IT, ED and CBI. That's the reason as to why they might have been able to have a little gain. But the people are going to be ousting them for these actions.
That's all the time I have for. I appreciate all the panelists for joining us in Chandigarh. And I can tell you, as I wrap up in Chandigarh, our numbers...
I can assure the Hattis, it will be done. It will be done by the BJP. I can tell you.
It was done in the last 5 years.
Chandigarh has a BJP member of parliament, 1 seat. The numbers looking good for the BJP in Chandigarh again for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, 1 seat. But all the states that we have shown you remind us that 2024 may be close, but there are still numbers that are fluctuating, both for the Bharatiya Janata Party, Congress, and for the I.N.D.A. Party. You will decide. The voter, the Janta will decide who sits in leadership positions. And thank you for asking questions, giving your opinions of whether they are doing their work or not. That's exactly why we have ensured this ground telecast comes in. Thank you so much for joining us on India Today Ground. And a round of applause for yourself and for the Netas here as well. And stay tuned. 6 p.m. is when the big mega blockbuster comes with all the numbers from across the country. Rahul Gandhi and Rajdeep Sardesai will be bringing you, but it is a marathon coverage. Next, we go on to the other set of states after a very short break. Thanking you from here, from my team, Kamaljeet Sandhu, Manjeet Sehgal, Satyendra Jain, Lalit Sharma, all of us together, bringing you with our team from Delhi as well. Thank you very much. Heading into a very short.
22 जनवरी को पूरी हिंदुस्तान के अंदर और दुनिया के अंदर जहां कहीं भी हम देख रहे थे, हर ओर से एक ही आवाज आ रही थी। यह अद्भुत क्षण था। प्रसन्नता इस बात की भी थी कि हमने वचन निभाया और मंदिर वहीं बनाया। दुर्योधन ने कहा था, सुच्याग्रम नेव पास्यामि बिना युद्धेन केशव, यानी सुई की नोक के बराबर भी जमीन नहीं दूंगा मैं, एक कृष्ण युद्ध के बगैर नहीं दूंगा। तो महाभारत का युद्ध तो होना ही होना था। क्या हुआ? पूरा कौरव पक्ष से ही स्वाहा हो गया। पांडवों को संरक्षण देने वाला लाक्षागृह है। वहां के सारे प्रमाण इस बात को प्रदर्शित करते हैं और न्यायालय के इस फैसले का सम्मान होना चाहिए। अयोध्या का उत्सव लोगों ने देखा तो नंदी बाबा ने भी कहा, भाई हम काहे इंतजार करें। उन्होंने भी इंतजार किए बगैर रात्रि में बैरिकेड तोड़वा डाले और हमारे कृष्ण कन्हैया कहां मानने वाले हैं।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 22 and minimum 7 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 28 and minimum 16 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 32 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 22 degrees.
ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಧಿಕ್ಕಾರ.
Protests rocking Delhi and Karnataka as the South Fund fight peaks. As 3 South states up the ante against the centre, claiming discrimination in distribution of funds, Prime Minister Modi lashed out at the Congress, blaming them for creating a North-South divide.
जिस कांग्रेस ने अखबारों पर ताले लगाने तक की कोशिश की, आवाज जो कांग्रेस देश को तोड़ने के नैरेटिव घटना का नया शौक उनको पैदा हुआ। इतना तोड़ा कम नहीं है, अब उत्तर दक्षिण को तोड़ने के लिए बयान दिए जा रहे हैं।
The Prime Minister also explained in detail why some states get more in the country and warned against dividing India on state lines.
हिंदुस्तान के किसी भी कोने में दर्द हो तो पीड़ा सबको होनी चाहिए। अगर देश का एक कोना, अगर शरीर का एक अंग अगर काम नहीं करता है तो पूरा शरीर अपंग माना जाता है। शरीर जिस प्रकार से अगर देश का भी कोई कोना, देश का कोई क्षेत्र विकास से वंचित रह जाएगा तो देश विकसित नहीं हो सकता है। और इसलिए हमें भारत को एक अंगांगी भाव से देखना होना चाहिए, उसको टुकड़ों में नहीं देखना चाहिए। देश के अंदर ये भाव तोड़ने का क्या प्रयास हो रहा है? क्या इस प्रकार से देश को हमारा टैक्स, हमारे मनी, किस भाषा में बोला जा रहा है? ये देश के भविष्य के लिए नया खतरा पैदा करने वाली बात है।
Prime Minister Modi's attack at the Congress was timed to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaia's symbolic protest in Delhi. Hitting the streets of the capital, the Siddaramaiah cabinet came together in full strength to protest against what they called stepmotherly treatment by the central government.
Presented by नया फोन क्यों लेना, कैशिफाई है ना. को प्रेजेंटेड बाय ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. India Today, Mood of the Nation, 10-hour super broadcast, India's biggest sentiment meter. From Delhi, Bengaluru, Lucknow to Mumbai, Chandigarh and Patna. State-wise mood check before the big national picture. Rahul Gandhi's fresh cast bar at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Rahul Gandhi says Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a fake OBC. He claims Prime Minister comes from the general category. The BJP lashes out. Congress's cash bag MP's massive link to Sorain emerges. Seized BMW of Sorain's linked to Dheeraj Sahu. Enforcement Directorate summons Congress MP in the Sorain scam case. Black paper versus white paper fight in the parliament. Kharge now brings a black paper on the economy under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Centre's white paper on the state of economy under the UPA era. The funding to the southern states is now escalating. Kerala Chief Minister is also leading a protest in the national capital. Stalin's leaders, along with Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwat Mann, join in the protest. There's a massive farmer stir taking place in Noida. Heavy traffic jam on Noida-Delhi border as farmers march to the parliament protesting against land acquisition policies. My colleague Paulmi is now taking over from the Vidhan Sabha in Patna, bringing you the mood of the nation.
Thank you, Aishwarya. We're coming to you live from outside the Vidhan Sabha in Bihar. This, of course, Legislative Assembly is going to witness quite a bit of hangama and drama. I expect, Rohit. My colleague is also here with us. On the 11th of February, when Nitish Kumar will have to prove the numbers, of course, it seems that it's going to be comfortable, but there is expected to be a lot of fireworks inside the Legislative Assembly because of the surprise that Nitish Kumar sprung on the Mahagathbandhan here in Bihar. I'm Paulmi Saha, bringing you the mood of the nation, not just from Bihar, but from Jharkhand, from West Bengal and Assam as well. And joining me today are our esteemed guests. We have Abhishek Jha from the JDU, spokesperson JDU, Mr. Ajay Alok, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, also Mr. Anand Madhav, spokesperson from the Congress Party, and my colleague Rohit Singh, who's the bureau chief for our Bihar team. Before that, the mood of the nation, while we give you the numbers, before we give you the numbers, let's give you a sense of how this survey was in fact conducted and when it was conducted, because contextualizing it is also going to be extremely crucial as well. So as far as this survey is concerned, let's give you a sense of the numbers. We conducted this survey, CBOTA conducted this survey between the 15th of December, 2023 to January 28, 2024. 35,801 respondents covering all Lok Sabha segments were interviewed, including, of course, from Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Assam, whose numbers we'll be bringing you over the course of the next 1 hour. Additional 113,081 interviews from regular tracker data that was analyzed. So, in opinion, a sum total of 1,49,092 respondents considered for this Mood of the Nation report. So that's giving you a sense of what it's going to look like in terms of the data that we've collected. We'll give you the numbers. Remember, this is just a Mood of the Nation. Things change every day in politics, like it changed here in Bihar very suddenly towards the end of January. I'll just bring in my colleague Rohit Singh before we, of course, go to our guests and we bring you more of the data that we found while conducting the survey. Rohit, was that surprise anticipated or did it come out of the blue?
Paulimi, let me tell you, it was not surprising because we were anticipating it for the last almost 3 to 4 months. The manner in which Nitish Kumar's body language had changed, the manner in which he was speaking some good about the BJP leaders, and wherever he was going, I was saying, "Aapse mera bada purana nata hai. ये रिश्ता टूटेगा नहीं, काफी पुराना नाता है." तो we have been covering Nitish Kumar.
उनके सुर कुछ बदले से नजर आ रहे थे.
Yes. So we were knowing that there was something that was coming. And when Lalan Singh was replaced as the JDU national president, and also after that crucial meeting with Amit Shah on December 10th, that happened in Patna, we were expecting that there was something which was definitely going to come, and that exactly happened because the removal of Lalan Singh as the party president, I think, was a final indication that Nitish Kumar wanted to have the complete control of the party, because he was in a mood to take a final call, and he did not want that the party should split at any point of time.
There should be any kind of rebellion.
Yes, no rebellion, no split, and that is why he wanted to be in commanding position, and that is why Lalan Singh was replaced, what we think. And you see, within 20-30 days, we are seeing that Nitish Kumar finally took the decision of switching alliance, and now he's back in the NDA.
Okay, so it was anticipated in some ways because of the body language, some of the statements that the chief minister had been making, that he's probably going to take some decision. Let's give you a sense now of what we found while conducting this survey. So we'll begin with, of course, as far as the projected vote percentage is concerned. This is the projected vote share as far as Bihar is concerned. So projected for the NDA is about 52% is what we're talking about right now. For the India Gadbandhan, we're talking about 38%. They've gone up by 7. They were at about 31 in 2019 Lok Sabha elections. They've gone up by 7%. And as far as others, they stand at 10%, a negative of 6%. So there's been a downfall of 6%. So 52% for the NDA, 38% for the Mahagathbandhan here in Bihar. And then, of course, others stand at 10%. If we try to give you a larger breakup as well, we'll of course come down to the numbers, the actual numbers that we've of course found through the Mood of the Nation. But this is where it stands at right now, a comfortable 52. Mr. Ajay Alok, I'll bring you in over there.
Well, with all due respect to your survey, though I personally don't believe in any survey, the mood of Bihar is always very clear that where Bihar will be heading to. The people of Bihar have aspirations from Modi, and this is their aspirational Bihar. With the lack of development and with the consistently stalemate and replacing a government here and there, people...
Was the BJP as confident before Mr. Nitish Kumar came on board?
Of course, yes.
Then why bring him in? Weren't you snubbed by him? Didn't you feel snubbed by him in 2022?
See, with Nitish Kumar, I'll say BJP always had a soft corner towards Nitish Kumar, and Nitish Kumar always had a blow hot, blow cold policy. So now he's cold, so it's good for us. Aap aaye, bahar aayi, chaliye, ho gaya jo ho gaya.
It's like Rohit was quoting earlier. Prashant Kishore said कि एक आपने जो है ना एक रोशनदान खुला रखा हुआ था, आपने छोड़ रखा था वो.
नहीं, रोशनदान अगर खुलने की बात है तो रोशनदान उन्होंने खुला छोड़ रखा था, वो तो आए हमारे पास, हमने बोला स्वागत है.
Abhishek Jha, would you like to come in over there? आप तो आए उनके पास. You decided to switch over. They don't need you per se. You decided that it's in your best interest to shift parties, shift alliances before the Lok Sabha elections.
See, the politics of Bihar has witnessed that on whatever side Nitish Kumar
ji is that side, that coalition is very heavy in terms of getting vote percentage, in getting the blessings of the people of Bihar. So we are pretty much confident whatever decision Nitish Kumar ji takes, and that too for the sake of people of Bihar, and that too for the sake of our party Janata Dal United.
No, I'm a little curious. I was here when that switchover happened just a couple of weeks ago and the swearing in happened. I just want to know, did the party know, how many people in the party knew that Mr. Nitish Kumar is going to go back to the NDA?
It's like parties, senior people sit, and then so many surveys are also done within the party, outside the party also, among our followers and the people who are associated with our party. And after that survey, a firm decision is taken by our leader. Party authorizes him to take any decision in benefit of the party. And it's just like people in our party were knowing that Nitish Kumar ji will take a very firm as well as very strong decision, and that will be for the sake of everyone. So it was not like some kind of very unexpected decision he has taken, as we have been in a very natural alliance with the BJP. We have been
So it
in
was
NDA for a very
unnatural
long
when it
time.
was on the Mahagathbandhan side. It was an unnatural alliance.
See, it's not like that we are having any unnatural alliance with any of allies in the past also. It's just that as per the political scenario and situation, decision is being taken. And people always say that we are switching sides. But it's just that Nitish Kumar ji was the Chief Minister of Bihar. He is the Chief Minister of Bihar. And he will be the Chief Minister of Bihar serving this state.
Yeah,
It's not that
this is the amusing factor. He's here, he's there, he's the chief minister always.
he will be the Chief Minister, in fact, by the
One person
blessings
who's
of...
stagnant and is not moving is Mr. Nitish Kumar. RJD was a bigger partner as far as the alliance was concerned. BJP is the bigger partner, number-wise, as far as the alliance is concerned, Mr. Alok. But nobody wants to claim the chief minister's chair. Why, sir?
See, when 2020 mandate was taken by NDA, it was previously decided that we will put Nitish Kumar in front and as a chief ministerial face. We kept our words. And since this mandate is about 2020 mandate, so Nitish Kumar till 2025, this was a promise given by the BJP to the JDU, and that's what we are adhering to. So Nitish Kumar is the chief minister when he came back this time. So let him be the chief minister. As I hope whatever the working time he has, let's work for Bihar. Let's take Bihar forward. Let's take nation forward. Enough of this political jugglery. I think Bihar needs the stability which Nitish Kumar will provide with us.
I'm sure he'll agree with you. Enough of this political jugglery, Anand Madhavji.
Yeah, I don't know what pressure was going on in Nitish Kumarji's mind and in his party's mind, but we must say, and people know it very well, it's a political death for JDU as well as the Nitish Kumar. There will be no future so far as the Bihar and JDU is concerned, and each and every citizen of
So just apologies for interrupting you with their political death for the JDU. We'll just project the numbers right now. We'll just come back to you. We'll, of course, take that discussion forward. But here's the projected seat share. Let's put that out while we, of course, continue to discuss Bihar and Bihar's politics and whether this was a game-changer moment as far as Bihar politics is concerned ahead of the general election. So here's what the projection says. 52 seats for the NDA. It stood at 53. It's come down by just one. It's at 52. I beg your pardon. Sorry, I was reading out the vote percentage. Let me just go back to that. So it was at 39 in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. It's come down to 32, minus 7. As far as the India Alliance is concerned, it was at 1 earlier. It is at 8, so plus 7 as far as the RJD is concerned. So that is what the 2024 projection, as per the Sea Voter Mood of the Nation survey, says. 32 for the NDA and 8 for the Mahagathbandhan, sir.
Yeah, Palumi, I will like to say that whatever projection is here, and you have rightly mentioned that the mood of the nation is changing every day and every minute and every second. And after this, your survey has come, Rahul Gandhi is traveling to this area, and this survey will be wiped out, and the numbers will be just opposite.
You know, but the criticism was just before he was to enter Bihar, things changed. I mean, just before he was to enter Jharkhand, we'll come to Jharkhand numbers as well.
You know,
when
Rahul
He's not looking like a very good omen.
When Rahul ji entered Maharashtra, BJP has taken well in Davada from us. They just wanted to divert the media attention. This is the truth. That's what they have also done this in Bihar also. They are not very much comfortable. In fact, even Nitish Kumar ji not comfortable. I can say in Bihari Bhasha, पहले दो गाय थी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, अब दो पहले बफेलो, अब दोनों साथ में दो भैंस जो है या बैल के दो बैल दो.
So I'll have to ask Mr. Ajay Alok to respond to that.
Because
you already said
you can understand the situation of Nitish Kumar. He is working like what kind of work he's doing. He's in a fix.
Quickly before we have to move to Jharkhand, because we have 3 more states to cover, sir.
On a lighter note, he said previously he had 2 guys as a deputy CM. Now he has 2 buffaloes. That means 2 sand. What do you want to do?
You
people will do with
the Nitish Kumar. You people will do with the Nitish Kumar.
Anyway,
that's what Nitish Kumar has to face the music. Nitish Kumar ji has to face it. No other person will face the music.
Let him make his point, then I'll come back to you.
Rahul Gandhi has magical legs. The day he started his yatra, Milind Devada ran from Maharashtra. The day he entered Assam, Badruddin as well ran out of the things. The day he entered West Bengal, Mamta Didi said Congress won't cross 40. The day he entered Bihar, Nitish Kumar switched side.
The
day he will enter UP, Samajwadi Party already given them an offer of 11 seats. They will fold hands.
That's why he is.
And by the time he will reach Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar both will join hands.
He's projecting many more allies for the NDA. Abhishek, quickly, just one word before we go to Jharkhand.
See, our Congress spokesperson was telling about the numbers which the Mahagathbandhan will get in the upcoming elections.
Right.
There is nothing like India right now, because I'll say that N for Nitish Kumar ji is out, D for Didi is out, and A for Arvind Kejriwal is out. So only I is remaining.
Arvind Kejriwal is out?
So India is still there.
Almost.
I means India is still
only
there.
I will be remaining. I stands for myself.
I stands for India.
Sense of
Okay. I'm being told that we have to move to our next state. So let me just get Jharkhand. I'm sure Rohit will be able to chip in on that, because it's a neighboring state and you do keep an eye on it and you do travel often to Jharkhand. So this is what we're learning as far as the numbers are concerned. And we're talking about, in fact, the projected vote share as far as Jharkhand is concerned. NDA at 56%, in India at 30%, others at 14%. So this is as far as the projected vote share is concerned. So in 2019 Lok Sabha elections, viewers, it stood at about 55 for the NDA, it's 56%, so +1. 35 for the India Alliance, which in Jharkhand, and right now it is projected to drop to 30, so -5 over there. And as far as others are concerned, 10, and they're supposed to gain, so they're going up to 14. Rohit, Jharkhand, you don't see much that's going to change in terms of Lok Sabha elections and their results are concerned.
Only what I would say is that Jharkhand might see a change, because the duration when this survey was conducted, duration does not...
December to 28th of January, 2024.
So this period does not include what happened to Hemant Soren.
Right.
Hemant Soren was a strong force in Jharkhand. And JMM is still a strong force in Jharkhand. But now with Hemant Soren in ED custody, he can go to jail also.
Absolutely.
And if he continues to remain in jail, if he doesn't come out for the next 2, 3, 4 months, then that is going to be a big damaging for the party. Because he's the only face. Shibu Soren, who was the founder of JMM, he doesn't campaign anymore. He's very old and old also. So Hemant Soren was the face of the party. Now with Hemant Soren out of the contest, if I can say right now, the campaigning will be in the hands of Champai Soren, who is the Chief Minister of Jharkhand at this point of time. So this is going to benefit a BJP in Jharkhand, if I can say, because as I believe that Hemant Soren going into the ED custody, and if he's sent to jail, that will be a big setback for the India Alliance in Jharkhand.
Sir? Yeah.
You need to say that Rahul Gandhi enters Jharkhand and the government state working minister goes to jail. Do you find any correlation with it?
And I don't find any correlation with that, but yes, that is also a fact, Mr. Ajay Alok, that the day Rahul Gandhi entered Jharkhand, Hemant Soren was in the ED custody.
This is the strategy of the Bharatiya Janata Party, how to distract and take the media focus on these issues. just to avoid, because
No, I'm talking about magical legs of Rahul Gandhi.
you can see the kind of the
Those
crowd
magical
which
legs
are
cannot
coming,
be changed even
to
by
see
them-
Rahul
by
Gandhi
them.
and listen
He
to
doing
him.
that
You can
puja
see
and
I'll come to you, Abhishek.
you can see that very well, and this is the mood of the nation everywhere. Even today, while he is traveling in Odisha, you can see that kind of people who are also joining the Rahul Gandhi. So you need to understand this. In last 10 years,
So you're saying that, this confidence that the Prime Minister has, where he's projecting numbers for his party, he's projecting a sweep, a landslide, massive, probably even more than what Rajiv Gandhi scored for himself in 1984. This is all false bravado.
this of course this second Nyaya Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra of Rahul Gandhi has shaken BJP and his government, Mohdi's government, and every day he is uttering something the other. He is not talking about his own work. He is just talking about either Nehru ji. He is just talking about either Rahul ji. He is not talking what he has done in 9 years.
Is the Prime Minister
he is not
really
talking about
hung up on the Congress?
promises.
Is the Prime Minister-
Follow me. The promises which he has made in during this election 2013. I'm not talking about 2019, 2013. The 2 crore naukri, 15 lakh rupe, किसानों के बोले दुगना. Still, each and everything is pending. People are waiting for that.
Let's see what he
That's
brings
the
out in the white paper today. There's a white paper coming up in the Lok Sabha as well.
Only if you have selective deafness, we can't help it. Prime Minister in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha numerically counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the 10 years job we have done, and if had it been in your period, it would have taken this much year. For example, 4,100 electrification of the rail line. We have done it to 40,000.
You can tell me
With
na
the
current
Congress rates, it
GDP
would
and the
have taken
current
80
employment
years.
rate, which is the highest in the
4
last
crores,
45
4
years.
crores houses given. With the Congress rates, it would have taken 100 years.
Is the highest in last 45
See,
years.
there's no point
What
talking
you have to say about this?
Okay,
What you are
quickly,
not talking
quickly,
about
let me just bring in.
Today
let
itself,
me just put out.
the farmers are blocking the roads between the Noida and Delhi.
That's
they are coming
happening.
from
That
the
is
UP.
happening. That
Do
is
you have any answer for that? You have not done anything for the farmers as well.
What farmers? What we have done for farmers, it's for there for everyone to see. By your shouting,
That's what
farmers don't get benefited.
That's what farmers are saying. That's why they are
We are
coming
not
to
here for the
Delhi,
photo
raising their
for the
voice.
farmers. They are going
raising
in the field and plowing
Okay,
grass.
let me just quickly put out the numbers for Jharkhand. As far as the projected seat share, viewers, is concerned, this is as per the survey that we've conducted between, as Rohit pointed out, between the 15th of December 2023 and the 28th of January 2024. So for 2024, the projection is 12 for the NDA. It was the 12 earlier as well during the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So that they're not moving, they're not gaining, they're not losing any. As far as the India bloc is concerned, it is at 2, again the same. And as far as others are concerned, nil. That's where it stands right now. This is where it stands. 12 for the NDA, and as far as India is concerned, 2. So this is going to be the impact in Jharkhand as well. Hemant Soren, his party, they may have thought that there could be some sort of sympathy, but it's unlikely it's going to have an impact, at least as of now. Again, as Rohit clarified, this is a survey which was conducted before he was arrested.
Well, let me tell you, as far as Bihar and Jharkhand is concerned, it is going to be 40 out of 40 and 14 out of 14. With all due respect to your survey, I said it in the opening, I personally don't believe them, because it's mood of the nation. And the mood of the nation is what? Emotions of the people. Emotion are only two-sided, either positive emotion or negative emotions. Now, here is the complete positive emotions for Prime Minister Modi and for the Bharatiya Janata Party, which everybody on the ground realizes, except for the Congress, because they have lost the pulse of the people.
You've lost the pulse of the people. Quickly, before
there is no harm in daydreaming. So he is welcome to have the daydream, but truth will be just opposite to it. In Bihar and Jharkhand, in fact, in all over this particular area, you will realize what is going to happen. In Bihar, people are frustrated, and this unholy alliance, which has been made really in Bihar, very recently in Bihar, Nitish Kumar shifted to the Bhajpa.
Okay.
It has also ruined everything. If there were some prospects were there, it has been ruined down.
Okay. We're going to just slip into a very short break because we've got 2 more states to go through. On the other side of this very short break, we bring you the Mood of the Nation survey from the state, the very critical state of West Bengal. Stay tuned.
India bloc is withering. The BJP-led NDA is growing. With just a couple of months to go for the Lok Sabha elections, many parties, including the Jayant Chaudhary's Rashtriya Lok Dal, Telugu Desam Party and Raj Thakre's Maharashtra Nav Nirman Sena could be joining NDA. Sources tell India Today that the BJP has offered the RLD 4 seats in western Uttar Pradesh, a region dominated by the Jat community. The Samajwadi Party, however, is hopeful that the RLD will stay in India bloc. While the BJP has neither confirmed or denied reports of alliance with the RLD, their rivals are worried. In Maharashtra, MNS leaders are meeting Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis for possible seat sharing. The BJP is also expanding in the southern states. In a big boost, 16 former MLAs from the I.N.D.A joined the BJP on Wednesday. TDP President and former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu is in Delhi to meet senior BJP leaders. He could make his way back to the NDA. The BJP is bringing in more allies with an eye on the target of 400 seats set by Prime Minister Modi for the NDA. Bureau Report, India Today.
You're not the only state. Other southern states are also protesting. Are you worried that this will only further the north-south divide? Are you being penalized for your better social indices, that you are being denied the tax revenues which are now going towards the northern states? Is this going to build into a north versus south divide?
That is why we are drawing the attention of the government of India, and also the 16th Finance Commission is constituted. No further injustice should be caused to Karnataka.
So you want the 16th Finance Commission to revise the rules so that the southern states get a greater share of taxes. Am I correct?
No, not greater tax. See, in 14th Finance Commission, whatever the yardsticks are applied, the same yardstick should have been applied in the 15th Finance Commission also. Why? They have changed this. Because earlier, so far as the population is concerned, they have to consider the 1971 census. In this 15th Finance Commission, 2011 census is considered.
So you're being penalized for having controlled population better than the northern states. That's the concern that southern states have.
That is what I meant. See, so far as we have controlled population in Karnataka and also in South India, but so far as the northern states are concerned, they have not tried properly, sincerely, to control the population of these states.
But are you worried that all of this will lead to a further division between north and south? You've heard your own MP D.K. Suresh in parliament saying that south will become a separate nation. This has been picked up by the BJP, saying Congress wants to divide the country between north and south.
See, Mr. D.K. Suresh didn't mean that there should be a division in the country. See, we are for unified countries.
No question of southern nation.
No southern nation, no north. See, we are for unified nation. And this protest is not against the BJP.
We're bringing to you the Mood of the Nation survey, and we're bringing it to you right now from the eastern part of the country. We've gone through the numbers for Bihar, we've done the numbers for Jharkhand, and now we're bringing you the numbers for the state of West Bengal, a very crucial state as far as elections go. We saw the kind of contest that the 2021 assembly elections of West Bengal witnessed, and expect the same sort of fireworks during the 2024 general elections as well. But remember that we're bringing you the national picture 6 p.m. onwards. Do tune in for that. That will be the big Mood of the Nation survey. This is, of course, the region-wise survey. So West Bengal, here's what the projected vote share looks like. For NDA, here is what it looks like at the moment. For NDA, it stands at about 40%, which is exactly what it stood at for the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And for the India alliance, how much of that alliance is still there, we don't know for the moment in West Bengal. Well, it stands at 53%. In 2019, it stood at about 57%. And then, of course, for others, it stands at 7%. They've gained 4% since 2019, since the last 5 years. Remember, again, gears are shifting, things are shifting. Mamata Banerjee, since we conducted this survey, has come out and said that she will be going alone in the Lok Sabha elections as far as West Bengal is concerned. So how much of that alliance stands at the moment, we don't know, because she says she's not going with the Congress. It's the Congress in the left which will be contesting against the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. And we don't know in some seats against the TMC as well. But these numbers are maybe a little, probably a little disappointing for the Trinamool Congress as they look at it, because you seem to stay stable at 40%. The NDA may be a little surprising for the BJP as well, because the West Bengal unit of the BJP has been a bit of a fractured unit. We've seen the kind of clashes between the state unit president and your LOP in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari versus Shukanta Mojumdar. We've seen the kind of factionalism that exists. So surprising that the BJP is still going to maintain its position in Bengal.
Well, in Bengal, we are going to improve our position. It's not a question of maintaining our position. And it's not because of the party only. The people of Bengal are frustrated. They are just desperate to get out of Mamata regime. The kind of appeasement politics that is happening in the Bengal, and you can see it in the streets of Calcutta when you visit Bada Bazaar and areas like that, you will find all the Bangladeshis immigrants just getting settled out there. And the government is openly doing an appeasement politics, and the people of Bengal are just want to get rid of it. And I'm telling you, the Bengal will spring the best of the surprise in this 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
Okay, Bengal will spring the best of the surprises. So here's what the projected seat share for West Bengal is, viewers. 42 Lok Sabha segments in the state of West Bengal. NDA gets 19. Earlier, it stood at 18. BJP had scored 18 out of 42 in the last elections of 2019. It gains 19. India bloc is at 23 at the moment. Remember, that's 22 for the TMC and 1 for the Congress party. Anand Madhav, 1 down for the Congress. And Mamata Banerjee has already said she's going alone. So this is a fractured unit. What is the point of coming together as an alliance when you're going to contest separately?
The parliament election is concerned.
Mr. Ajay Alok says West Bengal will spring probably the biggest surprise for Lok Sabha 24.
Yes, surprise will come, but the surprise will come from the party of the India bloc.
Which one, TMC or Congress?
We all together will fight. We all together will fight.
But she's saying she's not going to contest with the Congress. She's going to contest on all 42 Lok Sabha seats by herself.
That we are discussing, and at the same time, she has categorically mentioned that she is not out of the India alliance. She has mentioned it once,
but it
not
seems
just
like
once,
more
twice.
like a post-poll scenario. Definitely not pre-poll anymore.
So
I mean, if it's still that.
Let's see, and we have left there. We have left. The left is also very strong there. So together we will win a comfortable seats. That's what I.
What is comfortable? Do you have a number in mind out of 42?
Let's see. Once the seat has been decided, only then we will be in position to tell you the truth.
So he's not admitting that there has been a breakup.
I'll tell you what is the biggest surprise. Right now, we have given a calculation of Bihar, Jharkhand, and West Bengal. Altogether, these amounts for 96 seats, if I'm not wrong. How many seats to Congress? 1 in West Bengal, 1 in Bihar, 1 in Jharkhand, at the most, out of 2.
2 for JMM.
2 for JMM, none for Congress.
None for Congress.
So that means out of 96, Congress is getting only 2 seats. This is the surprise, and they are not ready to accept it, even if you believe the survey. But I'm sure it is not going to be 2 also, it's going to be 0. It's going to be zero.
No, you keep saying that, but give me numbers, give me facts over which you're so confident that Modi will be proven wrong when he says 400 par for NDA and 370 for BJP.
We'll be in comfortable position to tell you what we can see together. In Bihar, the situation will be the same, 39 this side this time and 1 that time.
See, in Bihar, the lone seat is lying in the coffin, waiting for Lalu Prasad Yadav and Tejasvi to come and get it then out of the coffin. The Congress is in coffin in Bihar, actually.
I mentioned very categorically that this will be the this is a political death of Nitish Kumar ji, so he will suffer, and simultaneously he will also take his partner in his own boat.
Yes, go ahead, Abhishek.
Yeah.
Congress party is trying their level best to get their rebirth in Bihar, but the people of Bihar have decided to put them in political coffin for
You
ever
can
and ever.
Talk on behalf of
Because
the people. Yeah.
Wherever Rahul Gandhi goes, people decide that they are not going to give a single seat in their side.
Okay, let's circle back to West Bengal. Abhishek, I'll bring you in on this. Was Nitish Kumar upset that Mamata Banerjee in some ways, very indirectly, killed the idea that he could become convener of the India Alliance?
See, Nitish Kumar ji has no personal choice, no personal grievances to be the convener or for any kind of post.
But that's
you must
the sense
be remembering.
we got from the JDU. I spoke with people within the party and they said, I mean, I don't know if that was just a trigger, there was more to it. All of that can be debated. He doesn't seem to have given a very clear reply as to why he left the alliance.
A very strong point is still remaining. You must be remembering one day when Mamata Banerjee publicly said, Mamata Banerjee, that Nitish ji, why don't you call everyone in Bihar? We'll have a meeting in Patna. That means Mamata Banerjee was extremely serious about it. And Mamata Banerjee was not even participating in all the meetings of the alliance. What Mamata Banerjee has told about Congress party, how many seats she has given to the Congress party, this is very clear. These allies will definitely ruin Congress politically.
What was she doing in the India Alliance as per you?
Just creating a political nuisance. That's it.
Mr. Madhav, would you respond?
I think he is not the competent person to comment on this. I can tell you the one thing that an alliance is intact.
That's the way of Congress party
you
to
keep
respond.
saying that, sir, but she's...
Yeah.
You keep saying that, but she's already gone on record as many times since announcing that she's going to contest 42 Lok Sabha segments all by herself.
Has she announced all 42 seats in West Bengal?
She will announce the candidates. Let the general election schedule be out. You still think there will be an alliance? You still think she's going to
everyone is working for that.
Why does she need the Congress so much?
Because Congress is a very big force. Congress is a big force and everyone has realized it. Everyone has realized it and say, we together we can win. And that's what you can say that in Bihar, what has happened, you can just go through the statement of Nitish Kumar, what in last 15 months he has said about the Bharatiya Janata Party. And one fine morning he has realized, nahi, humne sab galat kar diya, ab hum ja rahe hain wahan pe. So people are watching it, na? They are not deaf and dumb. They are saying it, what is happening here.
It will be proved in the election.
Rohit, this is not the first time. This is not the first time when you spoke to your sources. Was Nitish Kumar miffed with Mamata Banerjee? What was his sense that she was being a nuisance, as Abhishek says?
No, not use the word nuisance, but the thing is that somewhere down the line, Nitish Kumar wanted that he should be made the convener of that India Alliance. He wanted to be the PM face of this alliance because he's coming from the Hindi heartland.
Right.
Basically, you cannot have a leader from a South India maybe who wants to be a prime ministerial face and other party leaders, other states backing him. So Nitish Kumar was a face, unanimous face. He has administration, experience of administration both at the center also.
Then I wonder, Rohit, apologies for interrupting you. How much of a chance does he stand in the NDA? You have Narendra Modi in the NDA.
No, he has given
a prime ministerial face.
No, he has accepted the fact. He has accepted to the fact. He has resigned to the fact that he is not going to be the PM face.
He could have just came back. Why come over to this side?
Yeah, because there was pressure on Nitish Kumar to come back. Because remember, most of the MPs who had won in 2019, most of those MPs had defeated RJD. And they had become MPs from the Janata Dal United. And now when elections are coming, RJD was also demanding those seats where JDU had won. So there was confrontation that was going on. The seat sharing agreement was not reaching any conclusion. And there was pressure on Nitish Kumar also. And Nitish Kumar also saw that he got nothing from India Alliance. He was completely sidelined, to be very honest, Paulimi. Mamata Banerjee dished him. Leaders like Lalu Prasad, here in Bihar, he never spoke at any of the meeting, in any of the 4 meetings, that Nitish Kumar should become the convener. He never pitched Nitish Kumar. So that is the problem, that Nitish Kumar was completely sidelined. He thought that maybe remaining in the India Alliance will not help him anymore. And remember, and I would also question the timing. The timing is that when Mamata Banerjee announced that she will contest all the 42 seats alone in West Bengal, just 2 to 3 days after that, Nitish Kumar took this decision of switching sides. Maybe he thought that, okay, when Mamata Banerjee has also decided that she is not going to be part of India, if I can say that, because so Nitish Kumar also took that final call that, okay, now I also don't want to be in India Alliance, let's go back. Because
there's going to be a lot of negotiation and a lot of fine balancing that the BJP will also have to do, Ajay Alok. You have to accommodate a lot of allies that you've brought on board, you're trying to bring on board, Akalis, TDP, Pawan Kalyan. I mean, the bloc is growing, but you'll have to accommodate everyone's ambitions and wishes.
See, few months back you were saying that who's left with NDA? Everybody has left them. Whether it's JDU, whether it's Shiv Sena, whether it's Akali, everybody is leaving NDA. NDA is left with nothing. Now everybody is coming to NDA. Why? How do you see this tectonical shift?
That's
How do you see this
that's
tectonical
an
shift? And
interesting
second
question.
thing,
You
just
say
one
it's a
thing,
force to reckon
just one
with,
thing, just one
Congress
thing,
still.
just one thing.
Yeah.
Rohit has been saying constantly, and you have also been saying India, India, India. What is this India? This is I.N.D.I.A, and full form is Indian Nepotist Dacoits of India Association. And see, Nitish Kumar, why he came out of it? I'll tell you one simple reason. Bihar mein hum log kehte hain na, narko mein thelam thel. Nitish Kumar was facing this. In hell also there is push and pull, push and pull, push and pull. So he decided better I go to heaven. Why to stay in hell?
Quick response, Madhavji, from you before we move to the Assam segment.
Basically, Nitish Kumar is a Kursi Kumar. He is an opportunist. And whatever
You
he
get
has done is not,
opportunity to sit with
from
him.
the very first day he was saying, I have formed this NDA, we have formed this NDA for the nation, for the people. So what has happened exactly? Because he has done everything for his own. When he has not got it, he has changed the
Now
side.
even he has forgot India. He's saying Nitish Kumar said I formed NDA, I
He has
formed
forgot
NDA.
everything.
He has forgot
he has said.
India.
Yeah, he has forgot everything. Yeah, of course, he has forgot India. And the people.
You have forgotten
He has
India.
forgotten just his chair. भाई हम जहाँ रहेंगे वहाँ ठीक रहेंगे चलिए भाई यहाँ कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है वहाँ चलते हैं. So that's what his nature, that's what he has done. And there are
the fact of the matter is,
there are
like he
few
said,
things.
the block is growing. The NDA block is growing. आपके यहाँ से लोग ऐसे जा रहे हैं constantly.
India is still intact and India will remain intact. India will remain intact. Nitish Kumar has gone, no doubt about it. But you will realize at the end of the day.
But those who
people
are
also
still there
coming from Nitish Kumar
they're
to
making
us.
sounds which don't sound very conciliatory. Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, Uddhav Thackeray, they all seem like they're tilting this way suddenly.
There is difference between the NDA alliance and the India alliance. NDA, there is dictatorship. India alliance, there are democracy. So people are saying their own voice.
But if they
raising
all
their
got
voice.
a gun to their heads and they're joining the NDA.
Yeah, if they are not getting the opportunity, people are joining like Nitish Kumar. They are joining there. They are going there. Milind Devada is going there. So we are not stopping anyone who is going. Anyone who is willing to go, they can go.
Okay.
Whenever there is a lack of leadership, there is a trust deficit in the leadership. When there is no path of the leadership.
And in BJP, there is in NDA, there is dictatorship, not the leadership. In NDA, there is a dictatorship, not the leadership. One man show is there only.
Nobody likes to be in the sinking ship.
Okay. Let's get a sense now from Assam and what the voters of Assam think. What is the mood of the nation survey saying as far as Assam is concerned? And this is the projected vote share. For the NDA, it stands at 46%. For the India Alliance, it stands at 31%. And for others, at 23%. 46 for the NDA, 31 for the India. Ajay Alok.
See, in Assam, I'm pretty sure we are going to get 14 out of 14 this time. Last time we got 9 out of 14. This time the tally is going to up by 14 out of 14. Because with Hemant Biswa Sarma there, his organizational skill and his own work during as a chief minister in the brief period, and with the Prime Minister Modi's pan-India appeal, and the people of Assam trusting, because the Assam has transformed in the last 5 years like anything. With internal conflicts, everything over, Assam is on the way to prosperity, on the road to prosperity. So people will prefer prosperity over appeasement, and what Congress has given them for the last 15 years. They are fed up, and this time it's going to be 14 out of 14. Please announce your results.
I will in a second. 14 out of 14, Madhavji.
I told you early, very early, that there is no harm in daydreaming. There is no harm in daydreaming.
But that's been
thing-
a refrain
no,
through
no,
this
but
entire debate. But the numbers are saying something else. The story in the numbers is
Congress
totally
will
different.
emerge like anything in Assam also, because the
Who's
rule
the
of
leader?
rule
Who's
of the
leading the party in Assam?
Rahul Gandhi is leading the entire country. Mallikarjun Kharge is there. So leaders are there. Leaders are Gaurav Gogoi is there in Assam. So there are leaders. It's not that leaderless we are. We have many leaders, and they are growing also. In Assam, you will see the result, because the from rule of the Vishwa Sarma is autocratic rule, and we people have realized the result will come in 2024 as well as the next assembly election as well. And what I am trying to tell you, this survey you have made in that time, you all know what was the time.
So it's not very long ago, we're talking about 15 December to 28th of January 2024.
Right.
Today is
So,
the 8th of February, sir.
That's what I'm telling you. You have to redo it. Why you have to redo it? Because of certain reasons, and then you will realize there is a change, and there will be a sea change in your survey as well.
See change between as many days that we've done the survey from.
Only you do it after 15 days, you will see the change.
15 days, he says.
Yeah, 15 days is more
he
than
says,
sufficient,
Abhishek. If we do the survey again, there'll be a change.
We have a very good example in cricket. It's the last over, and the batting team has to score around 40-50 runs in the last over also. Then also the followers or the people who are cheering that team feel that some miracle will happen someday and their team will win. It's just that Congress party is thinking about some miracle to happen for the relaunch or rebirth of their leader or their party, but that's not going to happen. We strongly believe that they will be restricted to the number 30 in the entire nation.
So let me just put the numbers out, because Ajay Alok claimed that it's going to be better than the last time round. He of course said 14 out of 14, but Ajay, it's 12 out of 14 for the NDA, so it goes up from 9. So that's the projected seat share, viewers, that we're now talking about for Assam. 14 Lok Sabha seats. For 2019, it stood at 9 for the NDA. It stands at 12, so that's a gain of 3. And as far as the India Alliance is concerned, they stood at 3 in 2019. They're down to 2 right now, so -1 for the India Alliance. So that is where it stands at the moment. So 12 for the NDA.
So again, 1 for the Congress or 2 for the Congress? One Badruddin Ajmal must be there.
That I'll just pull that up for you while you go ahead. Yeah.
So
let me
again,
just
the
pull that
out of 110 seats, Congress restricted to 4. So this is the future, and still they're hoping for miracle. Good enough. 50 over target. 50
That's 2
runs.
for the Congress.
50, no, 50
2 for the Congress.
50 runs target. All 6 balls sixer, and 2 balls have one no ball. That's how they have achieved the target. जहां जहां पड़े संतन के पाव वहां हुआ बंटाधार, जहां जहां पड़े राहुल के पाव वहां हुआ बंटाधार।
15 लाख रुपए कहाँ ले गए? 2 करोड़ की नौकरी कहाँ ले गए? 2 करोड़ की हर साल नौकरी देते, वो कहाँ चला गया? आज के दिन में पिछले 45 वर्षों से ज्यादा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट है। सिर्फ हरि भजन करने से नहीं होगा, आपको देखना पड़ेगा जमीन भी। किसान आज भी लाठी खा रहे हैं नोएडा में। किसान आज भी लाठी खा रहे हैं, वही कह रहे हैं। जय श्री राम तो सब लोग कहेगा। हमें बोलते ही हम लोग बोलते हैं, रोज बोलते हैं।
अभी बोलिए,
आपसे ज्यादा पोते।
अभी बोलिए।
जनों आपके कहने से हम क्यों कुछ कहेंगे? हम तो खुद कहेंगे, हम तो कहते हैं अपने पूजा कर। देखिए ये नौटंकी है,
कांग्रेसियों को शर्म आती है जय श्री राम बोलने में।
नौटंकी है।
कांग्रेसियों को जय श्री राम बोलने में शर्म आ रही है।
पूजा आस्था से होता है, दिखावे से नहीं होता है।
बोलिए ना,
घंटी बजाने से नहीं होता है। पूजा आस्था से होता है, मन से होता है। आप आस्था से कीजिए पूजा।
पूजा तो करनी ही पड़ती है ना।
पूजा सब लोग करते हैं, हम भी पूजा करते हैं, हम भी पूजा करते हैं।
राहुल गांधी जी की सुंदर तस्वीर।
नहीं सुनिए, आप नीतीश कुमार वाली बात मत बोलिए।
प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का कोई फर्क पड़ेगा आपको लगता है इलेक्शंस पे? राम मंदिर का
कुछ दिनों तक था हवा में, अब खत्म हो गया। अब फिर
हवा में उड़ गए जय श्री राम। फिर बोल रहे हैं ये, हवा में उड़ गए जय श्री राम
प्रतिष्ठा।
फिर बोला इन्होंने।
भाई साहब जय श्री राम लोगों के मन में है, आपके मुंह में नहीं।
हवा में उड़ जाएगा।
जय श्री राम सबके मन में है, जय श्री राम सबके मन में है, आपके मुंह में नहीं। और नौटंकी छोड़िए, धरती पे दीजिए, काम दीजिए, रोजगार दीजिए लोगों को, महंगाई कम कीजिए, किसानों का आमदनी दोगुना कीजिए, जो आपने प्रॉमिस किया था। GDP ग्रोथ ठीक कीजिए, जो आप नहीं कर रहे हैं।
See, Ram Mandir is not an election tool, it's inbred in us. This party was born. The first agenda in 1989, Palampur session, we took that we will construct the Ram Mandir. सौगंध राम की खाते हैं मंदिर वही बनाएंगे, ये इन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया, तारीख नहीं बताएंगे. आज तो तारीख भी बन गई, मंदिर भी खड़ा हो गया. गए क्यों नहीं दर्शन करने? अभी तक मना किया था किसी ने?
हाँ, मन में है पर आपके नेता गए नहीं सर.
बिल्कुल, हम लोग दर्शन कब के कर चुके हैं. राम लल्ला जब थे वो भी कर चुके हैं. आप उसकी चिंता मत कीजिए कि कौन कब दर्शन करेगा. यू विल नॉट डिसाइड ना. आप नहीं बताएंगे ना, नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं बताएंगे ना कौन कब दर्शन करने जाएगा. जब इच्छा होगी, जब आस्था होगी, बाबा बुलाएंगे, राम बुलाएंगे, जाएंगे.
होगी ही नहीं आस्था.
जब बुलाएंगे बाबा तो जाएंगे लोग. ये किसी के कहने, ये डिक्टेटोरियल टर्म है ना कि भाई आपके नहीं, आपके कहने से हम नहीं करेंगे. हम अपनी आस्था से करेंगे. हम अपने धर्म को मानते हैं, अपने से करेंगे. जनेऊ कपड़े के ऊपर नहीं पहना जाता. ये देखिए भाई साहब. और राम मंदिर का ताला भी राजीव गांधी ने खुलवाया था. ये बात आप लोग भूल जाते हैं. हम ढोल नहीं बजाते हैं, हम प्रोपोगंडा नहीं करते हैं. आपसे ढोल बजाते हैं, आपसे प्रोपोगंडा करते हैं, आपसे झूठ बोलते हैं.
What are we going to see when we finally know the results of 2024 general elections in the month of May, possibly?
NDA will come back to power, and that too with a larger vote percentage, larger seat share, and this time we are going to witness by the negative strategy and politics of Congress party. They are about to get vanished from maximum states of this nation.
Okay.
And still Rahul Gandhi ji will have that same team spirit that they are going to score 50 runs in the last over. Some miracle would happen, but this is not going to happen.
Ajay, 30 seconds.
Out of 110 seats, I'm pretty sure, with all due respect to your survey, we are not going to get less than 100 for sure. And if Prime Minister says that NDA will cross 400 marks, mind you, this is a vote. This is a vote, and this is a vote for development. This is a vote for the prosperity of the nation. It's not a sympathy vote what Congress got in 1984.
Okay. We'll have to quickly wrap up right now. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but we've heard all our guests. We've heard their sense for all of the 4 states that we discussed today. Assam, West Bengal, Jharkhand, and of course, Bihar. That's just a mood of the nation. Remember, we've spoken to some respondents, interviewed them, and just got a sense from them. Things change. Things can get better for some. It can get worse for some. We don't know, of course. The voter will know as he or she casts his ballot on the given day. Thank you so much. Do tune in to the National Picture, the Mood of the Nation survey from 6 p.m. onwards on India Today with Rahul Kaval and Rajdeep Sardesai. Thank you so much to Abhishek Jha, to Alok as well, Mr. Alok, as well as Mr. Anand Madhav and my colleague Rohit Singh. Thank you so much.
ये जो माननीय सांसद होते हैं किसी भी दल के क्यों न हो, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने अपने जीवन को कंडक्ट किया होता है, जिस प्रकार की प्रतिभा के दर्शन उन्होंने अपने कार्यकाल में कराए होते हैं, उसका हमने एक गाइडिंग लाइट के रूप में सीखने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए. मुझे याद है उस सदन के अंदर लास्ट कुछ दिनों में एक वोटिंग का अवसर था. विषय तो मैं छूट गया मेरा, लेकिन पता था कि विजय ट्रेजरी बैंक की होने वाली है. अंतर भी बहुत था, लेकिन डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी व्हील चेयर में आए, वोट किया. एक सांसद अपने दायित्व के लिए कितना सजग है उसका वो उदाहरण है. वो प्रेरक उदाहरण था. इतना ही नहीं, मैं देख रहा था कभी कमिटी के चुनाव हुए, कमिटी मेंबर्स के, वो व्हील चेयर में वोट देने आए. सवाल ये नहीं है कि वो किसको ताकत देने के लिए आए थे. मैं मानता हूं वो लोकतंत्र को ताकत देने आए थे. और इसलिए आज विशेष रूप से मैं उनके दीर्घायु के लिए हम सब की तरफ से प्रार्थना करता हूं. वे निरंतर हमारा मार्गदर्शन करते रहे, हमें प्रेरणा देते रहे।
We'll get into the financial logic, but I'll try and explain what is it that they're cribbing and carping about. So I'll first take a look at how much of every rupee that each of these states generates through various manufacturing, taxation, all the various ways in which revenue is generated in the states, how much of it comes back from the center. That's the first chart. Pay attention because there's a lot of intricate detailing involved, and then we'll get into the politics of this. So in a state like Karnataka, of every rupee that is sent to the center, 15 paise comes back. Just 15 paise comes back to a state like Karnataka, which is why Karnataka is claiming to be upset. In a state like Bihar, of every rupee that they send, they get 7 rupees back. So they're sending much lesser to the center, getting much more from the center. That's as far as Bihar is concerned. For a state like Tamil Nadu, remember, the Stalin government will also be joining the protest. For every rupee that they send, for every rupee they contribute to central finances, Tamil Nadu gets 0.29 paise back. So 0.29 paise you get back, that's only 30 paise out of 100, right? Whereas a state like UP, for every rupee UP sends to the center, they get 2.73 rupees back. So they're giving lesser, getting more. And the same is the case with states like Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, getting much lesser than they contribute, whereas other states like Rajasthan get 1.33 back. So they give 1 rupee, they get 1.33 back. Bihar gets 7 rupees back. Karnataka gets only 15 paise back. That's the nub of the problem. So how is it that it is determined who gets how much money? That's the second chart that you see. Now, this is a very intricate formula. It's called the devolution formula, worked out by the 15th Finance Commission. Without getting too dense, I just want to give you a sense of how this operates. So this is based on the composition of each state across different criteria. So 15% of the weightage in the determination of who gets how much money is based on the actual population of the state. So the more populated you are, the more in the algorithm that determines how much money goes to which state, you stand to gain because you've got a bigger population, so you need more money.
So sorry.
Presented by नया फोन क्यों लेना, कैशिफाई है ना. Co-presented by Green Lam Laminates, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा.
Hello, you're watching India Today, and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. India Today, mood of the nation, 10-hour super broadcast, India's biggest sentiment meter, from Delhi, Bengaluru to Lucknow, all the way from Mumbai, Chandigarh, and even Patna. State-wise mood check before the big national picture. Rahul Gandhi's fresh cast bar at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Rahul Gandhi says Prime Minister is a fake OBC. He claims Prime Minister is actually from the general category. The BJP lashes out. Congress Party's cash bag MP's massive link now coming out with regards to Suren. Seized BMW of Suren's has been linked to Dheeraj Sahu. The Enforcement Directorate has now summoned the Congress MP in the Suren scam case. In the parliament, it is black paper versus the white paper. Centre all set to bring in the white paper on the state of economy under the UPA era. Mallikarjun Kharge is brought out a black paper on the economy under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The South Fund fight now escalates. Kerala Chief Minister leading the protest in the national capital. They are claiming financial neglect being done by the central government. Stalin's leaders, along with Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwat Mann, all are joining the protest. A massive farmers' protest now taking place in Noida. Heavy traffic jam at the Delhi-Noida border as farmers all set to march to the parliament. They are protesting against the new acquisition policies. My colleague Nabila now joining us from the Vidhan Sauda in Bengaluru, bringing you the mood of the nation.
Well, you're watching India Today's Mood of the Nation, the most popular opinion poll to really tell you what the 2024 general elections is likely to look like. The voting patterns on what's going to happen in the run-up to 2024. We have the hard data here, and I'm right here in Bengaluru. The back of me is the Grand Vidhan Sauda, and with me, I'm going to take you through the 5 states of South India. That starts with Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and Kerala. We're going to take you through every update. And if I give you a glimpse here into exactly the methodology that we've adopted to give you this opinion poll here, we're looking at nearly, this survey itself was conducted right from December 15th all the way to Jan 28th. And we're looking at the respondents. Nearly 35,801 people were consulted, and we got feedback from nearly over 1,13,000 people across Lok Sabha constituencies. So this is almost the most certain, accurate opinion poll that we are bringing to you for India Today, right here from southern part of India. Has the Modi effect, or will the Modi effect really have an impact on South India? We're going to take you through every analysis at this point. I have with me Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who brings us a perspective from all the 5 southern states, starting from Karnataka, Kerala, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. We have our guests here, Lavanya Bilal, our BJP guest, Captain Ganesh Karnik. We also have, if you could introduce
Ramakrishna
Upadhyay.
political commentator.
He's a political analyst and commentator. So our guests here to give us a glimpse into whether the Modi effect has had an impact on South India. If I could start a quick word, Lavanya, what are you expecting? We know that the Congress at this point has made it look like it's a North versus South fight for 2024. But do you think that will also help you garner votes from Southern India in your favor?
Small correction, Nabila, we are fighting for India, a union of states. We are trying to stop the BJP from the narrative of North versus South. We do not believe in North versus South. That's the first correction I would like to make. And the Modi effect, as you've seen in South India, has not really worked, especially in Karnataka. They expected to sweep the state of Karnataka, but it has not worked in Karnataka. It's not worked in Tamil Nadu, neither has it worked in Telangana. So Modi effect does not really make a difference in South of India.
Modi effect does not make a difference in South India. That said, we're still looking at a good number of people in. All right, this is going to be a natural phenomenon. We're standing right at the Vidhan Sabha. Public is moving about.
Today, the Chief Minister meeting around 10,000 people of Janaspandana program.
Right.
So
That's the Chief Minister's program right
so the
behind
Vidhan
me.
Sabha is full of people today.
Full of people, full jammers, no phone connections. I'm here. The cameras are rolling, and we have our guests giving us their insights. Our BJP spokesperson, Captain, give us a sense on the number of number of visits that Prime Minister Modi has made to South India at this point, clearly suggesting that the BJP is pushing hard to break through and crack into the southern states.
Thanks for this opportunity. And you're talking about the South India. In one single sentence, I'll tell, it is going to be much, much, much better than what it was last time. Definitely. And this North-South divide, it is something like kettle calling the cat black. Having initiated the discussion about the devolution of funds and talking that we are going to have a separate country as such, today they're talking of a separate country and North-South divide. It is the other way. When Modi says that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, it's about India we are talking, it's about Bharat we are talking. And his influence in the southern states also is very, very prominent. And this election results will definitely bring out the fact that Modi is a factor, and that factor will get us more seats.
All right. So as a political analyst, give us your sense on the 5 southern states. And like I did mention, the NDA right now seems quite dominant in the northern part of India. The Congress has managed to, I don't know if successfully, but they've managed to really project this north-south divide, saying right after they won Telangana, the Congress was quick to say that BJP has been fully moved out of southern part of India.
Nabila, I think this north-south divide is not going to work because Modi is a central figure across the country and especially in the south, especially Karnataka. And he has done very well in the last elections. As we know, BJP had the maximum number of seats. They won 25 seats out of 28. And other part of the southern states as well, there is a big push being made, especially in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana. All those states, BJP is making a big push. Of course, there are 130 seats in the south, in the 5 states and 1 union territory of Puducherry. So, as of now, the BJP has 29 seats. And I think they'll be happy if they can move it by another 10, 15 seats because they are expecting a bonus in the northern states. So in Karnataka, they would like to retain what they had, 25, but probably it's going to be difficult. I would say it's going to be difficult. They may stop around 20, I would say, because the Congress having a state government here and Siddaramaiah, trying to set a narrative, hopefully will do well for the Congress. Maybe Congress will get about 5, 6 seats. But then, see, there is a new element that has been introduced in this election. BJP and JDS are going together. So this is going to bring in a different kind of a dimension to what happened in 2019. So JDS will also be fighting along with BJP, which means that JDS will also bring in maybe around 2 or 3 seats. So which will add to the NDA kitty. So this is what happening in Karnataka. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, I mean, Annamalai is putting his best foot forward, and I'm sure they will make a dent They have not been able to make a dent so far. Not a single seat won so far. And as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, there are 25 seats at stake, and TDP is now trying to enter into alliance with the BJP.
Okay,
So we have to see what happens there.
Yeah,
And
what
Telangana,
happens there, and what does our survey really suggest? We have our in-house political analyst here, Nagarjun, who's been very closely watching the southern part of India. But before I come to you, Nagarjun, I'm going to cut straight to our first big number that we're getting here. Let me start with Tamil Nadu, the largest state in terms of Lok Sabha capacity, with 39 seats. Let's take you through exactly what Tamil Nadu has in store. So, projected seat share in Tamil Nadu, we're looking at, in compared to 2019, the seat share for Tamil Nadu for the NDA was about 31%. At this point for 2024, our projections here, our opinion poll survey suggests that it picks up 9%, 40% vote share that NDA as a coalition is likely to get in Tamil Nadu. But the takeaway here is the India Alliance. In Tamil Nadu, the India Alliance is, of course, the ruling DMK and the Congress party. The India Alliance in Tamil Nadu right now to get at least a 5% extra vote share with nearly 48% in their kitty. The others, in fact, in 2019 barely had any significance, though the others at this point might get 12 to 16. That's the vote share that we're looking at. The other smaller parties like the PMK, the DMDK, a few others, the IUML. Now, Nagarjun, if you can cut through the numbers here, we see clearly that in Tamil Nadu, the BJP yet again, as it was in 2019, not making any headway here in 2024.
Nabila, in fact, the biggest takeaway in the Tamil Nadu numbers are the vote share reduction of the DMK and the Congress government. It's minus 5% already low. It was 53 before in 2019. Now it's at 48. Seems like some anti-incumbency vote is going towards either I.N.D.I.A or either BJP or either smaller parties. But what is seen here is the NDA gain. Now the I.N.D.I.A and the BJP are not together. So we'll have to split that vote share and give it to BJP and I.N.D.I.A and other smaller parties. But seems like Mr. Ramakrishna Upadhyaya was mentioning, Annamalai factor is working for BJP.
Absolutely.
His yatra that is happening in the last 10 months has gained some traction. So seems like the BJP might increase their vote share, but seat conversion, we'll have to look forward. But definitely a bigger takeaway for Tamil Nadu BJP is that their vote share was at 3% in 2019 alone, 6% in the local body elections. I think they might be crossing a double digit if it's a good day, maybe 15%.
Wow, Ramakrishna.
See, the BJP's vote share went down from 2014 to 2019, from 5.66 to 3.3. So that being the case, unless you cross 20, at least 20%, 20 to 23%, you're not going to get any seats. That is the reality. And for BJP to jump from 3.5% to 22% is going to be a huge cost. But I think probably they'll make a breakthrough and
from
get
what
one
I see
seat.
here, predominantly in a Dravidian state, the BJP, at least in terms of vote share, they may not or they may well win in 2024. But from what we see, vote share, they've certainly improved. Their tally has improved, and this is sans the AIADMK. They've cut off, they have no alliance with the AIADMK, so it's only the Annamalai factor. And just yesterday, nearly 15 former MLAs of the AIADMK, though they're from the 90s, they may not have as much relevance still at this point in Tamil Nadu, but yet, perception-wise, the BJP seems to be gaining ground in a Dravidian state.
The BJP has nothing to lose. Even the 15 former MLAs getting 10 people each is good enough because they're starting from scratch. They're at zero today. So anything is a positive.
The NDA percentage was read out as 41%. And
that's with AIDMK, PMK and all smaller parties.
I said the NDA. What was the percentage? I don't know. I think around 30%.
It was 3%, 3.3% in 2019 for BJP alone.
Yeah. No, I'm talking of NDA percentage in the previous election, 2019, should be around 30%. So any alliance gaining about 10 to 12% is a substantial gain. And that will be resulting in a couple of seats at least. I am very happy that we are doing wonderfully well as far as the vote is concerned.
But who's the alliance, sir? Here you have no alliance with the AI.
Just wait and see. Just wait and see. Just wait and see.
There's no alliance.
And one factor,
are you suggesting that there could be an alliance with the AIADMK?
You may take it as you like it.
Said there's no room there. The doors are closed.
Either alliance or people coming and joining us.
Okay.
One more factor is Vijay's entry. He's not contesting election. His entry will make a dent into the.
No, but Vijay is only contesting assembly elections.
But he will make a dent. He's going to participate in the election. He's going to participate in the election.
A quick word to Lavanya on this. Lavanya, BJP's vote share rising by 9% without the I.N.D.A in a Dravidian state. Your alliance with the DMK, at this point, no seat sharing formula has been drawn out. It's a very uneasy alliance there, because will the DMK really cede ground? The 2019, they won 38 Lok Sabha seats. Our survey this time also suggesting that they're going to sweep. So what is the Congress's share there?
See, we do not have any problems right now with our alliance partner in Tamil Nadu, right? We do not have any issues with Stalin and his party. So this will continue. India Bloc is, of course, in talks with the alliance partners. So we do not see a difference happening to our numbers. We did well in Tamil Nadu last time, and we are going to retain our seats in Tamil Nadu.
I just want to make a point about the alliance between DMK and Congress in Tamil Nadu. It is under strain because the DMK wants to reduce the number of seats it's given last time. They gave them 11 seats, out of which 8 Congress won. But this time they're saying that, look, we're not able to give it that many.
Okay.
So there is a tension point there because of that. And I think, the Congress will have to fight really hard to get that number again.
All right. Well, the Congress will have to fight hard, and the BJP also, in every sense, Modi's vision of Char So Par, they're allying, the NDA right now allying with every possible party that they can. The PMK, the DMDK, one of Anbumani and the other of late Vijay-Kant. Both parties there, it appears that the NDA right now mulling over an alliance. Will that really benefit them remains to be seen. I'll have to switch now to our very own state, Karnataka. Let's take you through the numbers here. And looking at the numbers, Karnataka for the BJP is the only gateway in South India. As much as the Congress may have come into power here in the assembly elections just last year, it doesn't seem like they have that kind of impact, at least going by our numbers in the Lok Sabha elections. That suggests clearly for you, the numbers here, that voting patterns of assembly and Lok Sabha are very different. At least looking at the numbers here, let me take you through the seat share projection. The NDA seems to be retaining a large chunk of their seats out of the 26. It appears that this time too, that the NDA is likely to retain about 24 seats. So 24 out of 28. The last time in 2019, they managed to get 26 out of the 28. This time, despite the Congress government, Congress party being in power here in Karnataka, it appears that the NDA will retain 24 seats. Likely 22 to 24. Nagarjun Dwarkanath to give us a little sense on that. An alliance with the JDS has worked for the BJP?
Seems like it's working in old Mysore region, but I'm surprised that the Congress is not doing quite well as they expected to do.
Yeah.
It's just been a year since 2 elections of the assembly, and they came with a thumping majority, over 40% vote share. Look at the decimal vote share numbers here for Karnataka Congress right now. The guarantee seems to have faded off. People might have forgotten, but the Modi factor seems to have taken over every other aspect of the Congress party here. The guarantees seem to be not working for Lok Sabha as per the numbers that we are showing. 24 to NDA and 24 to NDA and 4 to Congress. In fact, if you speak to the Congress MLAs themselves, they agree off record that they are at single digit today. Modi is taking the cake away in Karnataka.
But an internal survey of the Congress there suggests that the Congress will get 15 to 20 seats.
Nabila, that's on record. If you have a chai with them off record, they'll agree with the numbers.
Let's go as per what they've presented on record. Lavanya, on record.
See, first of all, all these
seats is what your survey says.
First of all these exit polls and all of that has not worked even during the assembly elections.
Opinion polls, right?
Yeah. We were written off. We were written off completely, and we made a thumping victory in Karnataka. It's the same thing. Every time people would love to say, oh, the Modi magic. People would love to say, oh, we are not executing our promises. Everything. Look at BJP. It is a broken house. It is a
140 in the exit
It
polls.
is a broken
You congratulated India today for getting the polls right.
I'm not talking particularly about your channel. I'm saying BJP in Karnataka is a broken house. There are so many factions. They're abusing each other every day. The level of political discourse is at its all-time worst in Karnataka in the BJP. And they expect to win 24. I think that's a joke. Not at all.
We retain their seats.
No, Nabila, we are going to win 20 out of 28 seats in Karnataka. JDS and the BJP alliance has only disgruntled the JDS party workers. If you talk to an average JDS party worker, he's is very unhappy about the shedding of the secular image of the JDS.
What does JDS anyway have? Even if their workers are unhappy, it's not really going to dent the BJP, right?
No, your point was JDS is benefiting the BJP. JDS is not benefiting the BJP in any
areas
way.
where the JDS is dominant, like Mandya, Hassan, Mysuru, Kodagu, JDS is dominant. The BJP is not, does not have a presence there.
Where is the
And alliance
JDS
with the
presence?
JDS will help them.
Nabila, where is the JDS presence in their strongholds today? The presence is very minimal. They got wiped out during the assembly elections, right? And today, if you talk to a JDS party worker, he's very unhappy about the alliance that has happened with the BJP. So when JDS is not able to put its house together, when BJP is not able to keep its house together, what are they even talking about numbers of 24, 28?
Well, the JDS
I mean, they would love to. They would love to say, oh, Modi makes all the
be
difference.
very happy. They're hobnobbing in Delhi, back and forth, cozying up with the senior leadership of the BJP at this point. Has the JDS alliance with the BJP captain worked for the NDA here?
For aligning with the JDS. In the previous election, which he is talking of, in Karnataka, last assembly election, BJP polled 8.35 lakh votes more than the previous election. But a large chunk of JDS votes went to Congress. That is why they swept the floor election. What I'm trying to say, in Karnataka, there is a history of people voting differentially for assembly and Lok Sabha. Modi is a factor. Ram Janmabhoomi is a factor.
Okay, so you're
all
saying
these
that
things.
Modi is a factor itself.
Yes.
It's not your leaders.
And
it's
we
not
will-
your leaders. And I'd like to ask you a quick word. How many of the MLAs, how many of the MPs are you going to retain? Buzz is, Nagarjun broke that news for us, that nearly 8 to 9 senior BJP MPs are going to be replaced. Is this a strategy?
8, 9.
More than that.
No, 1 second. 8, 9 senior BJP MPs have opted to not contest. They've already done. Yes.
That's news.
I mean, if you want, I'll tell the names. They've already announced. They've already announced.
Not contesting.
They've
They're
not announced. They've announced.
Not contesting. They've said
They've already announced.
They have declared.
Of
It's
course,
not
it's
that
a
they're
nice
not.
way to
And no, 1 second, 1 second.
Not all of them. Some of them have been pushed.
Mr. Nagarjuna.
It is being given the chabi to de to tabhi to aayega sir.
Sadanand Gowda doesn't know he's in or out.
Nagarjuna.
Wants to be in or he wants to quit?
He wants to be in, the party doesn't want to be in.
Nagarjuna, 1 second. What I'm trying to tell, substantiated by Mr. Upadhyaya, this is one part. Secondly, nobody has announced the candidature now. We will do something that will be announced to you well in advance.
So basically, the NDA or the BJP wants to fight in the name of Modi. It's not your local leaders, it's Modi itself.
No. Lok Sabha election, it is always national issue.
Okay.
I told you to stop me.
And
One
it's
is,
not for you, you don't want to
I
change
said,
the winning game.
I said
Heard you.
Modi, Ram Janmabhoomi, developmental initiatives.
Ram Janmabhoomi is a black factor
Labarthi,
here?
yes, definitely.
I'm going to ask Ramkrishna. Ram Janmabhoomi is a factor. I'd like to ask you. And
No,
also, sir,
I think it's just an add-on because as it is, Modi, sells in Karnataka. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised they went for an alliance with JDS because they have 51% of the votes last time. And it's only assembly it came down. And probably that, factor helped them make the decide that, let's go with the JDS.
I'm not surprised
Otherwise,
that the BJP is allying with anybody. I think it's the target that they've kept so far. They're going into alliance with the smallest of the small parties, irrespective of what the contribution would be. It's a perception war at this point.
I'll tell you why they did that, because I think, the very fact that during the elections, that Bombay government was not able to give a good government, and there was this 40% Sarkar allegation, which all stuck. And which is the reason why BJP did badly in the last election, in spite of the fact the Prime Minister went around about 24 times across and he was so cut off.
So you're saying it was lack of governance?
BJP, for 8 months he did not announce the leader of the opposition.
He's saying Modi magic. He's saying Modi magic is what's going to work.
I think the alliance with the JDS will work for both of them because they don't get into each
Nabila,
other's
looking at
territory.
Karnataka has always voted differently in terms of assembly, in terms of
that's another factor.
And we also have consecutive changes of every 5 years in assembly government. But since 2004, BJP has been performing well in Lok Sabha in Karnataka.
It has. And as the Vijayendra factor worked, I'd like to ask you, Katil, who was the BJP president, really wasn't as effective. The BJP was unhappy. You turned him away. They've now placed Vijayendra at the helm of
I think
affairs.
it's going to work.
Yediyurappa factor, his son Vijayendra factor. The BJP may have woken up to how popular Yediyurappa is a little too late. But will this time help the BJP?
I think they made a mistake by removing Yediyurappa at that
Yes.
time. and that is they paid a price for it. Now after that, to compensate for that, now they brought in Vijay, though he's not a popular candidate within the party. I mean, many seniors are not happy that somebody who's so young and who's just a first-time MLA has been made a party president. But in BJP, it's Modi and Amit Shah who decide.
Correct.
And he has the mozo to carry the party. And the way he has gone around in the last 2 months, it shows that he's capable and he is an upcoming leader. I'm sure with Yediyurappa's support, he will prove that, see the very fact that Modi is there in the background, any 20 plus seats, he can also claim. He can also claim, I also contributed.
Yeah, Lavanya.
No, a quick word. I mean, Modi is backing the dynasty politics in Karnataka.
Like Mr. Modi mentioned
in BJP.
He mentioned in the parliament that people can come in but not run the party.
Right, but
definitely. So Vijayendra is not running the party, I'm sure.
At this point, Yediyurappa is really not holding a position.
No, of course. Both his sons are in the party. The first time MLA gets to be the party president.
Dynasty politics. But a quick word, Lavanya. The Congress is struggling to deliver its guarantees.
Absolutely not, Nabila.
1,000 crores a year.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
In a week's time, Siddharaya is going to be presenting the budget. Will that work in your favor for Lok Sabha?
Let me clear the misconception. It is a misconception that is being spread by the BJP. Let me come to my own coastal belt. Out of 100 people, for example, who are eligible for the all these schemes, 92 people have applied, and out of that, it is 50% of BJP voters who, under the leadership, said, "Oh, we do not want any of these schemes." So everybody it is everybody who is taking the schemes.
All right, I apologize. I'm going to slip into a short break, sir. For Karnataka, Siddharaya is going to be presenting the budget in a week's time. Will that really influence voters for 2024 Lok Sabha elections? That remains to be seen. How good is his budget? Will he be able to handle the state in the next few months? Will that turn around as magic for the Congress party here? On that note, we're slipping into a quick commercial break. We're coming back with southern state of Kerala. What's the figures and the data showing for Kerala? Stay with us.
जब इनका एक नया हथियार आ गया ईडी। अभी तक इस देश के अंदर ये कानून होता था कि अगर आपने कोई क्राइम किया तो उसकी जांच होती थी, फिर उसमें मुकदमा चलता था, मुकदमे में तय होता था कि कौन कौन दोषी है, कौन कौन निर्दोष है। जो दोषी है उसको सजा मिलती थी, वो जेल जाता था। मुकदमे के बाद, मुकदमा खत्म होने के बाद आदमी जेल जाता था जिसको दोषी माना जाता था। अब तय कर लेते हैं कि इसको जेल भेजना है, तो उसको पकड़ लेते हैं, उसको जेल में डाल देते हैं, फिर सोचते हैं अब इस पे क्या मुकदमा करें, इस पे क्या केस बनाएं, फिर ये केस बनाते हैं। अभी हेमंत सोरेन साहब को इन्होंने जेल में डाल दिया, अभी तक उनके ऊपर कुछ भी साबित नहीं हुआ है, अभी उनके ऊपर मुकदमा नहीं चला है, अभी मुकदमा शुरू भी नहीं हुआ है, अभी जांच चल रही है। लेकिन अगर मुकदमे को 15 साल लगे तो हेमंत सोरेन साहब 15 साल जेल में रहेंगे। और ये तो किसी को भी कर दें, कल मुझे पकड़ के जेल में डाल देंगे, विजयन साहब को पकड़ के जेल में डाल देंगे, स्टेलिन साहब को पकड़ के जेल में डाल देंगे, सीतारमैया साहब को पकड़ के जेल में डाल देंगे, सुखविंदर जी को, किसी भी को भी पकड़ के जेल में डाल देंगे और सरकार गिरा देंगे। हेमंत सोरेन साहब को जेल में डाला, उसके बाद 48 घंटे तक ये लोग तोड़ने की कोशिश करते रहे, जेएमएम को तोड़ देते हैं। ये तो भगवान का भला और जेएमएम वालों का महान है, जेएमएम वाले जो टूटे नहीं इनके सामने।
Here you see how the contribution in the overall central pie for some of the South Indian states is coming down. So in the 10th Finance Commission, Karnataka had 5.34% contribution. Out of all the money that was being sent, 5.34 was coming to Karnataka. In the 11th Finance Commission, it came down. 12th Finance Commission came down further. 13th, it came down further. By the time of the 15th Finance Commission, it came down to 3.65. So out of every 100 rupees that are getting distributed at this moment, Karnataka is getting only 3.65 rupees. In the 10th Finance Commission, they got 5.34. This doesn't look like a big amount right now, but just imagine when it's thousands of crores, every decimal makes a big difference. Kerala used to get 3.88% of every 100 rupees in the 10th Finance Commission. That's now come down to 1.93. So big drop in the case of Kerala as well. Whereas in the case of a Tamil Nadu, for example, from 6.64, the amount of money that Tamil Nadu is getting out of every 100 rupees that the center is spending is now only 4.08. Whereas other states, like take for example in Uttar Pradesh, and I've got that here as an example, Uttar Pradesh is kind of where it was, 17% earlier, 17.94% now. So 17.81 in the 10th Finance Commission went up to almost 20% in the 11th Finance Commission and is still about 18% in the 15th Finance Commission. So while the South Indian states are getting more money, but that's also because the economy is growing, so naturally you'll get more money. But when you look at the percentage that they're getting out of every 100 rupees that the center is spending, the South Indian states are complaining that the amount of money that they're getting as a percentage is actually coming down. That's at the nub of the problem.
Of the nation, I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm going to cut straight to our next southern state, God's own country, Kerala. What do the projections really show for the state of Kerala? As we see, looking at the caste or the community religious equation there in Kerala, 52% Hindus in Kerala. The rest split between Muslims and Christians, about 27% Muslims and the rest about 17-18% Christians. In a state of Kerala, as per our prediction here, let me start first with the seat share. And here's the numbers. BJP, the NDA collectively does not gain anywhere in the state of Kerala. It appears that they remain at a complete zero there. I don't know if I could say that comfortably because now the BJP is also looking at alliances with some of the smaller players in Kerala. I think Captain can give us an insight on that. But as per our predictions, it says a clear zero. Last time to this time, no improvement. When it comes to seat share, barely about 2% or barely about from 15% to 17%. That's just 2% extra vote share for the BJP and the NDA there in Kerala. Now, we're looking at the India Alliance, whopping 20 seats out of Kerala has 20. The India Alliance, UDF and the Congress, along with a few other smaller players like the IUML, all collectively to win 20 out of 20 as per our prediction. Lavanya, take it away. First of all, is Rahul?
Of the left parties and the Congress. So that's very important.
Well, we don't have the breakup as yet, but I will give you the numbers. Is Rahul Gandhi contesting from Wayanad?
Yes, he is contesting from Wayanad. He will continue to contest from Wayanad. And last time we had contested, the coalition had contested in all 20 seats and we lost only one seat last time. This time we are planning to retain that seat as well. So with our coalition partners, we hope to retain all 20 seats out of 20 in Kerala and the one in Lakshadweep as well.
Okay, you.
I would want to ask
But
you
we saw what happened in Lakshadweep. Prime Minister Modi came in and the whole game turned around.
And not just that, they are principal opponents, like left and the Congress in Kerala are principal opponents. Left and the TMC are principal opponents in Bengal. How are you managing the India alliance seat sharing talks? Because the moment the opposition and the principal party comes into alliance, it doesn't work. The cadres don't gel. We have seen it in Karnataka also.
See,
Congress and JDS didn't gel well.
We are not in a coalition in the state of Kerala. We are on a national alliance with them. In Kerala, we will be fighting against the Communist Party, against Pinarayi Vijayan's party, and we have done that last time as well. And Nabila mentioned Lakshadweep. As much as Lakshadweep made a news in the social media, the ground reality is very different. The houses, the the shepherds, the fishermen, and all the residents of Lakshadweep today, if you talk to them, they are very appalled at what has been happening in the last 3 years.
But in the Lok Sabha, predominantly the UDF and the Congress collectively have done well for eternity. If anything, if things had to be different in Lakshadweep, the onus is on the UDF and the Congress.
Okay.
So what have you done, if I may ask, as the Congress and UDF combined? Always fares well in Lok Sabha elections.
Yes.
You all have been dominant even last time.
Yes.
So what is the Congress and the UDF collectively done for Lakshadweep? You're saying the situation of people there on ground is really bad.
We encourage Lakshadweep to have its identity and its life. We have never hurt their interests. What under the new governor there, what has happened is their houses have been raised, their gazing areas have been raised. And if you look at Lakshadweep as a reality, today everybody feels they're entitled to Lakshadweep more than the residents of Lakshadweep. And that's a wrong attitude to go into any place.
Look what one visit of Prime Minister Modi did to Lakshadweep, Captain.
It made a lot of waves in social media.
Yeah, and one visit of Prime Minister Modi turned it around like magic. Now we've got to see how far and fast development happens, but at least a conversation has started.
Yes, Lakshadweep is going to be the center of attraction as far as tourism is concerned. And we are doing everything.
One aircraft flying there from Cochin. One Air India aircraft flies there. If at all you have the flight cancelled, then you can't reach Lakshadweep.
What I'm trying to say,
going.
no, whatever I'm trying to say, whether it is flight or no flight, it is going to be a tourist destination, which is already seen. The second part is what you mentioned about Kerala, the figures you mentioned about it.
You're increasing by only 2%.
So I understand, yes, BJP or NDA is not doing well at the moment. But we have a long strategy for Kerala. We will have the government.
What is the strategy, sir? I would like to ask you, Suresh Gopi from Thrissur is one of the most popular candidates for the BJP in Kerala, but doesn't seem like the BJP valued him enough. Suresh Gopi, who is an actor,
yes.
It appears he and the other BJP leaders are always having a tiff. So if any chance that the BJP has it from Thrissur, what are you going to do to harness that vote base there?
The seats will be announced at due course of time. We know where we have to place our best bets, and we will do it. In Kerala, BJP is going to increase its vote share.
That's all. He's not on.
Yes.
Look, in Kerala, they've never won a single seat so far in 75 years. So if at all there is a chance, I think this time they might do it because of various issues of
Sir, but our numbers shows a clear zero. There is absolutely no increase.
In fact, they're doing better in Tamil Nadu than Kerala.
No, the point is they are at 12%. If they increase it to 15 or 16%, I think they have a fair chance of winning one seat.
Okay, explain to us. I have a question here. Explain to us how this works. 53% Hindus in Kerala. Hasn't the Hindutva agenda of the BJP really worked in a state with majority Hindu population?
Kerala is something totally different. I think we need to accept the fact that Kerala is a God-sown country where things work differently. And just like the India alliance has realized that they can't have an alliance there. So they're fighting each other. Look, last time also, in spite of fighting each other, the Congress won 15 seats. I mean, the highest number of seats last time they won from Kerala. Will they be able to retain that? I have my own doubts because Pinarayi Vijayan is putting a big fight, and whether Rahul will be able to get the seat, because IUML has put a condition: you have to give us one seat extra in compensation for that, and if you don't give, we'll not give. Why not?
You know, we also saw the BJP cozying up. We saw the BJP cozying up. We saw the BJP.
Come to Karnataka.
You know, it amuses me. It amuses me. No, it amuses me. The so-called analysts, the so-called experts have been writing Rahul Gandhi off for the last 20 years.
So I have a quick question. BJP was seen cozying up with the Christian community, but it appears the Christian community didn't sort of give way, especially after what happened in Manipur. So you failed on that account.
One section has already joined us.
Which section?
money faction.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Nabila, if
and
you have seen Kerala,
last election, I have gone to Kerala for the campaign. I have gone to different churches. They have openly come and joined us.
So,
They are really
Nabila,
coming and
I
joining
need to
us.
make a quick point. Kerala BJP does not agree with the national BJP. We have seen the protest last 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And also, when it comes to the Christian community in Kerala, the bishops who went and met the Prime Minister have been already removed from their own religion by their own church. They have been thrown out. So, Kerala is a different ball game altogether. It doesn't work like how it works in rest of India. And people have been writing off Rahul Gandhi from day one of his career. He's still around. He's still winning his elections. He will win Wayanad.
This issue came up when Love Jihad was happening with the Christian community. They woke up.
No, but
that is when they started coming to us.
No matter what, at least our survey numbers suggest that the BJP has really not made any headway, even with the anti-love jihad campaign. Nonetheless,
it's okay. 2%
sir,
for the state.
Nonetheless,
that is a large number.
Thank you. So we have absolutely no time.
Has he brought any development to Wayanad?
I'm sure you will have a lot of questions about, has Congress brought any development to India, sir?
But ultimately, if the India alliance here in our survey, as per numbers, is showing very strong, though a slight drop from the last 2019, 83% vote share. Our numbers this time for India bloc in Kerala shows 78% roughly. But it's going to be a very uneasy alliance because the LDF and the UDF otherwise are warring this time to come together for Lok Sabha. How many seats are they going to part with? What's going to be the seat share equation? None of that has been discussed, by the way. There's no seat share formula yet for the India bloc in Kerala, but we'll see. There are still 2 more months away. Let me cut across to Andhra Pradesh. A good look at Andhra Pradesh. Let me cut straight across to Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP's Andhra Pradesh, who's won 2 times around. What's the numbers looking like this time? For Andhra Pradesh, here you go. The seat share. As per the NDA, let me start with, again, a 0 in Andhra Pradesh. The India bloc, 0. Now, the YSRCP, from 2019's 25 seats that they got, 25, Andhra Pradesh has 25 Lok Sabha seats. Out of the 25, all 25 that was won by Jagan Mohan's YSRCP, this time they're showing a drop of nearly 17 seats. So barely 8 that the YSRCP, as per our numbers, will be able to scrape through. Now, the winner here, at least largely from the looks of it, is Chandrababu Naidu's TDP. And here I would say very clearly that there was a lot of talk about Chandrababu Naidu itself fizzling out. He was almost written off. Look how he's resurfacing. And now news coming in just in the last 24 hours that TDP is likely to go into an alliance with the NDA.
Chandrababu Naidu is in Delhi talking to Amit Shah and JP Nadda, and they would like to have an alliance there. But I don't know whether it will happen.
Nagarjun.
The Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh is also reaching Delhi today, meeting the BJP leaders. We don't know what the conversation will be. Within a span of 24 hours, BJP leaders have met the LOP, are meeting the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. But what is interesting is the drop of YSRCP to 8 seats. But I was in Andhra Pradesh, Nabila, a few weeks back. Jagan seems to be still popular when it comes to the assembly level. Lok Sabha elections are fought on the bigger issues, on national issues, but Assembly seems like Jagan has still a good fort. But
Nagarjun, 2019 Lok Sabha, Jagan swept all 25 seats.
The resurgence seems to be of Naidu. Since the time he's come out of the prison, he's been touring the state. Before that, his son was touring it, and then there was a Padayatra that he had taken up. So in the last 2 years, the Naidus and the TDP faction, the party, have done their bit on ground, is what.
And another factor that could be adding to the boost of TDP is Pawan Kalyan. Pawan Kalyan's Janasena is not really a force as such, but Pawan Kalyan itself is such a popular face. He's a big film star, and he's been hobnobbing with the Delhi unit and TDP. In fact, he has already entered into an alliance with the BJP in Telangana. So TDP, Janasena, BJP as one unit. Could that boost the NDA's numbers?
NDA is going to make large presence in this election as far as Lok Sabha is concerned.
So if Naidu comes to NDA, comes to NDA.
I said NDA.
If Naidu comes, he's not come yet.
No, I'm telling you, NDA is going to make a presence. Now leave it to us to decide who is going to come.
Is Naidu coming to NDA?
Just wait and see.
No, I think there is a big problem there because Naidu want to retain the maximum number of seats, which BJP is not ready to concede, because he says, I'm the dominant partner in Andhra Pradesh and I would like to contest as many seats as possible. But then there is also the problem that in 2019, he worked against the BJP. He joined with the other, anti-BJP parties and formed an alliance. And, he had a panga with both the which is not going to help him to come back here now, right now. So unless he's ready to stoop down, because he has gone down completely, he was in jail for 2 months, and for his political comeback, it's very important for him to get an alliance.
You know, Lavanya, if I could ask you, United Andhra, the kind of presence that Congress had, you're really a dominant force for United Andhra. I was just about to ask, what an unfortunate state of affairs for the Congress, a complete wipeout in Andhra Pradesh. And some call this a dirty game, fielding Y.S. Sharmila as the Congress president opposite her own brother in the state of Andhra Pradesh. But yet, as per numbers, there seems to be no impact.
Well, Nabila, first of all, it proves that Congress is here to take tough decisions and not comfortable decisions. We gave in to the call of statehood for Telangana, and we promised and we delivered that. And secondly, in politics, I think all is fair, because it is Sharmila's choice to contest or to fight against her brother. She was a force.
Sharmila was a party.
She was a force to reckon with in Andhra, and it was her brother who backstabbed her, and it was her brother.
What happened? What happened for the Congress to move her to Andhra Pradesh?
It was her brother who backstabbed her in Andhra Pradesh, and it is her decision to come and join Congress party or join hands with Congress party. We are going to make a difference with Sharmila at the helm in Andhra Pradesh.
What's the difference?
For us, gaining even a small percentage in Andhra makes a big difference, because at this point of time, we have zero presence in Andhra. So any difference is a great victory for us in Andhra.
You know, people of Telangana at least seem to have forgiven the Congress party for the delay in declaring Telangana a separate state. But it appears that in Andhra Pradesh, there's no presence anymore. It's almost a complete.
So we are planning to make a change. We are making a change.
Complete clean out. Okay, with Sharmila at the helm, we are hoping to make some change. But looking at the numbers here, the NDA to get 17, if at all TDP, if Chandrababu Naidu's TDP allies with the BJP, then that's all yours. It's 17.
That is what your data says.
Yeah.
Nabila, I think this is largely also because of the Kapus and the Kamas caste coming together, consolidating and joining hands with TDP and Jan Sena. Jan Sena seems to be doing pretty well this time in this election in 2024.
All right.
Yeah.
Jan Sena, but Jan Sena really has no presence as of now. It's only Pawan Kalyan's popularity, sir.
Popularity. You see, the smaller parties bring in 3-4%, which is what is happening in UP. See, this is what BJP is cashing in on UP. They bring in smaller parties who bring in 3-4%, which will add to the voter, total voter percentage.
In Andhra Pradesh, just wait and see.
All right, sir. From what we see here in Andhra Pradesh, it's almost a clean sweep as per our numbers for Chandrababu Naidu's TDP. And if TDP joins hands with the BJP, then they have a clear win here. 17 seats for the NDA coming from one state of Andhra Pradesh alone. As per our opinion polls, we've got to see. Also, assembly elections for Andhra Pradesh is going to be just days apart from the Lok Sabha elections. So a lot of it will actually rub off even for Lok Sabha. Let me cut our focus finally to Telangana, the state where Congress has been chest pumping its victory, saying that BJP has they've managed to fully wipe out the BJP from the southern part of India. And this they said after their victory in Telangana. Let me take our viewers through the numbers. A quick look at the seat share for Telangana. In 2019, NDA, which was 4, 2024, it's projected to be 1 less. So the NDA seems to be not really gaining, in fact, losing in strength in the state of Telangana after the Congress's victory. The India bloc here, though, we see gaining significantly. So 2019 numbers with 3 for the India bloc, which is specifically the Congress. 3 now are numbers suggesting that they're going to get nearly 10. So that's almost 7 increase in terms of tally. So 10 seats. Out of 17, 10 seats likely to be in the Congress's hand. And the others, which apparently...
BRS as well as the AIM.
BRS, AIM. BRS also has lost out. Nagarjan, looking at the numbers here. Others here is BRS. So BRS...
4 AIM, 3 for BRS.
So out of the last times, 10 for BRS? No, or 9 for BRS? 9 for BRS. Now they're getting only 6.
No, coming down by 6, there are 3.
Okay, so BRS shows out of 9 last time, we'll get 3 this time. For the Congress that were 3 last time, we'll get 10 this time. For the NDA that was 4 last time, 1 minus. The BJP loses out on 1, will manage to get 3.
Telangana is a tough state for the regional party now because the Congress has just won a majority government 3 months back or 2 months back and riding high on the honeymoon period. Still, the popular figure still remains to be the Chief Minister of Telangana, Mr. Revanth Reddy. So his magic seems to be working here. They are going at 10. In fact, Telangana Congress passed a resolution also asking Sonia Gandhi to contest either from Medak or Bongir or in fact Khammam as well. So the resolution has been passed because they're saying that let's Sonia Gandhi file nomination, she'll win. This is the numbers that we are talking about. 10 seats for Congress in Telangana. A big BRS is 3. They were at 9 before. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who had a fall recently, is not even in the session today as we speak. So that party has been reduced to 3.
What a shocker for the BRS. In fact, I'd like to ask you, Captain, let me go straight to the BJP's spokesperson here. Is there going to be an alliance with the BRS ahead of Lok Sabha? Because that's what has happened in the past in other states. The BJP is known to tap into the regional parties like JDS and BJP here in Karnataka. Will there be a BRS BJP in Telangana?
As you rightly said in the initial discussion as we started, how do we get into the southern states? So obviously in next 15 days, 1 month, many strategies will be worked out and our vote share has not come down. You not announced it. I think our vote share has not come down. And to take 4 to 6 or 8 or 10, whatever needs to be done will be done in Telangana also.
Your vote share has increased by 1%.
Yes, whatever it is, I
1%
said.
increase
Yes,
in vote share
it
for
has
the
gone
BJP.
up.
So Telangana really, BJP has, and do you believe that there's been a big mistake in replacing the Kishan Reddy with Bandi Sanjay? Bandi Sanjay for the BJP was seemingly a more popular candidate. Doesn't seem like Kishan Reddy's presence there worked out in any sense. In fact, you've lost out all the more now.
It is history. Let's not talk about it. We'll look ahead.
Will the BJP ever accept mistakes?
No, let's move
In
forward.
Karnataka, they removed
yeah, look
Yediyurappa.
forward.
In Telangana, they removed Bandi Sanjay. But let's bring in...
I want to make a point about Telangana.
Yeah.
You know, it's not very easy to get the numbers there because of the complexities of, calculations. Now, BRS is going to fight really hard, having lost the government, having been in power for 10 years, and they were very confident of winning the elections, but they didn't. They went very badly. So that being the case, they would like to do well in the Lok Sabha elections. My projection is probably they will, maybe keep maybe 7 or 8 seats, and Congress may not be able to get 10 seats as you are projecting.
No, but as per our projections, Lavanya, it appears that Revanth Reddy's popularity and the momentum of the assembly elections victory will continue even to Lok Sabha. What is it? Is it Revanth Reddy or is it Rahul Gandhi?
It is Revanth Reddy as well, because if you look at Karnataka also, we had our regional leaders who made a difference. So if you look at South politics, it is the regional leaders who make a huge impact during the elections. So yes, Revanth Reddy is a very good organizational man, and he, as a PCC president, he's done well. We will continue doing well in Telangana in the
Rahul Gandhi constantly slams BJP for its association with Adani. He says that Adani is not an ethical businessman. He's indulged in illegal activities. But in state of Telangana, Revanth Reddy is openly hobnobbing with Adani.
So here,
several projects with Adani being announced.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, if I may respond,
Is that double speak? Isn't that double speak?
If I may,
quickly.
yeah. So we are not okay with the laws and the rules of the nation being bent and the friends being accommodated, bypassing the laws of India or any other state. If he's going to do business within the legal framework, we are all for it. I think Adani should be in business in all states if it is within the legal framework. But if you're going to fly to a foreign country and say, hey, my buddy is going to get this contract because he's my buddy, and that is where we have a problem.
So the ethics, I mean, let's not speak specifically of ethics. Which political party? Which
I think that is exactly what he should. No, Nabila, that exactly is the answer. That is the answer. We have a problem with laws being broken to accommodate friends.
So if Adani has broken laws, then the man, then how can Congress party in any state associate with him?
Only in Congress rules.
Let me repeat. I think you forgot the first sentence. We are perfectly fine with working with anybody within the legal framework, Nabila.
All right. Thank you very much. It's a quick, as we see here, a quick roundup here. Nagarjun, out of the number of seats that we see for the southern part of India, be it Kerala, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, it appears for the BJP, the only gateway is where we are standing. That's Karnataka. And if they get into an alliance with TDP in Andhra, then they get a good 17 from Andhra as well.
Seems like the BJP will repeat what they had done earlier. I don't see any gain apart from 1 or 2 seats in a couple of states here and there. But the regional parties in southern India seems to be much strongly stopping the BJP party like DMK, the YSRCP and the TDP. As of now, they're not in alliance yet. And the JDS here, who are a stronger party but within alliance in the BJP right now, and the smaller parties in Kerala. Right. They are the ones who are stopping BJP to enter the south. The national parties still have a lot to gain here. The only takeaway for Congress is Telangana, and in Karnataka, they're still doing bad.
All right. And
From 29 to 40 plus. That's what's going to happen.
From then to now, the BJP doesn't seem to have significantly gained, but they've retained. They managed to retain largely their vote share.
Last point, Mr. Kharge is from Karnataka and southern part of India. So his question of being the ACC president.
Ideally should have picked up the tally for South India. All right.
To contest this election. That's also important.
All right. Is Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress chief, going to be contesting election this time from Karnataka for Lok Sabha? Another big predominant question. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Well, there you have it. Mood of the nation, South India. All the 5 states, we've shown you clear projections. Thanks very much for joining us. Stay tuned for our continued broadcast on Pan India, Mood of the Nation with Rahul and Rajdeep. That starts 6 p.m. for now. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
One of the core campaign promises of the BJP, in addition to scrapping Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir and the construction of the Ram Temple in Ayodhya, the BJP-led Uttarakhand has officially passed the Uniform Civil Code Bill, making it the first state in the nation to adopt a single personal law for all citizens, regardless of religion, gender, or sexual orientation. However, scheduled tribes, constituting 2.9% of Uttarakhand's population, are excluded from its scope. A uniform code addressing marriage, divorce, inheritance, and live-in relationships. Passed by voice note, the UCC legislation faced criticism for requiring registration of live-in relationships. Failure to comply could result in a jail term of up to 3 months or a fine of Rs 10,000 or both. Congress leader Shama Mohammed condemned the BJP for intruding into the private lives of consenting adults. The TMC echoed these sentiments. Various Muslim voices labelled the UCC as discriminatory, calling it a Hindu code. Uttarakhand's chief minister stated that his government's willingness to assist other states interested in implementing a UCC. With the Ram Temple construction completed and Jammu and Kashmir's special status revoked, the focus now shifts to the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 22 and minimum 7 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 28 and minimum 16 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 32 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 22 degrees.
22 जनवरी को पूरी हिंदुस्तान के अंदर और दुनिया के अंदर जहां कहीं भी हम देख रहे थे, हर ओर से एक ही आवाज आ रही थी। यह अद्भुत क्षण था। प्रसन्नता इस बात की भी थी कि हमने वचन निभाया और मंदिर वहीं बनाया। दुर्योधन ने कहा था, सुच्याग्रम नेव दास्यामि बिना युद्धेन केशव, यानी सुई की नोक के बराबर भी जमीन नहीं दूंगा मैं, एक कृष्ण युद्ध के बगैर नहीं दूंगा। तो महाभारत का युद्ध तो होना ही होना था। क्या हुआ? पूरा कौरव पक्ष से ही स्वाहा हो गया। पांडवों को संरक्षण देने वाला लाक्षागृह है। वहां के सारे प्रमाण इस बात को प्रदर्शित करते हैं और न्यायालय के इस फैसले का सम्मान होना चाहिए। अयोध्या का उत्सव लोगों ने देखा तो नंदी बाबा ने भी कहा, भाई हम काहे इंतजार करें। उन्होंने भी इंतजार किए बगैर रात्रि में बैरिकेड तोड़वा डाले और हमारे कृष्ण कन्हैया कहां मानने वाले हैं।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 22 and minimum 7 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 28 and minimum 16 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 32 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. It's India Today, mood of the nation out now, 10 hours of super broadcast. India's biggest sentiment meter from Delhi, Bengaluru, all the way to Lucknow, way down to Mumbai, Chandigarh and even Patna. It's a statewide mood check before the big national picture. Massive farmers' protest taking place in Noida. Heavy traffic jam at the Delhi-Noida border. Farmers are marching towards the parliament. They are protesting against the land acquisition policies. Rahul Gandhi's fresh cast barb at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Rahul Gandhi says Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a fake OBC. Rahul also claims Prime Minister is in fact from the general category. The BJP lashes out. It is black paper versus the white paper in the parliament. Centre is all set to bring a white paper on the state of economy under the UPA era. Mallikarjun Kharge comes out with a black paper on the economy under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Congress Party's cash bag MP's massive link to Sorain emerges. Seized BMW of Sorain has now been linked to Dheeraj Sahu. The Enforcement Directorate has sent out summons to the Congress MP in the Sorain scam case. The South Fund fight escalates. Kerala Chief Minister leads the protest in the national capital. They claim financial neglect is being done by southern states by the central government. From Stalin's leaders to Arvind Kejriwal to Bhagwat Mann, everyone is joining in the protest. A very difficult day for commuters today. Moving from Noida to Delhi has become almost impossible because routes have been diverted after there was a protest call given in by the farmers of Noida and Greater Noida. The images that you see on your screens are of the Noida-Delhi border. The police, in fact, have now made adequate arrangements. Cranes have been brought in, bulldozers, Vajravahans, and cameras, drone cameras can be seen. The police is saying if the situation goes any further, if it goes out of hand, then borders can actually be sealed. The visuals that you see on your screens are farmers coming in large numbers. They are protesting with regards to the land acquisition policies. Farmers from Noida and Greater Noida reached in large numbers. Hundreds of farmers could be seen at the Noida-Delhi border. This made commuting between Noida and the national capital, that is Delhi, almost impossible. My colleague Piyush is standing right at the border, giving us live visuals of what's taking place at the moment. Piyush, we understand for those many commuters who travel daily from Noida to Delhi, it became almost impossible because of the huge traffic jam that we could see. We can even see in the visuals the cars moving at snail's pace there.
Well, certainly, Aishwarya, since morning we are seeing similar visuals coming in from different parts of city. If you talk about Delhi, Noida, similar situations can be seen, and the traffic movement is very slow. The vehicles are crawling towards their destination. We are now seeing as to how the people are facing a lot of inconvenience because they are stuck in traffic for more than 2 to 3 hours. They are saying that the distance which they usually cover in just 15 minutes, for that they are taking 1 to 2 hours. Let me try to also get in a word from people who are facing inconvenience and try to understand the kind of problems which they are facing. कब से जाम में फंसे आप?
वो 2 घंटे हो गए।
2
घंटे हो गए, बहुत बुरा हाल है।
कहाँ से आ रहे हैं, कहाँ जाना है?
मैं भजनपुरा से आ रहा हूँ, टोटल दिल्ली जाम है आज, बुरा हाल है।
दिल्ली से नोएडा आप आए हैं, दिल्ली से आपको वैसे इस समय कितना लगता है?
वैसे मुश्किल से 20 मिनट, 25 मिनट, आधा घंटा।
2 घंटे से आप
2 घंटे से फंसे हुए, बहुत बुरा हाल है।
And you can see as to how people are facing a lot of problem. The traffic is crawling and people are facing a lot of inconvenience because of the protest call which has been given by the farmers. Moreover, people are forced to take a wrong way. There, you can see as to how some of them are seeing taking a wrong U-turn there amidst this crawling traffic because they don't have any other option. So this is certainly telling us as to how people are facing a lot of problem. And today in the morning, we saw the borders of Delhi and Noida were completely blocked because the farmers had given a call of protest. They were Aishwarya marching towards the parliament. They have a demand that they should be given a huge compensation. The compensation should be increased. In fact, they're also saying that the kind of land which has been given to them against the land which has been acquired by the government in Noida and Greater Noida is not enough. In fact, they should be given a larger portion of land, and that is why they are protesting. They started their protest last year after the assurances those were given by the Noida authority. They concluded their protest in September 2023. But now, when they have realized that the assurances those were given by the Noida authority and these assurances have not been fulfilled, they have again come on the streets. You can see few protesters are also here. कहाँ से आ रहे हैं आप, कहाँ जा रहे हैं और आपके हर जगह जाम लगा हुआ है?
हम लोग एक्चुअली ग्रेटर नोएडा से आ रहे हैं अभी धरना उससे, और हम अभी पूरा प्रोग्राम अटेंड करके आ रहे हैं और आगे अभी हमारे जो प्रोग्राम चल रहा है अभी हम दिल्ली का घेराव करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। तो हमारे सारे कार्यकर्ता वहीं।
कितने आपके साथ कार्यकर्ता हैं?
हमारे पास कम से कम 15-20 गाड़ियां पीछे आ रही है हमारे साथ।
अच्छा, आप दिल्ली की तरफ जा रहे हैं?
जी जी जी।
आप हर जगह जाम मिला है आपको?
जी हर जगह, पर कोई नहीं, हमें तो अपना कार्य करना है, जाम से हमें क्या लेना देना है।
दिल्ली की तरफ जा रहे हैं?
जी 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 जी।
You can see how they are the farmer leaders who are now. I also saw them raising Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan slogans. So, because of the protest call which has been given by the farmers, the people, common man, are facing a lot of inconvenience, and they are stuck on roads for 2 to 3 hours. Usually, the distance which they cover in 15 to 20 minutes, they are taking 2 to 3 hours, which is certainly telling us as to how the situation is right now pathetic on the streets. Wherever you will see, we'll only see traffic crawling. Here at the Noida Sector 37 metro station, Mahamaya flyover is not very far from this very location where the farmers have also congregated. Aishwarya.
Right, Piyush, from what we understand, farmers from more than 140 villages in Noida and Greater Noida, that's the number that we can see of the farmers now. They tried to march towards the parliament. And as you spoke with one of those farmers, he very clearly said that the idea is to gherao the national capital, that is gherao Delhi. Piyush, if you could show us in the visuals, because we have seen, we could just see a beeline of cars. Hundreds of cars stuck between Noida and Delhi. And till now, we understand that the traffic jam has not eased out.
Well, certainly traffic jam is still there at Noida Sector 37, and similar situation can be seen in different parts of Noida. I would ask my video journalist Anil Jaiswal to give you a 360-degree view of this very place from where I'm reporting. You can see the cars who are stuck there in traffic. This route, route is basically moving towards the Delhi from Noida, and because of the traffic which has been diverted, people are facing a lot of inconvenience. They are stuck in traffic for 2 to 3 hours. We'll try to get in a word from few people who are stuck in traffic and try to understand कहाँ से कहाँ तक जाम लगा हुआ है.
अभी तो 5 मिनट हुआ है जाम लगा.
आपको जब 5 मिनट हुआ है.
आज सब जगह जाम है, सभी जगह जाम है, सभी जगह बहुत परेशानी परी चौक से हो रही ना, सभी जगह जाम है. कोई किधर से निकलने की कोशिश कर रहा है. ऑर्डर इस टाइम जाम कर दिए गए हैं. सबकी जो नहीं हुए हैं उनकी तैयारी हो रही है. हर जगह बैरिकेडिंग लगाने में लगी हुई है पुलिस फोर्स.
आप कहाँ से आ रहे हैं?
अभी मैं 3 जगह बॉर्डर से वापस लौट के आया हूँ. कालिंदी कुंज, ओखला वगैरह ये सब कुछ वापस आ रहे हैं.
कालिंदी कुंज, ओखला और DND हर जगह.
पीछे से ये भी बंद कर दिया गया है. अभी बहुत पहले ही बंद कर दिया गया.
आपको अभी कहाँ जाना है?
अभी मुझे पुरानी दिल्ली जाना है.
और कितनी देर से आप सड़कों पर?
मैं पूरा 1.5 घंटा हो गया मुझे.
1.5 घंटा. So this is telling us the kind of inconvenience which people are facing, the problems which they are facing because of the route source have been diverted. Remember that since morning 8 a.m. we are seeing similar situations not only in Noida but also in few parts of Delhi where areas heading towards central Delhi have been completely blocked. So wherever you will we'll only see traffic which is crawling at a very slow speed. People who are heading towards their respective destinations are facing a lot of inconvenience because of the massive traffic jam which can be clearly seen. And also if Anil Jaiswal zooms, this road goes towards Mayur Vihar from Sector 37, and people are stuck in traffic for 2 to 3 hours, and they usually take 10 to 15 minutes to cover this distance. So whomsoever we are talking, they are telling us the story of problems, the story of inconvenience which they are facing for the past 1 to 2 hours. भीड़ इसलिए सर क्योंकि फार्मर्स प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं. आप कब से जाम में फंसे हैं?
हाँ जी, हम बहुत देर से जाम में फंसे हुए हैं. पहले उधर से आए तब भी जाम में फंसे हुए थे, अभी भी फंसे हुए हैं.
कहाँ से आए थे और कहाँ जाना है?
सर मैं तो बिल्कुल पास से ही आया हूँ, सेक्टर 51 से. तो लेकिन रास्ते में यहाँ पे भी बहुत ट्रैफिक मिल रहा है.
यहाँ तक आने में टाइम कितना लगा?
मेरे को लग गया 20 मिनट लग गए.
वैसे कितना लगता है?
वैसे 10 मिनट लगते हैं.
10 मिनट लगता है. So double time. People are taking double time in covering their distances, and they still have to move ahead and reach their destination. So this is telling us the problems which people are facing, and a similar sort of condition, similar sort of situation are there in different parts of Noida also, and also in Delhi. Though if you talk about the demands of farmers, they are saying that this is the second time that they are on protest. Last time when they were sitting on protest, they were given assurances by the Noida authority, but those assurances have not been fulfilled, and that is why they are now forced to come again on the streets. Aishwarya.
Thank you, Piyush, my colleague, who's giving us all those visuals, the visuals that you see on your screens. A total nightmare for commuters today. The protest on one side, but in this massive traffic jam that you are seeing on your screens, all those who might have to go to the hospital, catch the flight, maybe catch a train, it would have been a total nightmare for them today. The visuals that you are seeing on your screens, farmers from more than 140 villages have today come to the national capital. They have chakka jammed the Noida and the Delhi border that you see on your screens. My colleague now Akshata getting us the mood of the nation.
Presented by नया फोन क्यों लेना, कैशिफाई है ना. Co-presented by Green Lam Laminates, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा.
Good evening, viewers. I'm joining you live from the heart of the national capital. Beautiful sunny day. You're joining us on a marathon 10-hour-long coverage of our Mood of the Nation survey. We've shown you several states. Now it's time to take a look at the 7 seats of Delhi. You've seen how the streets of the national capital unfortunately completely choked. But I can tell you that the political picture right now is crystal clear. Why is Delhi crucial? Besides, of course, being the power center, it has just about 10 seats to offer. But every time since 1998, whoever the people of Delhi have chosen, they form the government at the center. So it's a beautiful reputation to have for the people of the national capital, that they always seem to choose the party that will then form the power center. But will that be the case this time around in 2024 as well in the upcoming election? We'll tell you that in our Mood of the Nation survey. Over the next 1 hour, I'm going to be breaking down the numbers for the national capital and, of course, counting down to our double engine coverage that kicks off at 6 p.m., where we'll get you a sense of what the numbers look like nationwide. Joining me here in Delhi, in Connaught Place, who've braved the traffic with me, is from the BJP, Batsuri Swaraj. Batsuri, good evening. Are you confident of another clean sweep?
Oh, absolutely. I think the scorecard is going to be 7-0 in favor of the BJP-led NDA.
Okay. Priyanka from Aam Aadmi Party. Priyanka Kakad with us. Priyanka, good evening. Will the fortunes change for the Aam Aadmi Party? National election hasn't really been a great set for really the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi.
Well, if anyone has presented a true challenge to Modi ji, it has been Arvind Kejriwal ji. That's undeniable. And we are now a national party. We have a presence in Gujarat, jo Modi ji ka gad mana jata hai, whereas they have not been able to defeat us in Delhi despite 3 attempts. So there's hope.
You're setting the stage for a nice political battle here. Mudit Agarwal of the Congress, good evening. Mudit ji, there's a lot of talk about the Congress's performance in Delhi and how things will change with the India alliance now.
Oh, so if you remember, Congress was number 2 in 5 seats in Delhi last time, and we hope to do really well this time. And as far as the India alliance is concerned, it's alive and kicking. Apart from a few hiccups, you can talk about Bihar. That's the only place probably the hiccup was there. But more than India alliance, it shows probably desperation on part of BJP, because ultimately they had to go back to Nitish. After I believe they had divorced at least 2 times. And this is a 3rd marriage with Mr. Nitish. So it almost shows desperation on part of BJP. Because they know they're not winning.
I'll give Bansuri a chance to respond in a bit, but they've set the stage for us perfectly, really, to now delve into the numbers of the Mood of the Nation survey. What does it look like in Delhi? Let's begin first with the vote share, and we'll break it down for you first. Alliance-wise. So first, the NDA, the India bloc, and others. What do the numbers look like? Now, for this particular election right now, the vote share in NDA is 57%, for the India bloc at 40%. You just compare that to 2019. Essentially, the NDA is stuck to their previous vote share. No change whatsoever, no pluses, no minus. 57% in 2019, 57% again now if elections were to be held today in the national capital. What about the India bloc? Of course, in this case, we're talking about the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. The vote share from 41 in 2019 is at 40. So just minus 1% essentially in their vote share. So if you look at these numbers, and we'll get to the seat share in just a bit, but if you look at these numbers, it definitely looks like it's advantage NDA, advantage BJP. I just want to break that down further as well to look at exactly what the vote share looks like party-wise. Now, we've told you about the NDA and the India bloc. For the BJP, that number stays at 57%. But remember, for the India bloc, it's the AAP and Congress combined. So if we were to break that performance down into how AAP has done and how the Congress has done, AAP's current vote percentage in 2024, we're predicting will be 15%. So that's down from 18% in 2019. As far as the Congress is concerned, they've gained slightly from 23% to 25%. Other parties also from 2% have gone up to 3%. As I said, for the BJP, 57% intact from 2019 to now. So very, very interesting numbers. These, I'll get you the seats in just a bit. I know all of you want to know which way the 7 seats of Delhi are going. But looking at this, Priyanka, looking at these numbers, the Aam Aadmi Party has come down from 18% to 15%. Do you think the problem here is that the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi is viewed merely as a regional party? You spoke about national party. That doesn't seem to be translating on the ground.
You will have to ask those 18 lakh students and their parents whose life was transformed by the Arvind Kejriwal government. You will have to ask the over 2 crore people that have taken. I'm aware that there are that the population in Delhi is about 2 crore plus. I'm saying this number, that this is the number that have taken used the Mohalla clinic facility. You have to ask the women who have been empowered and are able to now travel for free in the buses. You have to ask the senior citizens of Delhi who have been given the luxury, so to speak, of Tirth Yatra. You have to ask the people whose electricity bill has been stable since 2014 without
But
any
we've asked all of
increase.
them. This is the result of asking all of them.
No, you
Priyanka.
could not have covered 2 crore people of Delhi. That's not possible. Your survey could not have covered that. So, these are life transformational things that we have done. लोगों का जीवन स्तर बेहतर किया है हमने. यहाँ पर आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक डिफरेंट मॉडल दिया है आपको गवर्नेंस का. यहाँ पर ऐसा थोड़ी है बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे की तरह जहाँ पे करप्शन हुआ, टूट गया. इतनी इनॉग्रेशन किया जैसी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने 7 दिन के अंदर वहां क्रैक्स पड़ गए. आप देखिए जो प्रगति मैदान का टनल उन्होंने इनॉग्रेट किया, उसको डेंजरस बताया जा रहा है, लाइफ टू थ्रेट टू लाइफ बताया जा रहा है. द काइंड ऑफ करप्शन दैट वी आर सीइंग, चाहे वो महाकाल कॉरिडोर हो जिसमें मूर्तियां टूट गई इतना 18 करोड़ शायद खर्चने के बाद. तो ये लगातार हम देख रहे हैं एक इस तरह की राजनीति. दिल्ली की जनता दिल वालों की जनता है, and it has given a lot of space to Arvind Kejriwal ji, and I'm absolutely positive that we will definitely, this is our
So you're
first time
dismissing these
contesting.
numbers.
We are contesting for the first time after becoming a national party in these elections, so it will be different.
Okay, so you're saying 2019, your tally will improve. Doesn't seem it in these numbers.
See,
So
I'll
are you
tell you-
being delusional in that sense?
Not at all. There was another very famous psephologist who said that, when you look at these surveys, you don't go back 5 years. You don't take up a 2019 ka ankada. For example, 2024, you will take up the 2023 ka ankada. That is what matters. And our graph has constantly been on a rise because Arvind Kejriwal ji has touched each human life in Delhi, and you will see that in results.
As per the Mood of the Nation survey, it's not like this, but it's going like this right now, Priyanka.
There is also, we are hoping that the alliance talks are finalized and that will present an even more stronger face than there already exists.
If you look at the numbers, Mudiji, if you look at the numbers, the Congress has reason to smile because your vote share is going up marginally, but not enough to take on the BJP, not enough to take on the NDA in Delhi.
So firstly, today, I would not join any issue with Priyanka ji. So I will let that be. And one thing, as what is aware of what is very clear from a survey is Congress is doing much better than what it did last time. I tell you, when you talk about alliance and the talks are going on, and as I told you, India alliance is alive and kicking. And in case we are able to stitch up an alliance in Delhi, you will see. Okay, let me give you right now that we are getting 40%. Let me give you that argument. So I believe the alliance actually comes into place. We will be able to triumph over BJP in all 7 seats in Delhi. Because in alliance, what
so you're
happens
saying,
is
you're
in
saying
alliance,
7 seats to
so
our
I tell
Congress.
you, and there's a reason for me saying it.
Sure.
As I said, for argument's sake, even if I take that your numbers are correct, you see how you have done your survey is you have asked people if all 3 parties fight separately. All I'm saying it in an alliance, more than arithmetic, is the chemistry that matters. So what I believe right now is if the alliance is actually the talks succeed and we are able to stitch an alliance in Delhi, we will try and BJP in all 7 seats.
Okay, where are we at on the
As
seat
far
sharing?
as-
Where are we at on the seat sharing?
I think the
4
talks
is
are
to
going
3
on.
ratio,
and,
5 is to 2 ratio.
See, let's see what happens. I mean, I'm not going to second guess what's going to happen, but talks are moving in a positive direction. Where I do see an issue is Punjab, maybe the alliance will not happen because there's another term which I use is called lazy alliance making exercise. Punjab is a state where our party and Congress is number 1. Right now, if you look at your service today, and our party is number 2. So it's very important that number 1 and number 2 parties don't come together because then you give space to a third party like BJP to occupy the opposition space. So all these India alliances are basically state-wise alliances. For example, I'll give you in Tamil Nadu, alliance is already in place. In Maharashtra, alliance is already in place. In spite of what has happened with JDU, alliance with RJD is already in place. You look at a state like Kerala, there's no scope of alliance between Congress and left. Because
that's,
again,
you know,
that would be
that's formed the basis
because
of why the BJP is critical of you in Delhi. Since you're saying
let
this is
them
a
be.
state-wise alliance, in Delhi, is there definitely 100% going to be a seat-sharing deal and alliance?
So I'm pretty hopeful as now, and the talks are going on. I don't see any reason that it may not happen. As of now, all the signs are in the positive direction, as I believe seconded by Priyanka ji also. Other thing that I was telling about Kerala and Punjab are almost similar examples. If we have an alliance with left in Kerala, then you would see BJP seat space to BJP. So we don't go by what BJP says and what they try to build a media narrative. We are fighting this election against this BJP government on primarily 3 issues. The number one issue is the economic emergency which India is facing. You see price rise and you see unemployment, which are symptoms of that.
There's a white paper that the finance
sure.
minister has just introduced.
So I will
about
talk about that.
mismanagement by the Congress.
Because we had an 8% average growth rate in 10 years of UPA. Has Modi ji touched that in his 10 years? And then he talks about our financial mismanagement. We are here to talk about Modi ji's financial mismanagement. That's number one. Second is control of institutions. What is democracy? Just holding elections and electing a government is not democracy. Democracy is run by institutions, whether they are courts or CAC or even election commission.
Okay, but in
what's
that
happening? Hold on, give me 1 second. I told you 3 issues we are fighting
Sure.
elections on. What are happening to the institutions? They're all being captured by this government. ED, CBI, everyone knows. If any institution which have gone into alliance with BJP are CBI and ED. That's the other thing we need to look at. And the third, the most destructive part, which will lead us down a bad road, is the way BJP is trying to divide society, either in terms of caste, in terms of region, or even in terms of religion.
Okay. Quickly, I'm going to give Bansuri Swaraj a chance to respond first to Mudiji. And also, if you look at the numbers right now for the BJP, 57%, you've held on to your vote share, but you haven't increased your tally.
It's not decreased either.
Sure. You can
And
look
I'll
at the
tell you
bright
that the
side or you can look at the
No.
not so
I'll be
bright side.
very honest. I think that the people of Delhi have been very magnanimous, very kind, and they have always voted for the development policies of Shri Narendra Modi, our Honorable Prime Minister, and they will continue to do so. In fact, Modi की गारंटी पूरे होने की गारंटी, ये आश्वासन का जो माहौल है, जो हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बनाया है, क्योंकि जो कहा वो करा. Everything which was there in the BJP manifesto, whether it was construction of a Bhavya Rama temple in Ayodhya ji, whether it was abrogation of Article 370, it has already been done. So whatever Modi says, he actually does. He set a target of actually creating 2 crore Lakhpati Didis. We are already achieving almost 1 crore Lakhpati Didis, and therefore the target has now been increased to having 3 crore Lakhpati Didis. 25 crore people have actually been alleviated from the below poverty line, from multidimensional poverty. Just look at the fact the Congress, Mudit Bhai was talking about economic policies. Let me remind him that during the UPA 1 and 2, the increase in terms of economic status globally was that the Congress-led UPA had increased from the 12th position on a global scale to 11th largest economy in the world. Modi ji in the last decade has brought India from 11th to the 5th largest economy in the world, and we are on track to becoming the 3rd largest economy in the world. So the vote is going to come on the Lokapriyata of Narendra Modi ji and his policies of development. Now coming back to, because this is a 2 against 1 match, permit me to just respond to everything that Mudit Bhai and Priyanka ji had said very respectfully. Mudit Bhai, you're talking about an alliance. Let me just remind you that whenever the Aam Aadmi Party has come to power, it has always unseated the Congress Party. Whether it was in Delhi, it was Srimati Sheila Dikshit's government. 15 years she was a CM here, and then the Aam Aadmi Party took over. Similarly, even in Punjab, it was not the BJP but the Congress that the Aam Aadmi Party had unseated. So you're thinking of an alliance. Let me just remind you that Aam Aadmi Party is the one that cannibalized its own alliance partners.
They seem to have buried the hatchet. They buried the hatchet.
They may have. Now coming back to the other things. very respectfully, Priyanka ji raised couple of issues here. She talked about schools, she talked about mohalla clinics, etc. Please see what is happening today. The Aam Aadmi Party is a party that was actually elected by the people of Delhi to govern Delhi on an anti-corruption plank. Unfortunately, today the governance in Delhi is practically on the ventilator. Why? Because there is a school scam, a liquor gate, there is scams in classrooms, in health. Now, let me just take two examples, right? She talked about mohalla clinics. During COVID, 90% of the mohalla clinics were defunct. Today, if you actually see, there is a CAG report which actually says that spurious and substandard drugs were actually being distributed in mohalla clinics and in Delhi government hospitals. There is also a report that says that there were fake pathology tests which were actually being done by by doctors who were either not even turning up in the mohalla clinics. There were clerical staff who were not even equipped or qualified to check patients who were actually prescribing these tests and who were treating patients. These are very serious allegations. Even Jal Board, the recent allegation is that 38 crore worth of illegal tenders were given by Aam Aadmi Party leaders to chosen firms of theirs based on forged documents. And
Okay.
coming back to the Sharab Ghotala, just 30 seconds.
Sure.
Various, because the whole aspect of ED keeps on coming. Mudit Bhai also raised it, so I'll just answer that. You don't believe me? Don't. But you do believe the words of the Honorable Delhi High Court? The Aam Aadmi Party leaders had, or Aam Aadmi Party lawyers had at great length submitted before the Honorable Delhi High Court about the politicization of the ED. And what did the Honorable High Court order? In the judgment dated 20th of October 2023, paragraph number 85, the Honorable High Court says that the Aam Aadmi Party has not produced a shred of evidence to prove that there has been politicization of the investigating agency. ED is an independent investigating agency. So everything that my co-panelists have said are just mere conjectures. They are being pulled out of their part of a political rhetoric, which
Okay.
I understand because elections are around the
But
corner.
is it working? Is this political
No, they're
rhetoric
not.
working? We'll
They're
look at the
not.
numbers. Basuri, we look at the numbers also.
The
on
numbers
this.
are yours, Akshita. They're not mine.
Let's
7-0
see.
is the scorecard that you have shown.
Let's see the scorecard. That's the 2019 scorecard. Is 2024 looking the same? Let's put out those numbers also on our screens for our viewers. We have seen the vote share. What does the seat share look like? Basuri is right. It's 7 seats right now for the BJP, for the NDA, 0 for the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party. So essentially what you're seeing is a repeat of what played out in 2019. A bit of a difference really in the vote share. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to the numbers, if elections were to be held today in Delhi, it would be the BJP all the way. And this, Priyanka, I'll bring back the point, national versus regional party. When it comes to an assembly election, the people of Delhi are like, we will choose Kejriwal, we will choose AAP. But when it comes to a national election, what's going wrong? Is AAP being viewed by the people of Delhi at least as a regional party, if not by Mr. Kejriwal?
Let me remind you of a very recent election where we saw the presiding officer of the BJP hijacking the entire election process. We saw that. We all saw that. We welcome the Supreme Court judgments on that aspect. अगर ये इतने strong हैं तो इनको वोट चोरी करने की क्यों जरूरत पड़ रही है?
There's no judgment on that aspect. There is no matter.
No, observations. I said observations.
आपने judgment बोला.
No, I said observations. I said observations. I stick to that. Secondly, Chandigarh की बात ही कर रही हूँ uncle. Secondly, since she spoke about Modi ji की development policy, I'm constrained to say this. तुम्हारी फाइलों में गांव का मौसम गुलाबी है, तुम्हारे आंकड़े झूठे हैं. We all know the rest. So that is जो अगर development की बात हो रही है तो आप बताइए कि क्यों आपने शिक्षा का, हेल्थ का, आपने कोविड की बात की, आप तो कोविड हेल्थ रिसर्च बजट भी काट दिए कोविड के बाद. क्या वो इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है? देश की जनता की हेल्थ इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है? आप एजुकेशन का बजट, न्यू इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी मैंडेट करती है कि 6% कम से कम आप खर्चेंगे. आप 2% से ऊपर नहीं खर्च पाए, आप कब तक कांग्रेस को ब्लेम करते रहेंगे? आप बात कर रहे हैं करप्शन की. अगर आप कह रहे हैं करप्शन पे वार है तो छगन भुजबल के केस में ईडी ने कोर्ट में क्यों कहा कि उनसे फाइल खो गई और केस बंद कर दो जब वो भाजपा में आ गए? आप बात कर रहे हैं करप्शन की, जैसे ही नवाब मलिक जी आपकी पार्टी ज्वाइन कर लेते हैं आप कहते हैं कि ये आपकी ईडी कोर्ट में कहती है उनको बेल पे ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है। आप बात कर रहे हैं हमें बेल क्यों नहीं मिली? पीएमएलए के प्रावधान भाजपा ने, केंद्र सरकार ने 2019 में ऐसे बदलाव किए कि आज बिना सबूत के किसी को भी अनंत काल तक जेल में रखा जा सकता है। ये क्यों किया आपने? कैसे छगन भुजबल की फाइल खोई? इसका जवाब दे दीजिए। आप बताइए, 2 फार्मर्स के अगेंस्ट ईडी ने केस डाल दिया। क्यों डाला? क्योंकि उन 2 फार्मर्स का डिस्प्यूट था एक भाजपा नेता के साथ। जिस भाजपा नेता के अगेंस्ट जब वो कोर्ट गए, उनकी जमीन कब्जाने की कोशिश कर रहा था भाजपा का नेता, तो भाजपा के नेता ने ईडी का केस डलवा दिया और वो डल भी गया। ये क्या चल रहा है?
Priyanka, but if you look at these numbers right now, 7-0, is any of these issues that you're raising, which has been raised in the last few weeks and months as well, is it actually translating to any sort of political change on the ground?
Well, this is the first time that we have become a national party and we will be contesting as one. You will see that change. Second change you will see in the fact if the alliance talks materialize in time, are finalized and we fight together, we will present a formidable challenge to BJP. Your Ankara say it. So there is, like I said, there is always hope, and that is the beauty of democracy, which is what the BJP is trying to scuttle repeatedly.
Okay, since it's 2 versus 1, Batsri, I'll give you a chance to respond, then I'll come to you, Mudiji.
Thank you. That's very fair. So, प्रियंका जी ने कुछ आंकड़े रखे, हाल ही के चुनाव की बात करी, तो मैं भी एक चुनाव याद करवा देती हूँ। हाल ही के विधानसभा चुनाव में आम आदमी पार्टी ने 200 सीटों पे अपने उम्मीदवार उतारे थे। माफ करिएगा, एक भी सीट पर अपना खाता तक नहीं खोल पाई। In fact, the people of India preferred Nota over the candidates of the आम आदमी पार्टी। तो आपके नेशनल पार्टी बनने के बाद जनता जनार्दन का जनादेश आपके साथ नहीं है। दूसरा, केजरीवाल साहब ने तो मोदी जी के खिलाफ पहले भी चुनाव लड़ा है और फिर क्या हुआ वो सबको जानते हैं। उस चुनाव का परिणाम सबके समक्ष है। So look, I'll tell you what we are talking about, and ये जो आंकड़े थे about development, they're not our आंकड़ा, they're actually international आंकड़ा. The fact that India is the 5th largest economy of the world is matter of record. The fact that we are on our way to becoming the 3rd largest economy of the world is a matter of record. The fact that 25 crore people have actually been alleviated from multi-dimensional poverty is a matter of record. The fact that 44 crore mudra loans have been given, out of which 70% were given to women, is a matter of record. And this is what I'm saying. This is Modi ki guarantee. Modi ki guarantee, which says that the country's youth, country's women, country's kisan, country's poor, these 4 categories, there is no other caste except for these 4 categories. And he is giving a promise, a guaranteed development of Viksit Bharat by 2047. And that is what this predicted scorecard reveals, 7-0.
Okay, so list of achievements that you just heard there from Bansuri Swaraj versus the list of alleged corruption that Priyanka put up. Mudiji, what do you have to say? Is an alliance going to be to your advantage? Because yes, these numbers are before any seat sharing really is firmed up, but both of you have come up with a 0 right now.
See, let me address a couple of points. So when you talk about India becoming 5th or the 3rd largest economy in the world, I only wish Modi ji had followed the same trajectory of GDP growth as Congress did. Had he done that, we would have achieved that target a couple of years back. So let's understand where the argument stands. You know, when you grow up the ladder of economic development and when you rank yourself in the world, it all depends upon the growth rate you are achieving in terms of GDP growth rate, which in case of UPA was much higher than what even Modi government has achieved. So let's understand that. And every other development index which Bansuri is talking about will be covered in that GDP growth. So that's one part. As far as the alliance, I told you about the ED. So look at Mr. Ajit Pawar, what Mr. Modi had said about him. You look at Mukul Roy, you look at Hemant Vishwa Sharma. I don't want to get into that. I want to address the elephant in the room. और ये मैं बड़े संजीदगी से ये बात कह रहा हूँ, हिंदुत्व के चक्कर में बीजेपी सरकार को 100 खून माफ है. Let's understand what that issue is. So, I was 19 or 20 years old, and I remember Kashmiri Pandits were thrown out of Kashmir. Do you know who was the Prime Minister that time? It was VP Singh who was the Prime Minister, and the government was supported by BJP. And BJP kept quiet. It was Congress under Rajiv Gandhi जिसने पार्लियामेंट का घेराव किया था और बीजेपी वाले ये कहते थे ये क्या कर रहे हैं. So what BJP does is, as I said, हिंदुत्व के चक्कर में बीजेपी को 100 खून माफ है. But what BJP is doing to this religion is they are using religion, they are spreading fear amongst Hindus against a particular community and trying to gather votes. So a Hindutva for BJP is a political project
Are you
which is
suggesting
nothing
that's
to
what's
do with
working in
faith.
Delhi? Are you
Which
suggesting
is,
that's what's
I'm
working
just
in
saying
Delhi?
is the larger narrative that BJP has been building. Where I do concede is very important for India Alliance and Congress in particular to address that issue. We need to be cognizant of that issue and address that issue. That what BJP is doing to Hindutva is, see, firstly, I always believe we don't need certificates from BJP, whether I'm a good Hindu or not. Who is BJP to tell me? I don't need certificate of nationalism from BJP. I mean, RSS and BJP, I mean, at that time it was RSS. I mean, they were supporters of Britishers. They never participated in the freedom movement. I mean, Veer Savarkar, if I remember, said that we should not even participate in Quit India movement. So we don't need certificate of nationalism and Hinduism from BJP and RSS. Having said that point, we definitely need to address that issue, and we need to educate Hindus in particular that BJP is trying to emotionally blackmail them for votes. And this is the elephant in the room. जैसे मैंने कहा, हिंदुत्व के चक्कर में बीजेपी को 100 खून माफ है और हमें उसको एड्रेस करना पड़ेगा. That's
People
what I would
voting
say.
out of fear.
No, it's not fear. It's a toxic cocktail what BJP has produced in last 30 years. So if you ask a average BJP guy or average RSS guy, what he tells you on the street, पान की दुकान पे, चाय की दुकान पे, अरे ये कांग्रेस ही, ये तो एंटी हिंदू हैं, बोलते कि नहीं बोलते हैं? I mean, is it right for them to call another Hindu anti-Hindu? I mean, who are they? Are they the certifying agency?
Okay,
वो
Bansuri,
ISI बने हुए हैं क्या?
मुदित
So
भाई,
this
बहुत-
is actually the elephant in the room. And उसके लिए बीजेपी को 100 खून माफ है. So we need to address that.
Okay.
Let's
वो
address
हमारी
the
भी
elephant
कमी
in
है.
the room.
I would also concede ये हमारी कमी है कि ऐसा नैरेटिव हमने बीजेपी को बनने क्यों दिया, जो एक गलत नैरेटिव है. There I concede
So you're
that we were
saying that
wrong
the
and we
narrative.
need to address it.
Okay, so BJP has won the narrative war, is your
No,
point?
it's a toxic narrative which we
Okay.
are trying to tell people, and the fact still is that 55% Hindus of this country do not vote for BJP. That's also a fact.
Okay, Bansuri.
2 points. ये पुरानी रीत रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी की देश को धर्म पर इस तरह बंटवारा करने की. बंटवारे की राजनीति बहुत पुरानी
उल्टा
नीति है.
चोर कोतवाल को डांटे.
नहीं, और मैं इसका प्रमाण
sure,
देती हूँ.
बोलिए.
मैं इसका प्रमाण देती हूँ. मैं बिल्कुल आपको इसका प्रमाण देती हूँ. आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, राम मंदिर का न्योता, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का न्योता आपके शीर्ष नेतृत्व को भी आया. इतना ज्यादा देखिए, कोई समन्वय नहीं है इनके खुद के कार्यकर्ता और उनके शीर्ष नेतृत्व में. दे एक्चुअली डिड नॉट टर्न अप. इन्होंने वो निमंत्रण ठुकराया, इनके शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने. इन्हीं के काडर ने जाके कर्नाटक और उत्तर प्रदेश में जाकर पूजा अर्चना करी. इनका जनमानस से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. इनका खुद के कार्यकर्ताओं में कोई समन्वय नहीं है. इनको मालूम ही नहीं है. क्यों? क्योंकि बार बार एक ही प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करने का प्रयास करे जा रहे हैं जो बार बार फेल हो रहा है. लेकिन इनकी विवशता है, इनकी विवशता है, और वो हम पूरा देश समझ सकता है. इनफैक्ट आज ये अलायंस बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं. क्या बात, आप केजरीवाल जी को बैसाखी के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं क्या? और दूसरी बात जो इन्होंने बोला कि हम हिंदुत्व पे वोट मांगते हैं. अरे जो हमने कहा वो हमने करा. हम राम और काम दोनों पर वोट मांगते हैं. अरे अयोध्या जी के मंदिर के परिसर से हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री ने क्या कहा था? राम सबके हैं. देव से देश चेतना की तरफ, राम से राष्ट्र चेतना का विस्तार. हम राम और काम दोनों पर वोट मांगते हैं और इस देश का जनमानस हमारे साथ दोनों की वजह से है. क्यों? क्योंकि हम विकास की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की लोकप्रियता पर और उनकी गारंटी पे इस देश का विश्वास है.
इस बार
देखिए, मैं
बांसुरी
एक
जी की
चीज-
पार्टी
मैं
जाएगी
एक चीज जरूर बोलना
डिमोनेटाइजेशन
चाहता
पे
हूँ.
वोट मांगेगी.
मैं एक चीज जरूर
काम
बोलना
पर।
चाहता हूँ. सारंगी जी ने उस बात का जवाब नहीं दिया जो कश्मीरी पंडित को कश्मीर से निकाला गया था, तो बीजेपी उस समय चुप क्यों थी? इसका आपको जवाब देना चाहिए. दूसरा, जैसे मैंने दोबारा से कहा, जैसे बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता भी बोल रहे हैं, ये फिर से हिंदुइज्म के सर्टिफिकेट बांट रहे हैं. तो देखिए, वही जो मैंने बोला ना, जो अंग्रेजों के साथ थे वो नेशनलिज्म के सर्टिफिकेट बांट रहे हैं. आज मैं अच्छा हिंदू हूं कि नहीं हूं, सारंगी जी ये आरएसएस बताएगी मुझे. देखिए कांग्रेस क्यों नहीं गई थी? कांग्रेस ने अपने लेटर में लिखा था, उन्होंने ये कहा था कि ये मोदी जी ने अपना पॉलिटिकल प्रोग्राम बना लिया है। देखिए वो शंकराचार्य भी इसलिए उसके अगेंस्ट थे। कांग्रेस कभी राम मंदिर के विरोध में नहीं है, उन्होंने बल्कि इसका स्वागत किया था जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय द्वारा बना
Okay,
है।
I'll give Bansuri a chance to respond. Just hold on. Priyanka, you wanted to make a point.
No, not much. I'd like to come back to काम की राजनीति. And काम की राजनीति की बात है तो डिमोनेटाइजेशन पे इस बार आप वोट मांगेंगी बांसुरी जी? ये बताइए, जनता के बीच में जाकर भाजपा डिमोनेटाइजेशन पर वोट मांगेगी या फिर जो एमएसएमई मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर देश में बिल्कुल चरमरा चुका है उस पर वोट मांगेंगे? आप क्या वोट मांगेंगे इस बात पर कि जो महिलाएं, आपने बात की आप महिलाओं को साथ लेकर चलते हैं, आप खुद एक महिलाएं, हम सबको पता है कि कैसे पार्लियामेंट के आगे हमारी एथलीट्स को घसीटा गया क्योंकि वो आज तक ब्रिजभूषण जनता पार्टी से न्याय मांग रही हैं पर मिला नहीं। तो इन बातों पे कैसे वोट मांगेंगे आप?
आप There's one issue that you raised earlier about corruption, and that's become a big headline point here in Delhi as well. कितने लोगों को लगता है कि केजरीवाल भ्रष्ट है?
कैमरा दिखाइए, दिखाइए कैमरा।
ऑडियंस सुनती है, आप
ये
भी
दिल्ली के
जानती हैं।
लोग हैं,
आप
इनको
जानती हैं कि
ये
audience
दिल्ली के
सुनेंगे।
लोग हैं। दिल्ली केजरीवाल की है।
Acha, but the numbers is not showing. The numbers is not showing. Priyanka has the entire narrative of, Kejriwal being targeted by the ED. It's not reflecting in the numbers as any sort of vote going in favor
It
of
just
Aam Aadmi
reflected
Party.
in your audience. One, secondly,
The audience
it's
is yours,
also
not of India
audience
Today.
in Delhi is Aam Aadmi Party का audience. Yes, we accept
then the
it.
same audience
हर
is-
audience Aam Aadmi Party
the
की
same audience is giving
90% vote
7-0 in the favor of the NDA.
But you just said कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने आपको हमेशा मौका दिया, मना नहीं कर रहे, दिया उन्होंने, पर आपने उनको क्या दिया? आपने उनको कमर तोड़ महंगाई दी। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने क्या किया? पूरे देश में सबसे कम महंगाई दिल्ली में है, ये आपका आंकड़ा कहता है बांसुरी जी। पूरे देश में बिजली सब फ्री दिल्ली में है, ये आपका आंकड़ा कहता है बांसुरी जी। बेस्ट स्कीम है, बेस्ट हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम है, इसलिए आप लोग हमें टारगेट करते हैं, आप हमें बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जैसा मॉडल कहीं और रेप्लिकेट नहीं कर पा रहे। आप लगातार टारगेट कर रहे हैं। हम जब से सत्ता में आए, शुंगलू कमेटी, हमारे 21 एमएलए डिस्क्वालीफाई कर दिए, ये जांच वो जांच, आज तक एक चवन्नी नहीं मिली। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी एक कट्टर ईमानदार नेता है। दिल्ली की जनता जवाब देगी
Okay,
आपको।
okay,
बिल्कुल।
Okay, one thing,
कट्टर ईमानदार
the one
नेता
thing
है।
I'll add, then you can just
sorry.
address that issue also. See, other thing which is very,
जी जी ठीक
देखिए,
है,
other
ठीक
thing which is very clear
सातों
from
एमपी
your,
का रिपोर्ट कार्ड मांगी, ऑडियंस कह रही
है।
है।
हो गया हो गया।
okay, the other thing,
बस
एक
बस
second.
बस 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 मुदित जी आप बताइए। हम आ जाएंगे आपके पास, आ जाएंगे
आपके पास
मुदित जी।
आएंगे अभी क्वेश्चन। देखिए, the other thing what you need to understand from this survey is that Congress, for argument's sake, if I believe your survey is correct, that Congress has come in a pole position to challenge BJP. And I really hope in earnest that we are able to stitch an alliance in Delhi, because if we are able to do it, and considering the resurgence which is happening in Congress, I believe if our party joins us, we would be in a formidable position to defeat BJP in all 7 states. And when it was talked about, what Sarangi ji was talking about, we have come, we are trying to stitch up an alliance with our party, and obviously there are fundamental differences between us two parties. But right now, it's about what's going to happen to the country.
But why
where
do I
country
always
is
sense,
heading.
Mudit ji, why do I sense that you're constantly appealing for an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party?
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you what the ground situation is and where the talks are heading. Okay. And this is in the larger conversation about what's happening in India Alliance. And every time, you point out towards Congress, why are you having an alliance with a particular party? Of course, there are differences. If there were no differences, we would be the same party. I mean, that question is never asked for BJP. What happened to the alliance partner, Akali Dal? I mean, how many times will they marry? And I mean, there should be a uniform civil code applicable to BJP and Nitish also. How many times will you divorce? And
UCC
what
UCC
happens?
for
No, I'm
BJP
just
and
saying.
Nitish. Okay, I
Look
got
at-
it.
So last question, which I want to ask Sarangji also is, when are your alliance going to be stitched up in Maharashtra, with Ajit Pawar, with Eknath Shinde, or are you going to use ED and CBI to stitch up that alliance also?
Okay, I'm
That's
running out
another
of time.
question you
Running
need
out
to
of time,
answer.
Batsuri. I'm going to give you a chance to respond to the both of them.
All right. So let me first respond to what Mudit ji was saying. कश्मीरी पंडितों की आपने बात करी, वो परिस्थिति किसके कारण पैदा हुई? आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के कारण पैदा हुई। 84 के दंगे आप भूल गए? नहीं, अब मेरा टाइम है।
में क्या
मुदत
किया
भाई, अब
जब
मेरा
आप
टाइम है।
मैं तो
Modi ji, I'm running out of time, so I have to give Bansuri a chance to respond and wrap this up.
No. Now you have to, and Akshata, the debate has to be with co-panelists. It cannot be with a heckling audience.
Go ahead. They'll all
It
keep
cannot be with a heckling audience.
ठीक है, go ahead.
Now comes with the whole thing. So let me just say, now you're talking about Modi ji actually raised the point about the India alliance. What is exactly happening? जहां से राहुल गांधी जी की न्याय यात्रा निकल रही है, वहां पे गठबंधन के साथ अन्याय होता रहा है। हमारे हिंदी में कहावत है, जहां जहां पैर पड़े संतन के, तय हो गया बंटा ढार, और वही होता जा रहा है। TMC chief minister says that the Congress party did not even have the courtesy to inform her about the Nyaya Yatra. Akhilesh Yadav ji says he was not even invited to the Nyaya Yatra. पूरा का पूरा गठबंधन जर्जर कर कर भुरभुरा रहा है मुदित भाई, और इसीलिए आप आज दिल्ली में केजरीवाल जी को बैसाखी बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं क्या? Now coming back to the points of what Priyanka ji said, बिल्कुल रिपोर्ट कार्ड में आपको दे रही हूँ, जल बोर्ड में करोड़ों का घोटाला। आप लोग खुद लक्ष्य रखते हैं, टारगेट रखते हैं कितने क्लासरूम्स बनाने का? 6000 क्लासरूम्स बनाने का। बनाते कितने? 4000 क्लासरूम्स बनाते हैं, पैसा ले लेते हैं 7000 क्लासरूम्स का। आप बात करते हैं
एक सेकंड
हेल्थ मॉडल में।
एक सेकंड भाई साहब खत्म करने दीजिए। I don't have time. Bansuri, 10 seconds please.
The fact is that your statistics speaks for themselves. 7-0 is going to be the report card in Delhi. The people of Delhi are going to actually vote for Modi की गारंटी।
ओके, बस ये बताना होगा उन 7 को दोबारा वोट क्यों दे, उन्होंने क्या काम किया? दिल्ली में सांसदों ने क्या काम किया?
I'm going to wrap this up. I've completely run out of time. 7 seats in Delhi. Mood of the Nation survey suggesting that it will be a repeat of 2019. All 7 seats going the BJP's way. Seat sharing talks are underway between Congress and AAP. Will that change things around? We'll know in the months to come. But remember that at 6 p.m. in 1 hour from now, India Today's double engine of Rahul and Rajdeep will be getting you the big national picture. What is it looking like for the NDA? What is it looking like for the India bloc? So stay tuned for that. After a short break, Sahil Joshi will be joining you with the numbers from Maharashtra.
Thank you.
जो माननीय सांसद होते हैं किसी भी दल के क्यों ना हो, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने अपने जीवन को कंडक्ट किया होता है, जिस प्रकार की प्रतिभा के दर्शन उन्होंने अपने कार्यकाल में कराए होते हैं, उसका हमने एक गाइडिंग लाइट के रूप में सीखने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। मुझे याद है उस सदन के अंदर लास्ट कुछ दिनों में एक वोटिंग का अवसर था, विषय तो मैं छूट गया मेरा, लेकिन पता था कि विजय ट्रेजरी बैंक की होने वाली है। अंतर भी बहुत था, लेकिन डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी व्हील चेयर में आए, वोट किया। एक सांसद अपने दायित्व के लिए कितना सजग है उसका वो उदाहरण है, वो प्रेरक उदाहरण था। इतना ही नहीं, मैं देख रहा था कभी कमिटी के चुनाव हुए, कमिटी मेंबर्स के, वो व्हील चेयर में वोट देने आए। सवाल ये नहीं है कि वो किसको ताकत देने के लिए आए थे, मैं मानता हूं वो लोकतंत्र को ताकत देने आए थे। और इसलिए आज विशेष रूप से मैं उनके दीर्घायु के लिए हम सब की तरफ से प्रार्थना करता हूं, वे निरंतर हमारा मार्गदर्शन करते रहें, हमें प्रेरणा देते रहें।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
We'll get into the financial logic, but I'll try and explain what is it that they're cribbing and carping about. So I'll first take a look at how much of every rupee that each of these states generates through various manufacturing, taxation, all the various ways in which revenue is generated in the states, how much of it comes back from the center. That's the first chart. Pay attention because there's a lot of intricate detailing involved, and then we'll get into the politics of this. So in a state like Karnataka, of every rupee that is sent to the center, 15 paise comes back. Just 15 paise comes back to a state like Karnataka, which is why Karnataka is claiming to be upset. In a state like Bihar, of every rupee that they send, they get 7 rupees back. So they're sending much lesser to the center, getting much more from the center. That's as far as Bihar is concerned. For a state like Tamil Nadu, remember, the Stalin government will also be joining the protest. For every rupee that they send, for every rupee they contribute to central finances, Tamil Nadu gets 0.29 paise back. So 0.29 paise you get back, that's only 30 paise out of 100, right? Whereas a state like UP, for every rupee UP sends to the center, they get 2.73 rupees back. So they're giving lesser, getting more. And the same is the case with states like Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, getting much lesser than they contribute, whereas other states like Rajasthan get 1.33 back. So they give 1 rupee, they get 1.33 back. Bihar gets 7 rupees back. Karnataka gets only 15 paise back. That's the nub of the problem. So how is it that it is determined who gets how much money? That's the second chart that you see. Now, this is a very intricate formula. It's called the devolution formula, worked out by the 15th Finance Commission. Without getting too dense, I just want to give you a sense of how this operates. So this is based on the composition of each state across different criteria. So 15% of the weightage in the determination of who gets how much money is based on the actual population of the state. So the more populated you are, the more in the algorithm that determines how much money goes to which state you stand to gain, because you've got a bigger population, so you need more money.
जिस कांग्रेस ने सत्ता के लालच में सरेआम लोकतंत्र का गला घोंट दिया था, जिस कांग्रेस ने दर्जनों बार लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से चुन करके आई सरकारों को रातों रात भंग कर दी थी, बर्खास्त कर दिया, जिस कांग्रेस ने देश की संविधान लोकतंत्र की मर्यादा को जेल के सलाखों के पीछे बंद कर दिया, जिस कांग्रेस ने अखबारों पर ताले लगाने तक की कोशिश की, आवाज, जो कांग्रेस देश को तोड़ने के नैरेटिव घटना का नया शौक उनको पैदा हुआ। इतना तोड़ा कम नहीं है, अब उत्तर दक्षिण को तोड़ने के लिए बयान दिए जा रहे हैं। और ये कांग्रेस हमें लोकतंत्र और फेडरलिज्म उस पर प्रवचन दे रही है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जिस कांग्रेस ने नथिंग और भाषा के नाम पर देश को बांटने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी, जिस कांग्रेस ने आतंकवाद और अलगाववाद को अपने हित में पनपने दिया, जिस कांग्रेस ने नॉर्थ ईस्ट को हिंसा, अलगाव और पिछड़ेपन में धकेल दिया, जिस कांग्रेस के राज में नक्सलवाद के लिए देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती बनाकर के छोड़ दिया, जिस कांग्रेस ने देश की बहुत बड़ी जमीन दुश्मनों के हवाले कर दी, जिस कांग्रेस ने देश की सेनाओं का आधुनिकीकरण होने से रोक दिया, वो आज हमें राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और आंतरिक सुरक्षा के लिए भाषण दे रहे हैं। और अब की बार
An unofficial slogan,
पूरा देश कह रहा है अब की बार,
now sanctified as a formal war cry of the Modi machine. Speeding towards the 2024 election, Prime Minister's speech in Lok Sabha on Monday provided the BJP a turbo boost.
अब हमारी सरकार का तीसरा कार्यकाल भी बहुत दूर नहीं है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा 100-125 दिन बाकी है। और अब की बार पूरा देश कह रहा है, अब की बार खड़गे जी भी कह रहे हैं।
The Prime Minister also predicted 370 seats for the BJP in the upcoming general elections.
मैं आम तौर पर ये आंकड़े के चक्कर में नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन मैं देख रहा हूं देश का मिजाज एनडीए को तो 400 पार कर पाई के रहेगा, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 370 सीट अवश्य देगा। बीजेपी को 370 सीट और एनडीए को 400 पार।
But the Prime Minister's poll prediction has the opposition up in arms. The Congress says the only way BJP will win 370 seats is if it rigs EVMs. The stage is set for State of War 2024. Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by नया फोन क्यों लेना, कैशिफाई है ना। को प्रेजेंटेड बाय ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. The breaking news that we are getting you from the Parliament at the moment is that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has tabled the white paper on the UPA era fiscal management. In the white paper, Nirmala has pointed out that the UPA left India in the fragile 5 economies. This, in fact, is a comparison of how the economy has fared over the last 10 years, which means from the year 2014 to the year 2024. And the comparison is done to a decade earlier, which means from the year 2004 to the year 2014. Finance Minister has now tabled the white paper, and this is a paper on the UPA times, the fiscal management that was being done by the government at that time. In the paper, it's very clearly written how at that time, Indian economy was in fact counted in the fragile 5 economies. Nirmala Sitharaman, along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, have time and again pointed out to us the fact that when they came to power in the year 2014, the economy was in shambles, and it has taken them 10 years to make sure that from the fragile 5 economies to the top 5 economies of the world. That's the kind of development that the BJP government has done. This is what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman at various points has pointed towards. This white paper has now been tabled in Lok Sabha.
Sir, I rise to lay a white paper on the Indian economy, both in Hindi and English versions. Sir, I rise to lay a white paper on the Indian economy, both in Hindi and English versions. Sir, I rise to lay a
We have seen how the southern states over the past 48 hours, the chief ministers, the deputy chief ministers have been in the national capital speaking about the fact that they believe there's discrimination being done against them. But on the other side, we have the government, which is now coming out with this white paper, which has been tabled in Lok Sabha. My colleague Paulami is joining me on the story. Paulami, we have seen from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Finance Minister to all the top leaders, including Piyush Goyal, they have been speaking about the fact that over the past decade, the economy has grown by leaps and bounds. And now we are seeing this white paper being tabled in which they are pointing towards the fact that when they got the economy, it was a scam-riddled economy.
That's right. The aim of this white paper, which has just been tabled by the finance minister in the Lok Sabha, is basically to reject and tell the country that there was alleged mismanagement of finances in the UPA era, the UPA decade of 2004 to 14, and they have fixed much of it in as far as the economy was concerned between 2014 to 2024. Just to go through, just a couple of sentences, the overview as far as this white paper is concerned. It says, and I quote over here, in 2014, when we formed the government, the economy was in a fragile state, public finances were in bad shape, there was economic mismanagement and financial indiscipline, and there was widespread corruption. It was a crisis situation. The responsibility to mend the economy step by step and to put the governance system in order was enormous. Our government refrained from bringing out a white paper on the poor state of affairs then. That would have given a negative narrative and shaken the confidence of all, including investors. The need of the hour was to give hope to the people, to attract investments, both domestic and global, and to build support for the much-needed reforms. The government believed in nation first and not in scoring political points. Now that we've stabilized the economy and set it on a recovery and growth path, it is necessary to place in the public domain the seemingly insurmountable challenges left behind as a legacy by the UPA government. Every challenge of the pre-2014 era was overcome through our economic management and our governance. These have placed the country on a resolute path of sustained high growth. This has been possible through our right policies, true intentions, and appropriate decisions. So this is what the overview of this white paper says. They've done a comparative analysis, Aishwarya, of then and now, and they've presented a table of sorts of various things from LPG connections to GDP per capita, to capital expenditure, electronics exports, foreign direct investments, various such factors of then and now. They've done a comparative analysis and have put the numbers out. Of course, it is for the people to decide whether indeed the economy has been fixed or not. The voter, of course, will be the final word on this. But yes, the government today is saying if we fix the economy, it was an insurmountable challenge that we were faced with in 2014. But we have, in fact, because we didn't want to give the impression that we were politicking at that point of time, we didn't come up with a white paper at that point of time to give you a sense of the sad state of affairs. But when we fixed it, we're going to tell you what happened and what we've done in our decade.
Well, we have also seen, Paulmi, how repeatedly Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been citing Rajiv Gandhi's famous remark in the year 1985 when he was the Prime Minister of the country. And during an election rally, he said that every rupee that the government spends towards the welfare and poverty alleviation, only 15 paisa actually reaches the intended beneficiary. Now, corruption is something that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the BJP, has been speaking about. And now in this white paper, very clearly they are saying that the UPA used to have coal gates. We actually have clean auction of the coal.
That's right. Corruption is one of the big, highlight points as far as this white paper is concerned. This was something that the Prime Minister, as you rightly pointed out, also he's been saying about it, he's been speaking about it, and in his last address, when he spoke in the Lok Sabha, in the reply to the motion of thanks on the President's address, he mentioned this again as well. That they say that the agencies are after us, the agencies are after us. Well, the agencies are after you because you have been corrupt. You have basically defrauded the nation, and that's exactly why the agencies are after you. The agencies are independent institutions. They will go after any individual, however high up in position they are, high up in society they are, only if there is evidence of the same, and it's the courts that then adjudicate in the matter. It is not the government, and you may call me names, you may say whatever, but my relentless fight against corruption will carry on, is what the Prime Minister said on the floor of the House.
Thank you, Paulmi, for giving us all those details. The white paper on economy, a comparative analysis, has been tabled by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in the Lok Sabha. My colleague Sahil Joshi will now take you through all the data coming in from the state of Maharashtra. This is the big mood of the nation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sahil Joshi from Mumbai. I will be talking to you about mood of Maharashtra. We are talking about mood of the nation since afternoon. Now I'm at the Mumbai seafront. You can see here the Mahim Fort and also the Bandra Worli ceiling, the most iconic locations in Mumbai. And we would like to know how much gap the BJP has managed to bridge of the vote share they had in 2019 and now for the 2024 elections. And on the other hand, how much chemistry has left within the MVA partners to claim the Maharashtra seats in upcoming 2024 elections. I'm joined by Zafar Islam, the spokesperson of the BJP, Manisha Kainde from Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde. The party has now been claimed by Eknath Shinde, of course, but I would like to clarify it for the benefit of the viewers. On my left-hand side, Mr. Charanjit Singh Sapra from the Congress, the senior spokesperson of the Congress, Mahesh Chavan from the NCP, Sharad Pawar, and Vishakha Raut, the former mayor of Mumbai from Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. We call it Shiv Sena UBT. So let's start with Mr. Islam. Since morning we are talking about the mood of the nation. In UP, the BJP is doing very well. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP is doing very well. In Chhattisgarh, all the Hindi belt, what we have seen is that the BJP is almost repeating its performance what it had in 2019. How much do you think that the BJP will do in Maharashtra? Will they be able to repeat their performance in Maharashtra as well?
Well, NDA will get 400 plus seats across the nation. And the mood of the nation, I'm sure that will also suggest, once the survey is done and you will come up with the full nation's perspective, then you will definitely show 400 plus seats for NDA. Having said that, for Maharashtra, I'm very confident that we will not only register victory, we will have a massive victory in Maharashtra. Both our partners, Ajit Pawar's group and the Shinde group.
You should call it a party, not a group.
As a party, I mean, it's a group of 3 parties, which is called NDA here. We are confident that we will get close to 60% vote. And we will have at least 46 seats out of 48 seats in Maharashtra. And across the nation, we will have BJP 370 and put together 400 plus seats in the entire nation. While you are saying that we are doing very well in the belt, but without exception, irrespective whether it's south, north, east, west, we are doing very well in every state. Even in West Bengal, if you see, it's last time we had won 18 seats. This time we will be not less than 30 seats or 32 seats out of 40 seats. So our performance will only improve in every state where we had not won a single seats in like Tamil Nadu or Kerala. This time we'll surprise everyone in those states as well, because the people have reposed confidence in Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA. People's admiration for our Honorable Prime Minister is something which is so apparent. They definitely want to be led by the Honorable Prime Minister. They want country to be led by the Honorable Prime Minister. They will not waste their vote. They will certainly vote. If had it been a state level election, perhaps they could choose any other phase. But when it comes to country, everyone's preference is the Honorable Prime Minister, and the country should be led by the Honorable Prime Minister. So we are confident of 370 for BJP and 400 plus for the entire NDA.
So we'll have to see whether the Maharashtra becomes the roadblock for the achievement of 370 seats for the BJP and 400 seats.
There is no roadblock. Absolutely, there is no roadblock.
And whether the charisma of the Prime Minister Modi is enough to win Maharashtra seats as well. I have Charanjit Singh Sapra. Who is leading your Mahavikas Agadi? Is it Shiv Sena, UBT, or is it Congress? Who is leading it? And you are confident that your chemistry still works after two splits in 2022 and 2023?
No, splits doesn't matter. The way the BJP spokesperson was talking, I remembered in my earlier days in school, we had a story, Alice in the Wonderland. I can't term him as Alice, but he has all the right to dream. He can say we will have 40 out of 48, whatever he can say. But the fact is, what your survey is showing, people of Maharashtra.
I'm yet to come with the survey, sir.
No, one moment. People of Maharashtra know the way this government is formed. It was in a totally manipulative way this government was formed. Even the Supreme Court had made a reaction on that. The Chief Justice said, Chief Justice put a question mark on the role of Bhagat Singh Koshyari, the then governor. He put a question mark on the speaker himself when he said ki Gogavle ko inhone choose kiya. That was a wrong decision. So the Chief Justice of India has spoken about the manipulation which happened in Maharashtra. So this is the place of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Shahu Phule Ambedkar. People of Maharashtra are watching. This is not a true government. This is a manipulative government. This is a ED Sarkar, Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, as well as Enforcement Directorate Sarkar.
What about
They send ED notices.
What about P? There is Pawar also now.
Pawar is a late entrant. And all the three are not getting along. What happened last week, Ganpat Gaikwad has shot Mahesh Gaikwad, the BJP MLA, shooting the Shinde group councillor.
Well, Mr. Sapra, I would also like to go to the two Shiv Senas actually, Manisha Kainde and Vishakha Raut. But before that, let me come up with some figure. What mood of the nation has found out. Let's first go to the vote share. The prediction of the vote share for the upcoming 2024 Lok Sabha elections. If the elections happens today in Maharashtra, the vote share, the numbers you can see on your screen, the India Alliance is likely to get 45% of the vote share, whereas the NDA, the three partners, Shiv Sena, BJP and NCP will be stopped at the 40% vote share, and the others, if the Prakash Ambedkar's VBA, AIMIM and the smaller partners are likely to get almost 15% of the vote share. So there are 15% votes still floating in the Maharashtra. Where will these votes go is going to be the question. My question is to Manisha Kainde. It looks like, the BJP's vote share, what we have seen earlier, 2014 and 19, BJP's vote share has not increased. It's almost around 27 to 30%. And that is the reason why BJP needed partners in Maharashtra, unlike in other states. Now, what it looks like is that despite 40 MLAs with you, despite the election commission giving you symbol and the name of the party, you're not adding much to the BJP's kitty. It's still getting stuck at the 40%.
Well, this is definitely going to rise because first of all, people have not liked this backstabbing. Now you ask anybody from the public, they have voted for Shiv Sena and BJP together. Because people in Maharashtra are used to seeing both these alliance partners, both strong Hindutva contenders and sticking to their principles. The DNAs were always matching. We were together on Article 370. We were together on the Ram Mandir issue. We were together in the Uniform Civil Code. And therefore, it was obvious this Mahavikas Agadi did not last because people were totally appalled when to see that Honorable Uddhav Thackeray is joining hands with the Congress, the
But
same
then why
Bala
you
Saheb
were in
Thackeray-
government for 2.5
I
years?
did not interrupt you, please.
Sir,
I
let
did
her
not
complete.
interrupt you.
You were in
Sir.
government for
Mr.
2.5
Mr.
years.
Sapra, let her complete.
Charanjit, I did not interrupt you, please.
Let her complete.
Just one line I have put.
Mr. Sapra,
Charanjit, no,
So
you will come to
explain,
your turn.
no, explain the audience also
I
that
will
why you were
explain.
in,
I will
why you were
explain.
in government for
Don't
2.5
break
years.
my link,
Sir,
please.
I will ask the question.
Don't break my link. Don't try to become the
Please
anchor.
let her complete her answer.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
So
Bhavani, sir.
people are very much happy, and Eknath ji Shinde has done what the people wanted. People wanted Shiv Sena and BJP together, as we have been together for 25 years.
Right.
And people want progress. People don't want just sympathy votes. People want what is progress. All the progress that had stopped in Maharashtra for 2.5 years, that is now going on. And people are happy with it. People are happy with the infrastructure. People are happy that they are seeing a chief minister of the Maharashtra
Right.
who is there with the people. Where was the chief minister 2.5 years?
Well, Manisha,
The person who did not go to Mantralaya, he went to Mantralaya only for 2.5 hours. People have rejected that chief minister, although with due respect to Honorable Uddhavji
No,
also.
right now, MLAs have rejected the chief minister.
Even
the voting is yet
people,
to happen.
No. People had voted for BJP Shiv
Right,
Sena.
right,
But
right.
it was...
Can I
No,
answer?
no. Wait.
No.
I have to go to Vishakha Raut as well. She has mentioned about the DNA, the real DNA of Shiv Sena. Is it with Uddhav Thackeray or have gone with Eknath Shinde as the way Election Commission has given the name
Obviously, it's with Uddhavji. And as Manisha said, that the people are not accepting the MVA, and the people are accepting the NDA. It is only the MLAs who have defected. It is not the people who have defected. So you have to yet face the people. Don't count your chickens before they are hatched.
Well, my colleague Abhijit is also here and he will be taking some questions from the people. But before that, I would like to ask you, is there something wrong? Because, like in other states, the BJP choose to fight alone. Here, the BJP needed partners. And not only this time Shiv Sena, but the partner which doesn't, the party's DNA doesn't gel with the BJP's ideology or the Shiv Sena's ideology. You have to take Ajit Pawar's side as well. The same partner against whom the Prime Minister spoke in Bhopal, saying that the 70,000 crore irrigation scam is still alive and will be taking action. What happened to that?
See, in every state, the dynamics are very different. And whenever we have our strategy in place for each state, we work as per our strategy. In Maharashtra, we have to win every single seat. And we definitely would like to welcome parties who are like-minded, who wants to work for who prioritize nation first, who prioritize people first, and who really work for the benefit and welfare of the people and welfare of the state. Those parties are definitely the like-minded people, and we work together with them. We definitely see that
How is
there
Ajit Pawar like-minded party with the BJP?
we see that those parties who have really joined us, it's a common minimum program. We have to deliver to the expectation of the people.
Can
we
I
have
ask him a couple of questions?
We have.
Sir, I'll ask you questions.
We have definitely worked in line with the expectation of the people, and that's why we are confident of our victory. We know what we have delivered. We know what the expectation of the people. Definitely, they had voted for in Maharashtra for, as Manisha ji was saying, for Bharatiya Janata Party
Right.
and Shiv Sena. But if somebody has made an unholy alliance, it had to break. Unholy alliance cannot survive forever. So it had to break because the people didn't want that.
Interestingly, Maharashtra's politics of 2019 is it will be written in the history as alliances and unholy alliances. It's very difficult to find out which alliance is a holy alliance and which alliance is an unholy
No, it is very apparent. It is very apparent that
I don't agree
the people who people had mandated, it is Shiv Sena and BJP.
Well,
they had mandated Shiv Sena and BJP.
Well, Mr. Sapra, it looks like that the BJP has managed to get people on the board, whereas the Congress could not keep their their ship intact. Nitish Kumar is leaving. We saw Mamta Banerjee that day speaking about Rahul Gandhi, that why he had to come with his yatra in Bengal. Here, what we are seeing is that Ajit Pawar, he breaks away from his uncle and gets the symbol and go with the BJP. Eknath Shinde go with the BJP. What is wrong with the India alliance? Why you can't keep people together?
No, there's nothing wrong with the India alliance. But Bharatiya Janata Party, when they use all the agencies, when they use ED, IT, CBI against the opposition leaders. Now let me ask them questions. Why there's no notice of ED going to Ajit Pawar? Why no notice to Hasan Mushrif? Why no notice to Pratap Sarnaik or Yamini Jadhav? Why no notice to Bhavna Gavli? There are so many people. Why these people have gone with BJP? Because they are fearing that they'll get ED notices, they'll go to jail.
Right.
So to prevent that, they are going. That's why I said this is a ED Sarkar. And secondly, they also have differences. Now you only saw that last week Ganpat Gaikwad shot Mahesh Gaikwad. BJP MLA shooting the local Shindegat councillor over there. Similarly, Chhagan Bhujbal versus Suhas Kande. Similarly, Bharat Gogavle versus Aditi Tatkare. What is going on? They are not one on OPS. They are not one on old pension scheme. They are not one on the caste census. They are not one on even the Maratha Arakshan. The Maratha reservation, Narayan Rane has given a different
But
statement.
similarly, you are not one on Savarkar. You are not one on many other issues. You are not one on Ram.
No, but they are running the government. They are running the government. They have a larger responsibility towards people of Maharashtra.
The government
Narayan
runs
Rane
on
is giving a
common
different
minimum
statement.
program.
Mr.
The
Chhagan
government runs
Bhujbal
on-
is
Here
giving a
Uddhav
different
Thackeray says
statement
we
for
will not
Maratha
tolerate anybody
Arakshan.
talking
Let
against
this
Savarkar.
government come
But
clean
the same
what they
Uddhav
want.
Thackeray
They are
sits
trying
with
to fool
Congress.
people.
The Congress,
One leader is trying to fool
Congress
the
day in
Maratha
and day
people
out
and the
are
other leader is
criticizing
trying to fool the
Savarkar.
OBC
Now
people.
what about Savarkar?
This is the issue.
Congress is giving the
The
worst
whole
kind of
issue
words
is
for
that you
Honorable
are trying
Savarkar.
to fool
And still
both
Uddhav
the
Thackeray is sitting
OBC
with
of Maharashtra
Still
as
Uddhav
well as the
Thackeray is sitting
Marathas
with
of
Congress.
Maharashtra.
Let's continue this debate.
He says we will not tolerate. We will not tolerate.
Let's continue this debate, but let me first come up with the numbers. You know, we have seen the vote share, which how much NDA is going to get, and how much India can claim at this point of time. But let's convert this into the seats.
India, that side. This is NDA.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is NDA. This is so on right hand side, the BJP and Shiv Sena sitting. On the left hand side, the
In
India
Maharashtra,
Alliance,
even the
what we can
anchors
see.
get confused.
Indi.
Gamandiya Gathbandhan.
Gamandiya.
So no, let's come with the
उधर
numbers.
गमंडी है।
You know, let's try and put this to the numbers. The
हमारे
numbers
पास
what
घमंड
we are
नहीं, इसलिए
claiming.
सब आ रहे हैं।
No, please don't counter talk. No, let me handle this, please. Don't counter talk. What I'm trying to say is that 45% India Alliance is claiming in Maharashtra. The 40% vote share is being claimed by the NDA. Let's convert this to the numbers. 26 seats. You can see on your screens. India Alliance is likely to get 26 seats in Maharashtra out of 48, whereas the NDA, the three-party alliance, the BJP, Shiv Sena and the NCP, the ruling alliance at this point of time in Maharashtra, will be decimated to the 22 seats out of 48. The numbers haven't changed, Mr. Islam, because I have the last year's numbers also with me, because this Mood of the Nation survey we do every 6 months. Last year in January, the number was 28 and 20, 28 to India Alliance and 20 seats to NDA. Not much has changed after Ajit Pawar had joined you.
I mean, I won't comment on your survey because your survey is done by your people. But definitely let me speak to you about what feedback we have from the ground. And based on that feedback, we claim how many seats we will be winning. That's why the Honorable Prime Minister has said that we will win 370 seats alone as BJP, and it will cross 400 plus with NDA. Purely because the feedback from the ground is very, very encouraging from in every single state, irrespective whether it's south, north, east, or west. And we are very confident in when we are talking about Maharashtra. We are not overly concerned about what number is your survey suggests, because we know that our number is very different from yours, and we as a NDA here will cross 50% votes and we will have 46 seats for sure in the upcoming election 2024.
No, but what is wrong? And why, despite, I mean, do you think that the numbers will change, Mr. Chavan? Because now Ajit Pawar has officially got the symbol and the name as well from the NCP. The 40 MLAs are with him, and the NCP is a party, is a group of satraps, you know, run by Mr. Sharad Pawar. Now all these satraps have switched over to Ajit Pawar. So do you think that it will make a difference in next 2 months? The numbers will change again?
The thing is, I don't understand one thing. Your survey in other states is acceptable to BJP. But your survey in Maharashtra, it is not acceptable to them.
Is
They
it
say
not
no
acceptable
comment.
to you?
No, I'm not.
They say no comment.
No, I said I won't comment on your survey. Like in Rajasthan, you were suggesting that we will not win. We won. In Madhya Pradesh, you were not expecting the kind of result we have demonstrated.
No, Rajasthan we predicted you won. You will win. Madhya Pradesh, our survey showed that you will win. Even in Chhattisgarh, your survey.
No, I'm saying the many surveys. I'm not talking about your survey. Many surveys.
So
in Gujarat last year, 2022 election, Gujarat state election, nobody had expected that we will win 156. When we said 155, nobody was expecting us to win 156. Because that is the basis on the basis of feedback we get from our.
Let Mr. Chavan answer first. Yes.
So Sahil, what they say is, if we say we will win in Gujarat, they say no, Mungirelal ke asin sapne hai. If they say they will win in Kerala, that's fine. That is a surprise. They say that we will surprise by winning in Kerala.
We
So
have
this
been
kind of
able to
attitude-
demonstrate,
Let
my
me
friend
complete.
Chavan, we have been able to demonstrate every
Let me
single
continue.
state. Our number is only improving. Your number is coming down. So your number is coming off, our number is going up. Because we have, whatever we are claiming, we are able to demonstrate
Listen,
it also.
now let me speak, please. If you are so confident about 370 votes and 400 for NDA, why do you want all other alliances with you? Why do you want all small parties with you? Why do you be after RLD? Why do you are after all these people? For that matter, Eknath
Because
Shinde-
we want sabka saath, sabka vikas.
That's what. Let me come in. So, sabka saath,
Because
sabka
sabka saath
vikas, sabka saath, sabka vikas, only of the Vidayak, only of the,
people.
political parties. Yeah, let me speak.
It includes people.
Let me
So
Vikas
if
is
you
for
want,
people.
if you
Vikas
want
is for
sabka
people
saath,
of
if you want
Maharashtra.
sabka saath, sabka vikas, please tell me one thing. Now you are mentioning about the infrastructure and developmental work done by Shinde Sarkar and BJP in Maharashtra. Do you think people have really that kind of money in their pockets to invest in petrol and invest in costly cars and the tolls can they pay? You tell me one thing. How about the petrol rate, which was 74?
So
now
you
it has
think-
gone to 106.
So you think on the
so this
flyovers,
infrastructure,
the
this
buses don't
developmental
go?
work is for whom? What about the disparity?
What about the metro? Who travels
What
in
about
metro?
the disparity?
It is not for the
You
people.
are talking about
Whatever
5
metro is
trillion
for the
economy,
people,
which is
monorail
not
is for the
crossed
people,
3
the
trillion
coastal
economy
road is for the
also.
people, Atal Setu is for people. Even general public, it's not only the
What would you
politicians.
do? How
It's
would you
not only the 40
How
MLAs
would
who are
you
going to
drive your
travel.
cars on
It
Atal
is
Setu?
everybody, all the public is going to travel on all these flyovers.
Mr. Chavan, let me come. Let's talk about the figures. The arithmetic is right now working in favor of MVA. But what we can consistently see, the first survey we did in August 2022, showed something else. Because the arithmetic was heavily in favor of MVA. Slowly, what we are seeing that the vote share of the NDA is gradually increasing in Maharashtra. It started from 34%, now it has reached to the 40%. It clearly shows that NDA is working on the arithmetic, whereas the MVA is slowly losing the arithmetic. They still have 2 months for the course correction. How are you going to keep all your people together? That is the question to you as well and Mrs. Raut as well.
Sahil, thanks to you.
Every day you are losing one leader to the BJP or Shiv Sena or Ajit Pawar.
Sahil, thanks to you, because of your first survey in August, BJP took away Ajit Pawar with them to make the arithmetic correct, right? This is what I can say. Secondly, legislative strength is reduced. I don't disagree with that. But what about the organizational strength? Here, I would like to bring to your notice one thing, that even Election Commission of India did not mention anything about the organizational strength. They just, they just opted to keep quiet because they knew that it is with us and it would have been not convenient for them to mention anything about that. So we are very confident about the cadre, about the organizational strength. And lastly, the people of India, the voters of Maharashtra, they would be with us. This is what we know because we travel a lot and we know what people think about it.
Let Mrs. Raut respond in few
See,
seconds.
because of your survey of 2022, it is only after that BJP started pulling MLAs to their side. If they were not scared with the figures, why would they take all these people with them? If they were very confident that BJP alone is going to win, why would they take all these people with them?
No,
It is only because there was a fear in their mind that they took all the MLAs on their side.
Okay.
You have to agree to this.
I'll give you time to respond, but before that, I'll just take few questions from my colleague Abhijit, who is standing there at this point of time, because after that I will have to take a break. Listen to the questions, because these questions you will have to answer after the break, and I will also have to go to Gujarat and Goa as well. Abhijit,
definitely we are looking at the numbers and we are listening to the leaders across the party. We are taking some quick reactions and questions. Please ask in a crisp voice.
My question is to Congress party. When you are going to pay more information on credibility and performance rather than just surnames. So because this is democracy, right? When Congress party is thinking about achieving internal democracy in their party, to gain majority voters from the urban areas and the new generation, because we are not just thinking about, we are not vulnerable or we are not gullible to go on sentiments. We are going to think about development. We want health, we want education.
So you want internal democracy within the party?
Internal democracy and dynasty politics also.
Yeah.
Can I talk Hindi?
Yeah. Please ask question.
Yes. My question is for Congress Alliance. अभी जो मिलिंद देवरा सर है, उन्होंने भी शिंदे गठ में प्रवेश किया है. तो कांग्रेस के भी जो पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स है वो शिंदे गठ में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं. और अदर एंड साइड देखा जाएगा तो अब हम बार बार बोल रहे हैं कि मीरा भाईंदर में जो हुआ उसके ऊपर कोई बोल नहीं रहा है.
सवाल पूछिए.
हाँ, सवाल पूछिए.
उसके ऊपर कोई बोल नहीं रहा है. और अभी ऑल इंडिया इमाम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के जो मुख्य इमाम थे अहमद इलाही जो प्रेसिडेंट थे, उनके ऊपर भी फतवा निकाला है मुस्लिम.
सवाल क्या है?
हाँ, तो उसके ऊपर कोई बात नहीं कर रहा है. खाली मराठा आरक्षण और अदर जो गोलीबार हुआ उसके ऊपर ही बात कर रहे हैं सब लोग.
So your question is basically that Congress gives one-sided reaction.
One-sided reaction दे रही है कांग्रेस खाली.
So we'll take the answer first from Congress, then we'll take another some questions and reactions from the audience. Please
answer. Yeah. देखिए, जो आपने मिलिंद देवरा जी की बात की उसमें मैं सीधा कहना चाहूंगा कि महत्वाकांक्षी लोग होते हैं. महत्वाकांक्षी अवसरवादिता अगर सामने आती है तो निश्चित रूप से, और ऊपर से एजेंसियों का डर क्या चल रहा है. मैंने तो पूछा ना, ये सवाल आप क्यों नहीं पूछते एकनाथ शिंदे जी से, ये सवाल आप मोदी जी से क्यों नहीं पूछते कि जो 7-8 यहाँ पर नेता है शिंदे गठ के जिनके ऊपर ईडी के नोटिस है, उनको क्यों नहीं नोटिस जाता है. प्रफुल्ल पटेल जी को क्यों नहीं गया अभी तक नोटिस. ठीक है, क्या वो अभी वो वॉशिंग मशीन से धुल गए? ये कमल डिटर्जेंट में सब धुल जाते हैं. ये कमल डिटर्जेंट का कमाल है.
You haven't answered about the dynastic politics. There is no internal democracy in the party.
And the development work also.
इंटरनल डेमोक्रेसी जो कांग्रेस में है वो कहीं नहीं है. आदरणीय खड़गे जी जो अध्यक्ष बने हैं, हमारे चुनाव हुए, ब्लॉक स्तर से चुनाव हुए. आप पढ़िए जरा कितना समय लगा, 6 महीने लगे. दिस इज रॉन्ग. रियल डिसीजंस आर टेकन बाय कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट. इस तरह से नहीं होता है. और ये डायनेस्टी जब उद्धव ठाकरे जी मोदी जी के साथ थे तब उनको पसंद था, जब अकाली दल उनके साथ था तब पसंद था. अब चंद्रबाबू नायडू क्या है? अजीत पवार क्या डायनेस्टी नहीं है? क्या हो रहा है? छगन भुजबल क्या डायनेस्टी नहीं है? वो अपने बेटे के लिए राज्यसभा की टिकट नहीं मांग रहे. क्या बातें कर रहे हैं आप? डायनेस्टी ये डायनेस्टी वायनेस्टी ये ढोंग है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, नौटंकी है ये.
We will take some more questions later, and we will take reaction from you as well and Manisha as well. But before that, I will have to take a break because after that we'll have to also discuss about what is happening in Gujarat, the mood of Gujarat. It may not be not in your favor, may not be in your favor, but let's see what is going to be the mood of the Gujarat and also mood of Goa after a short break.
हम वो दिन भूल नहीं सकते कि कोविड के कठिन कालखंड में हम सब ने परिस्थितियों को समझा, परिस्थितियों के अनुकूल अपने आप को गढ़ा. यहां बैठने के लिए कहा तो यहां बैठो, वहां बैठने के लिए कहा तो वहां बैठो, उस कमरे में बैठने के लिए कहो. किसी भी दल के किसी भी सांसद ने ऐसे विषयों को लेकर के देश के काम को रुकने नहीं दिया. और कोरोना के वो कालखंड जीवन और मौत का खेल था. घर से बाहर निकले पता नहीं क्या होगा. उसके बाद भी माननीय सांसदों ने सदन में आकर के देश की जिम्मेवारियों को निभाया, देश को आगे बढ़ाया. और इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि उस कालखंड ने हमें बहुत कुछ सिखाया है. संकटों के बीच भी भारत की संसद में बैठे हुए व्यक्ति कितने बड़े दायित्व को निभाने के लिए कितना बड़ा रिस्क भी लेते हैं और कितनी कठिनाइयों के बीच में काम भी करते हैं, इसका अनुभव भी हमें हुआ.
ये तमाम मुद्दे तो हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व तय करता है, लेकिन एक बात साफ और स्पष्ट है कि इंडिया अलायंस गठबंधन के तमाम दलों को एक दूसरे के ऊपर नहीं भरोसा। साथ ही साथ जिस तरीके से बिहार में, पश्चिम बंगाल में और पंजाब में इंडिया अलायंस गठबंधन के तमाम जो दल हैं, उन्होंने एक दूसरे के ऊपर असंतोष और अविश्वास जताया, ये साफ और स्पष्ट बताने के लिए काफी है कि इंडिया अलायंस गठबंधन का कहीं कोई भविष्य नहीं है। एक कमजोर नींव के ऊपर तैयार की गई कमजोर इमारत, इसका धाराशायी होना तय है।
समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि बीजेपी ये माहौल बना रही है, चुनाव से पहले गठबंधन को भटकाने की कवायद है, ये गलती वो होने नहीं देंगे। इस बात को
देखिए, समाजवादी पार्टी आज मुद्दा विहीन पार्टी है, उसके पास कोई एजेंडा नहीं है समाज के विकास के लिए, तरक्की के लिए उनका कोई रोड मैप नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, हमारी मोदी योगी की सरकार ईमानदारी से जनता की सेवा के लिए काम कर रही है। देश को मोदी की गारंटी पे भरोसा है। हमारे देश के जन जन ने देखा कि 2014 से लेकर अब तक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने देश के विकास के लिए काम किया है, देश की क्षमताओं के विस्तार के लिए काम किया है, और तमाम जितने विपक्षी दल हैं ये भी कहीं ना कहीं मानते हैं कि भारत की तरक्की के लिए मोदी सरकार जरूरी है।
इस दावे में सच्चाई है कि आरएलडी बीजेपी के साथ खड़ी हो?
अब देखिए, तमाम बातें हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व तय करेगा, लेकिन जहां आग होती है धुआं वहीं से उठता है।
कभी कभी फैशन परेड का भी हमने दृश्य देखा, काले कपड़ों में सदन को फैशन शो का भी लाभ मिला। तो ऐसी विविधताओं के अनुभव के बीच हमारा कार्यकाल बीता, और मैं तो अब खड़गे जी आ गए हैं तो मेरा एक धर्म तो निभाना ही पड़ता है मुझे। कभी कभी कुछ काम इतने अच्छे होते हैं जो बहुत लंबे समय तक उपयोगी होते हैं। हमारे यहाँ कोई बच्चा कुछ अच्छी चीज कर लेता है, कोई बच्चा अच्छे कपड़े पहन कर जो अवसर के लिए तैयार होता है, तो परिवार में एक आध स्वजन आ जाता है, किसी की नजर लग जाएगी, देखो काला टीका कर दो, तो ऐसे काला टीका कर देते हैं। आज देश पिछले 10 साल में समृद्धि के नए नए शिखर सर कर रहा है। एक भव्य दिव्य वातावरण बना है, उसको नजर न लग जाए, इसलिए काला टीका करने का आज प्रयास हुआ है। मैं उसके लिए भी खड़गे जी का बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, ताकि इस हमारी प्रगति की यात्रा को कोई नजर न लग जाए, ये नजर न लग जाए, इसलिए आपने आज जो काला टीका किया है। मैं तो सोच रहा था सब काले कपड़ों में आएंगे, लेकिन शायद काला जोजू खिंचते 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 ब्लैक पेपर तक चला गया है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं उसका भी स्वागत करता हूं, क्योंकि जब भी अच्छी बात होती है काला टीका नजर न लग जाए, इसलिए बहुत जरूरी होता है। और उस पवित्र काम को, और आज जिस उम्र के हैं उस व्यक्ति जब ये काम करता है तो जरा अच्छा रहता है, तो मैं इसके लिए भी आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
It's now about some myths around cervical cancer. First of all, cervical cancer is hereditary. That is a myth. It isn't hereditary at all. It is caused by a virus that infects an individual and isn't something that gets passed on through the generations. Patients of cervical cancer cannot become pregnant. That again is false. Patients suffering from cervical cancer can recover during the course of the treatment, can let their ovaries be set aside during radiation, and once they are out of the situation, they can conceive. There are several fertility treatments available for them. Another myth associated with cervical cancer is that you need to get an HPV and a pap smear test year after year. That isn't correct. Once in 3 years is good enough once you are clear. Also, there is a myth that multiple partners, people who have multiple sexual partners, are the only ones getting cervical cancer. Well, that definitely increases your risk. However, many people with single partners also get cervical cancer.
Welcome back in Mumbai, and we are covering mood of the nation from Western India. We just spoke about what happened in Maharashtra and what is going to be the figure in Maharashtra if the Lok Sabha elections happen in 2024. We are shifting our focus to Gujarat. The Gujarat is the state. It looks like that the BJP, it still holds its fort in Gujarat. 2014, the BJP won all the seats in Gujarat out of 26. The Congress's performance was 0-0. Even in 2019, the performance was repeated by the BJP, and we will have to see what happens this year as well. The Mood of the Nation survey, when we went to Gujarat, we asked people whom they are going to vote. Let's first look at the vote share in Gujarat. 62%, you can see on your screen, 62% of the people still voting for the BJP in upcoming Lok Sabha elections. 26% of the people are going to vote for India alliance partners as per our Mood of the Nation survey, and 12% votes are going to go with the other partners. Whether it is going to be Aam Aadmi Party in that others is going to be decided in next few days. But at this point of time, the BJP is still controlling Gujarat one-handedly, 62% vote share. Mr. Islam, how are you managing the state like Gujarat? Whereas in Maharashtra, we can see that you're unable to do anything about it.
No, it is your survey which is suggesting that we are getting only 26 seats or 28 seats, whatever you're suggesting. But as I said earlier, in Maharashtra, based on our feedback, internal feedback, we are confident of our victory. We are confident of getting vote share of more than 50%. Likewise, when you talk about Gujarat, Gujarat is our forte. You know that in every single election, we are winning in Gujarat. People's confidence in us and our confidence in the people's mandate is very, very certain. We know that people of Gujarat have always voted for us, always voted for development, and the development which has taken place is in front of everyone's eyes. People feel that the government in Gujarat and elsewhere of NDA government, they have a governance model which actually works for the benefit of the people, benefit of the state, benefit of the country, and our policy is very different. Our policy is unlike India Alliance, where the priority is for family, our priority is the country. So nation first is our policy. Our priority is people. We always prioritize people. We always deliver to their expectation. We live up to their expectation. That's why we have been always.
Aren't you completely dependent on the charisma of the Prime Minister Modi? He belongs to Gujarat, and isn't that the reason that you're holding Gujarat's vote?
See, I won't hesitate in accepting that he is the most charismatic leader in our party. He is one person who can mobilize support from every single state, and not only in Gujarat, but if you see our expectation in Karnataka, 28 of 28. Last year we won 27, but this year we're expecting 28. We are expecting 100% seat in Rajasthan, 100% in Madhya Pradesh, 100% in Uttar Pradesh, and in West Bengal also our tally will improve from 18 to 32 primarily because of the work we have done, primarily because the people's confidence in Honorable Prime Minister, and primarily because the Honorable Prime Minister has been able to connect very well with the people, and that's why we are able to generate that kind of support.
When it comes to Gujarat, consistently you're losing election after election. 6 elections in a row in Assembly, 3 elections in a row in for the Parliament.
See, still I am very positive, because if you talk like this, ki Congress had a 0 in the last election. Maybe the BJP also has 0 in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and various other Sikkim and various other states. So issue is that this election of 2024 will be an election of Modi versus Mudda. There will be Mudda. Or Mudda kya hai? It will be inflation, it will be the rising unemployment, आर्थिक विषमता, ये तमाम सारी चीजें ये मुद्दा होंगी. How our female wrestlers were sitting on the road, people have not forgotten. What has happened in Manipur, people have not forgotten, and they are not going to forget. So these are the actual issues which will be there in 2024. I would like to remind you, in 2004, what had happened? It was a great campaign, Shining India campaign, and Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a bigger face than Narendra Modi. And Sonia Gandhi led Congress. We won 145 seats. We will again win now. So we are very positive about Gujarat also.
No, but what is a concern area for the Congress party in Gujarat is that it's not only continuing its tally of the seats, that is 0, but also losing the seat share rapidly. The vote share rapidly. In 2014, your vote share was above 30%. In 2019, it dropped down, and now it is nearly coming down to 26%, minus 6% this time in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. How will you explain that? You are even losing the opposition ground in Gujarat.
No, it's not that way. See, we have a strong structure now. Mr. Shakti Singh Goyal is the newly appointed president. He has been working hard. The entire team is there. Leader of opposition is there. And the entire new team has come. The youngsters have come in and they have taken the major positions in Gujarat. I feel things will be very different from 2019, 2024 in Gujarat. You will see that Congress will emerge and we will win number of seats over there.
Yes, please.
I think those who have visited Gujarat, I have been there in 2022 election. I was there for almost 2.5 months. In Gujarat, if you ask any Congress leader, forget about the voter or supporter or karyakarta like you, there is enthusiasm in you, but they're all demotivated in Gujarat purely because they know they are going to lose election. Even if you talk to a leader in private, they accept that we are not going to win.
Now,
purely
motivation or demotivation, you can't give the certificate to Congress leaders, please.
There is no connect.
You are not going to give certificates to Congress leaders. You are not going to demoralize our leaders.
I'm just narrating the
Please,
truth.
you stick to your facts. We will stick to our facts. You stick to your organization. We will stick to our organization. This is a fight of ideology. This is a fight of ideology. Please stick to the fight of ideology.
They are going to
Don't be overconfident. There are number of states. There are around 5 states where BJP has not won a single Lok Sabha seat. You have to agree to that. What is happening in Punjab now within BJP? You have to see all that. You have to see the southern states also. You are completely washed out.
We will win.
You are completely washed out.
Well, Mr. Islam, I can only say one thing. You know what? The chemistry between you and the voters, the BJP and the voters, is clearly working in Gujarat, but there seems to be some problem in Maharashtra. You are still not able to.
No problem.
You are still not able to cross the 27% mark in Maharashtra. You still need people like Ajit Pawar, who are your dire opponents.
I would say that every state has a different dynamics, and this state there is two-party. In Gujarat, the model is two-party election.
Let me
There are many parties.
Where were the dynamics in Chandigarh mayor poll? Where were the dynamics in Chandigarh mayor poll? What did BJP do over there? Your election officer changed the votes over there.
Together we can win.
This is what
happened in Chandigarh mayor poll.
10 seconds.
You are saying you prioritize people. Okay, you take all the Foxon and Vedanta Foxon and all. You take everything from Maharashtra to Gujarat. Naturally, people are going to take
No.
Why don't you leave them here? Why don't you leave them here?
Investors cannot be told where they should invest.
Allow them. It was
I'm sorry.
a fallacy.
was
Sorry,
a
I'm
this is-
sorry
this
from
is
the
what
NDA
happens-
government. I
this
would
is
like
what
to
happens-
put something here.
this is what happens
You
when-
are made an MLC by Uddhavji Thackeray,
Okay, this is what
not
happens-
Eknath Shinde. You
This
should
is what
remember
happens
this
when you
first.
come to
That is the
Western
old story.
Maharashtra.
That is the old story.
In Maharashtra, the India alliance.
Quickly also now give the seat share. We've given you the vote share. Let's move on now to the seat share in the state of Uttarakhand on 5 seats. Well, as per the Mood of the Nation survey, viewers, history is going to repeat itself. 2019 will be mirrored in 2024 as per the Mood of the Nation survey. It's going to be a sweep of 5 seats where the NDA is concerned. The India is going to come down to a not. The BJP is going to take all 5 seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh. So त्रिपाठी जी कम से कम जो उत्तराखंड है उसमें तो आप 100% स्ट्राइक रेट है, 5 जा रही हैं जैसी 2019 में गई थी।
मैं अभी जो वोटिंग परसेंटेज जो आपके सर्वे में आया है ना, मुझे लगता है इसमें भी अभी इंक्रीज करेंगे। वोटिंग परसेंटेज अभी ये यूसीसी के पहले का है, अभी यूसीसी लागू हुआ है। जितने मुद्दे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने छुए हैं, जो हमारे कमिटमेंट के इशू थे, उनको हमने पूरा करने का काम किया है, इसलिए जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है। जब उत्तराखंड का परिणाम आएगा तो ये परिणाम आपको बहुत अफर्मेटिव सकारात्मक तौर पर दिखाई पड़ेगा। जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी अब सीटें चूंकि उत्तराखंड में 5 ही है, अगर 5 की जगह 50 होती तो 50 की 50 भी भाजपा के पाले में आती।
चलिए 5 on 5 for the BJP suppression rate. Somewhere down the line, do you think that the Congress fell short? The Vidhan Sabha elections, the state elections, were an election for you to win at that point of time, and from there to come down to exactly what 2019 mirrored.
आप उत्तराखंड की बात कर रही हैं, and I think it's only fair that we speak about Uttarakhand in a little bit of a more detail. आप 5 की 5 करिए, 5 में से हो सकता है 10 भी जीत जाए। अंकिता भंडारी का बस नाम याद कर लीजिए। अंकिता भंडारी वो लड़की थी जिसको जिस्म फरोशी में जबरदस्ती ढकेला गया, जिसकी हत्या की गई और उस होटल को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। करने वाला कौन था? भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता का लड़का। क्या हुआ उसके खिलाफ, ये मैं जानना चाहती हूँ। अंकिता भंडारी पर आप बोलेंगे नहीं, महिला अपराध पर आप बोलेंगे नहीं, बेरोजगारी पर आप बोलेंगे नहीं, पकौड़े तलने की हिदायत देंगे, तेल कर देंगे।
When did the Congress go to Uttarakhand to capitalize on all of this? Where have you been?
What are the law enforcement agencies doing? मैं तो आपसे सिर्फ एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ।
What is the opposition doing?
बुलडोजर चला है के खिलाफ? क्यों नहीं बुलडोजर चला?
Suppression rate. Why is it that the voter of Uttarakhand is compelled to vote for the BJP?
100% एक चीज पर स्ट्राइक रेट है और वो है जुमलों पर। जुमलों पर अगर ये चुनाव लड़ेंगे तो 100%
Do you believe this? Do you believe it's a 5 on 5?
Because even the UCC, you are a woman and I am a woman. Let me ask you this question. जिस
जनता जनार्दन के निर्णय पर आपत्ति है इनको। ये जनता के निर्णय पर आपत्ति व्यक्त करती है।
We are looking at the data. We are looking at the data. All right, okay.
की गवाही।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 22 and minimum 7 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 28 and minimum 16 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 32 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 22 degrees.
One of the core campaign promises of the BJP, in addition to scrapping Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir and the construction of the Ram Temple in Ayodhya, BJP-led Uttarakhand has officially passed the Uniform Civil Code Bill, making it the first state in the nation to adopt a single personal law for all citizens, regardless of religion, gender, or sexual orientation. However, scheduled tribes, constituting 2.9% of Uttarakhand's population, are excluded from its scope. A uniform code addressing marriage, divorce, inheritance, and live-in relationships. Passed by voice note, the UCC legislation faced criticism for requiring registration of live-in relationships. Failure to comply could result in a jail term of up to 3 months or a fine of Rs 10,000 or both. Congress leader Shama Mohammed condemned the BJP for intruding into the private lives of consenting adults. The TMC echoed these sentiments. Various Muslim voices labelled the UCC as discriminatory, calling it a Hindu code. Uttarakhand's chief minister stated that his government's willingness to assist other states interested in implementing a UCC. With the Ram temple construction completed and Jammu and Kashmir's special status revoked, the focus now shifts to the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. Bureau Report, India Today.
जनवरी को पूरी हिंदुस्तान के अंदर और दुनिया के अंदर जहां कहीं भी हम देख रहे थे, हर ओर से एक ही आवाज आ रही थी। यह अद्भुत क्षण था। प्रसन्नता इस बात की भी थी कि हमने वचन निभाया और मंदिर वहीं बनाया। दुर्योधन ने कहा था, सुच्याग्रम नेव पास्यामि बिना युद्धेन केशव, यानी सुई की नोक के बराबर भी जमीन नहीं दूंगा मैं, एक कृष्ण युद्ध के बगैर नहीं दूंगा। तो महाभारत का युद्ध तो होना ही होना था। क्या हुआ? पूरा कौरव पक्ष से ही स्वाहा हो गया। पांडवों को संरक्षण देने वाला लाक्षागृह है। वहां के सारे प्रमाण इस बात को प्रदर्शित करते हैं और न्यायालय के इस फैसले का सम्मान होना चाहिए। अयोध्या का उत्सव लोगों ने देखा तो नंदी बाबा ने भी कहा, भाई हम काहे इंतजार करें। उन्होंने भी इंतजार किए बगैर रात्रि में बैरिकेड तोड़वा डाले और हमारे कृष्ण कन्हैया कहां मानने वाले हैं।
Presented by नया फोन क्यों लेना, कैशिफाई है ना। को प्रेजेंटेड बाय ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
You're with the India Today Mood of the Nation biannual survey brought to you in partnership with C-Voter, which has done this comprehensive nationwide survey at a time when all eyes are on the big question: who will win the general elections of 2024? That's the question that we're going to answer in a detailed manner this time, but not just the big picture. We'll be going state by state to bring you all the results you've been waiting for.
This is the last Mood of the Nation opinion poll before the general elections of 2024, which is what makes this that much more important, and so much rides on the results of this Mood of the Nation opinion poll. Let's introduce you to our guests who are going to join us over the next several hours as we bring you the results of the Mood of the Nation poll. I want to start by introducing Yashwant Deshmukh, lead cephalogist at C-Voter. He's got this fancy Himachali cap on and has been working very hard over the last several weeks, and lots of changes, Rajdeep, in the chess drawing board, forcing revisions in the MOTN sample. So he's really been working doubly hard, not just because of us, but also because of all the changes that
And there could be more changes within the next month. You know, change is the only constant.
Next month or tonight, tomorrow, there could
Who
be
knows?
changes galore, and therefore we'll have to keep looking at these numbers very carefully. Flanking him is Raj Chingappa, editorial director at India Today magazine. He and his team have worked on compiling and dissecting the results of this poll, and you can read the analysis in the new issue of the magazine, which is out in stands now. We've got Amitabh Tiwari, who's joining us, political analyst, and to our left, we've got Rahul Verma. Rashid Kidwai joins us, and we got Sanjay Kumar from CSDS. So this is really as sharp a political panel as can be, and I'm discounting myself. And no, I'm keeping guys there discounting myself, but a very sharp panel on this. So what we'll do for a moment is take you through the methodology adopted by Sea Voter for this poll, and then we'll go state by state in getting you the results of this poll. So this Mood of the Nation opinion poll was done between the 15th of December and the 28th of January. Largely, some polling happened later when there were specific changes like there were in Bihar, but largely between the 15th of December and the 28th of January. For this poll, the sample size was 35,801. But Sea Voter, as our viewers know by now, has a continuing tracker sample. So that adds 1,13,000 interviews to the Mood of the Nation sample, giving us a robust sample size of 1,49,000 for this sample and the tracker that's been going on between the 15th of August and the 31st of January. So there's a 3% plus minus margin of error at the micro level, and Yashwant claims he has a 95% confidence level. So that said, Rajdeep, let's now dive straight into the numbers for Uttar Pradesh.
Okay, let's go state by state. And we are starting with the state of Uttar Pradesh because remember, generally it's believed all roads to Delhi lead through Lucknow. That certainly to some extent has been the case in 2014 and 19 given the domination that the BJP has had in the Hindi heartland. But let's take a look at what the Mood of the Nation poll is saying. First, let's take a look at vote share because vote share will give you a sense of where the parties stand. And what we are predicting at the moment is a 52% vote share for the NDA, which means that the NDA is actually up from last time. They're even higher than they were in 2019 when they did remarkably well in that election. The India Alliance, and presumably this India Alliance includes the Congress, the SP and the RLD as of now. The RLD could well switch sides. Therefore, at the moment, they're at 36%, up 10% last time, but they have lost the BSP, which was in 2019 with the Samajwadi Party, and others 12%, primarily the Bahujan Samaj Party. But the key thing is, how does this translate into seats? That's the difficult task that Yashwant has undertaken. The seats, what would the seats be in the 80-member UP Assembly? And just take a look at that. The NDA goes up from 64 to 72 out of 80. It's a gain of 8. So NDA, BJP holding rock solid in the saffron heartland in a way. The India Alliance 6 to 8, so only a marginal increase, and that's divided between 1 for the Congress and 7 for the Samajwadi Party. Others are completely wiped out. The 10 last time were the BSP. So Rahul, the first big numbers clearly show the BJP holding its own in what's become its bastion.
And if the BJP is already at 72 in the way the state plays right now, Yashwant, the most important question is, now that RLD is very clearly in talks with the BJP, if Jayant Chaudhary was to join the NDA, where could that 72 reach?
Well, I mean, of course, it will impact minimum number of 2 seats for sure. But it's not just about how many seats that RLD is contesting and they are likely to win. It's also about the overall impact of the Jat voter consolidation in the entire Western UP, and not just Western UP, but across in other states which have a significant number of Jat voters. So that, having said that, Rahul, let me be upfront about this one. And me and Raj discussed this so many times about the numbers of the seats and everything. You know, I am a conservative pollster, and I find it very difficult to tell people that, you know, why are these others or other NDA numbers or non-NDA numbers coming up even when you have NDA or BJP crossing 50% of vote? That is simply because of the probability. When you say any party is there in that particular region, even if you cross 0 to 1, in UP with 6 regions, you end up with 0 to 6 kind of range. So it's also a question of probability. Otherwise, this number with this kind of a vote share could end up anywhere.
So you're saying it could be 80 also?
I will not say it cannot happen.
No, because he's sitting on 72 and he says, I'm conservative.
No, it is a possibility. You know, it can't be ruled out. But let's, we are T20 style today. So I'm going to ask all our panelists quick responses because we are going through the entire country. Raj Cheggappa, Uttar Pradesh, as I said, the road to Delhi leads to Lucknow. If this is the result of Lucknow, clearly the keys to Delhi are in the hands of Prime Minister Modi.
No doubt Uttar Pradesh is the bellwether state. And if it is showing the kind of results that the India Today See Voter poll is showing, the BJP is on its way. I would only like to point out a little bit of history because the Prime Minister Modi had said he'd want to win 405 seats and for the BJP 370 seats. So if you look back, the only person who did that was Rajiv Gandhi, who won 405 and of course subsequently became 414 when Assam and Punjab were added on. And at that time in UP, that was the undivided UP, I think the Congress won 82 out of 85 seats. It was a sweep. Now, if we are going by these figures, and as they've touched 50%, I'm sure the other pollsters would say that the BJP would require to max in Uttar Pradesh if it has to get its target of 370 that it wants.
Remember, those two elections are very different, Amitabh Tiwari, because the 84 election was held in the aftermath of the assassination of then Prime Minister I.N.D.I.A. Gandhi. It was an election won largely on the back of sympathy. Here is Prime Minister Modi, who's been in power for 10 times. This is not a empathy, sympathy vote. This is a performance vote. If you end up 72, or if Yashwant says could be even higher, that would be the most incredible performance imaginable.
Yeah, so if these numbers hold true, if you see whatever is BSP's loss of 10 seats is largely accruing into the tally of the BJP. BJP is gaining 10 seats at the expense of BSP. So if these numbers hold true, then what is clearly being shown is that it is largely a pro-incumbency vote. It is a pro-Modi vote, it's a pro-development vote, it's a pro-vote for his policies and the way he has handled the economy.
But are you surprised because Rahul Verma, Uttar Pradesh was for a long time, for about 30 years, completely fragmented. Now suddenly, since 2014, the BJP has come to dominate the state, 2 general elections, 2 assembly elections, and now you could have a 3rd general election. Is the BJP therefore entering into UP, much like it was in Gujarat, a completely dominant party, 50% more, 50% vote and more, suggests a dominant state?
Absolutely, Prasdeep. One reason for fragmentation in the 90s and early 2000s was that there were at least 4 credible players that were present. BJP, Congress, SP and BSP, the regional parties were very, very strong. Over a period of time, Congress declined and also BSP declined. So why Yashwant is saying that the numbers are conservative? Because this time BSP is moving out and they are still holding on to 10% or some vote share there. Which means that actually the numbers could be much more than 75, even touching 70.
No, but here's the thing. It reflects the continuing trend of elections becoming bipolar. Remember, the BSP, according to Yashwant's analysis, is projected to come down from 19% vote share last time to 8% this time. That's 11% down. And this is a party which in 2007 had won 200 plus seats. So that just shows how the BSP has ceded ground to now become a rump. 8% Sanjay Kumar for the once mighty BSP just shows that for time to come, elections in UP will be BJP on the one side and Samajwadi Party on the other, with a much weaker Samajwadi Party against a much stronger BJP.
Rahul, we need to understand why elections are becoming bipolar not only in UP but in Bihar and many other states. Because I get a sense that the entire election now is being contested in the name of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I don't see this election as a contest between Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi or Narendra Modi versus any other leader. It is a referendum on how do you rate the performance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So people are divided on 2 axes, pro-Modi, anti-Modi. And you see the election becoming bipolar on this, not on the issues, but largely on this factor. If you are on pro-Modi side, you tend to align, your party tend to align with NDA. And if you are anti-Modi, you tend to align with the UPA. Or if you're not able to align with the UPA, then you go alone. But that is what is happening in UP.
But where does this lead, therefore, the India alliance, Rashid Kidwai? Because you've got a situation where you are tying up with the Congress and Samajwadi Party tying up. We still don't know how the seat distribution will take place. But when they look at these numbers, there'll be a sense of hopelessness almost, particularly if Jayant Chaudhary also leaves the alliance. Even if Mayawati, was to come on their side, which seems unlikely in a few weeks' time, either way, India alliance is starting this race with one hand tied behind its back.
Yes, Rajdeep, there is a total sense of despondency, but I still think Mayawati is the biggest insurance policy that BJP has in Uttar Pradesh. Imagine this 8-10% vote going to India alliance would have made material difference. And second thing is how many Gandhis, three Gandhis, Rahul, Sonia, and Priyanka, how many of them are going to be in fray? Because unless they contest, and same applies to Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav and Dimple Yadav and all those people, credible people.
So what's your sense? Will any of the Gandhis contest now?
I think they are looking for Rajya Sabha route. At least one of them will get into
No, but I
Rajya
don't
Sabha.
agree with Rashid Kidwai. He says BSP joining the India alliance makes a difference. Even if I add 36 in 8, that's 44 up against 51 for 52 for the NDA. It still leaves them 6 short.
No, but
even if there is perfect transfer of votes, even if there is perfect transfer of votes, which we saw in the last elections when they were both stronger in the BJP, not as strong, it still didn't make a difference.
Look, Rahul, BJP is the dominant party of UP. There's no doubt about that. And all the other parties are basically trying to compete for that same anti-BJP vote that exists. So even if they come together, they're actually only consolidating the anti-BJP vote. The BJP vote itself, once it's crossing 50%, even if it was 48% tomorrow, they would still be well over 60 as they were in 2019. So I think...
And Rahul, we are not factoring in the Ram Lahar, which is there. There is a lot of... Why people are shifting? Because they think that there's going to be a huge consolidation in favor of BJP in Uttar Pradesh. And
now,
that explains
Salman,
why
so this was a cricket match and the BJP ends up 72 out of 80 in the first state. And the projection across our table of really sharp political minds is that it could actually even be more. Then, the Congress and the India alliance are out of the race even before the race has begun. Shehzad can say, okay, thank you very much. I don't need to do the talking. Modi is doing the talking for me.
Rahul, no game is over till it is totally over. So I know this is a very disappointing save for the India alliance. But I must say that despite all the advantages that the Prime Minister and Amit Shah and BJP have built up over these 10 years or so, they're still pretty much at 50%. The opposition has not been able to come together as we need to defeat this power so far. But the election is not over. The election is going to be contested in UP and all over the place. And by the way, I know you people said something about the performance. This is a performance election. If this is a performance election, I want to ask you. I want to ask the people of UP, for example, that until 2014, UP's economy was larger than Tamil Nadu's economy. Now, 10 years later, and most of that is all of it is under Prime Minister Modi, and most of it is under Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Why is the UP economy now smaller than the Tamil Nadu economy? What has changed? Now, at the national level,
Salman, we are doing a T20 style analysis, so we want 1 point at a time. You made your point. Let Shehzad Poonawala now respond. Shehzad, the fact is that UP is seen now as a dominant party state. Do you give credit to the Modi factor, the Upyogi factor, a combination of both? The fact that the double engine there seems to be really working at the moment.
Rajdeep, I give credit to 3 factors and let me complete my answer. 1 is Ram Lala, 2 is Geeta and 3 is PD. And let me complete. Ram Lala means Rashtriya Suraksha, Mahila, Labharti, Leadership and Arthvyavastha. Geeta means growth, information, innovation, infrastructure, technology and Atmanirbhar Bharat. And PDA means performance, delivery and aspiration. Today, Rajdeep, Modi ji and Yogi ji have converted the vocabulary of people like you from anti-incumbency to pro-incumbency, where even the most critical cynics like Yogendra Yadav and Rajdeep Sardesai in the Democratic newsroom also have to say that BJP ko सबसे ज्यादा नंबर मिलेंगे ही. This kind of conversion happens when time after time the people see the leadership and the performance of the party on the ground and overall, because we have a mission and a vision. We are not people of commission, corruption, ambition and family profession, and therefore I give credit to Ram Lalla, Geeta and PDA.
You know, I love his acronyms. He's going to go very far in politics, given those acronyms. Mr. Modi has clearly got a few bucks in the party who know how to use acronyms rather well.
What I want to do now is play out a small excerpt from a show we had earlier today from Lucknow, where we spoke to voices on the ground, trying to get a sense of the pulse in Uttar Pradesh. So here are some excerpts from the Mood of the Nation poll from Uttar Pradesh from earlier today.
Joining you from the city of Lucknow, and once again, if political cliches could hold true, nothing.
विपक्ष की जल गई है एकता की रस्सी, इसलिए भाजपा यूपी में जीतेगी 80 में 80।
मुझे लगता है यहाँ पर बैठ के लच्छेदार बातें करना और थोड़ी बहुत शेरो शायरी कर लेना एक चीज है। आप धरातल पर आके असलियत देख लीजिए।
हम पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का उत्तर प्रदेश में खाता नहीं खुलने देंगे।
युवा चाहता है रोजगार, और रोजगार के नाम पर आप कहते हैं पकौड़े तल लो।
केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी है जो बढ़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही है, बाकी सारे राजनीतिक दल आपको गिरते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
आप सबके अकाउंट में 15 लाख आ गए, 2 करोड़ बेरोजगार मिल गया, नहीं मिला।
और जब अलायंस करना था ना, तब राहुल जी के प्रोजेक्शन के लिए उनकी एक यात्रा प्लान कर दी गई, और जहाँ जहाँ चरण पड़े राहुल के ताता बंटाधार हुआ। जैसे जैसे यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई, एक एक करके अलायंस लगातार छूटते जा रहे हैं।
Shouldn't the India Alliance actually look at bringing in Mayawati, because the 8% vote share could also, she might not win a single seat.
As far as Behan Mayawati is concerned, I think it's really up to her what she would want to do.
370 हम कह रहे हैं क्योंकि 370 हमने हटाई है।
I want to come now to the state of Punjab, and just keep in mind that the numbers that you're about to see assume that the I.N.D.A. party and the Congress will find a way of fighting together. But this is a state where AAP and Congress are 1 and 2, and whenever two parties are 1 and 2, they typically find it very difficult to be able to distribute seats amongst themselves. Between 2 and 3, it's much easier than it is between parties that are 1 and 2. But since that's the way it is seeming on the surface, that's the calculation that we're about to show you. So here are the numbers for Punjab. I'm going to start by taking a look at the vote share numbers first. The BJP had 10% vote share in the previous Lok Sabha elections. That's now projected to go up to 17. That's 7% up. The I.N.D.A. party had 7% vote share in the last Lok Sabha elections. That's now projected to go up to 27. That's 20% up from the last time. The Congress had 40% vote share in the last elections. That's now projected to come down to 38. That's 2% down from the last time. The Akalis had 28% vote share. That's now projected to come down to 14, a loss of 14% for the once formidable Akalis. Let's take a look at how this converts into seats. So on your screen right now, for the 13 seats of Punjab, here are the C-Voter India Today Mood of the Nation projections. C-Voters projecting that the BJP is likely to stay at 2 seats. They're likely to stay at 2. What's gone out from the NDA kitty there are the Akali seats. The AAP is expected to be at 5 seats. That's up 4 from the last time if we see the party-wise breakup of these seats. The Akalis were at 2. That's likely to come down to 1. So the BJP holds on to its 2 seats. The AAP goes up from 1 to 5. Remember, in the first election they fought in 2014, they had 4 seats. So they go up to 5 this time. The Congress at 5. There were 8 last time, so they're down 3. And the Akalis are at 1, down 2. Now, what could change potentially, Yashwant, is if at the last moment the Akalis and the BJP are able to tie, because behind the scenes there's a lot happening. It's not firm, finalized, both sides haven't decided. The Akalis we know are keen, the BJP is 50-50, wishy-washy, but that can change anytime. And if that changes, how does that potentially change these numbers?
Of course, I mean, that would be having some impact for sure, because I guess that between the Akalis and the BJP, even though there has been quite a lot of bad in the recent years, as far as the core voting is concerned, they are pretty much supplementary in nature. The core has been anti-Congress vote at large, which the Akalis and the BJPs have been tending together. So this separation might have split it vertically because BJP ran away with the Hindu votes and Akalis were with their Panthik votes. But if they come together, definitely that will have an impact. But it will not be the same kind of seat sharing, Rajdeep, that is for sure. Because wherever BJP is going back with their old allies, that seat sharing equation is no more the same, which was defined by Vajpayee and Advani.
But you know, this is a fascinating state, Raj Chengappa, because the alliances have changed dramatically in the last few years. The BJP and the Akalis were together. AAP versus Congress was the battle of Punjab. They've now come together. They may not have chemistry on the ground. Would you really believe that this AAP-Congress alliance will work in the end and actually see the arithmetic benefits that this poll is suggesting? Or do you believe in the end it'll be very difficult for AAP and Congress to actually fight Punjab together, which may be another twist to these numbers?
It's my favorite state since I was there as editor-in-chief of the Tribune. But I think here, let's take Sanjay's argument of brand Modi and a referendum on that. How much of that is going to play out in Punjab? It never happened when Rajiv Gandhi, it was very troubled state, of course, at that particular time. So the Congress never benefited at that time because of the wave that happened. So if you look at it currently, if the AAP and the Congress get together, they're a decisive force. Have they got together? Have they agreed on anything? That is not to be seen as yet.
No, but can I counter what you're saying to say that it's almost impossible? How will you decide if you're 1 and 2 in that state? On a drawing board, you can say whatever you want. Given the problems in Uttar Pradesh, given the problems in Bihar, it is very difficult. In Delhi, they may still have some kind of an arrangement. In Punjab, they'll ultimately come to the conclusion that it's better for us to fight separately.
No, they may well do that, Rahul. They actually seem to believe that might even work to their favor. That, you have a multi-corner.
No, so I'm saying then the premise of the poll for Punjab is flawed because it hypothetically assumes that they're fighting together.
Yeah, sure. But the one thing about Punjab, to take from what Raj Chengappa said, and that's the fascinating part of Punjab, Sanjay Kumar, it's the one state in North India where the Modi wave has not worked both in 2014 and 19. Look at both these elections. The Congress, if there's one state in northern India held its own in the last 10 years, it's Punjab. You think the politics of Punjab, therefore, is very distinct and different from the rest of the country in a way?
Two factors. Even though the political clout of Shiromani Akali Dal has come down, but look at the states where regional parties are strong. BJP has not found it easy to make inroads. That's one case why in Punjab, BJP has not been able to make inroads. Second, BJP has been contesting in Punjab in alliance with Akalis. So Akalis have been a dominant player. That was a difficulty in the Bihar also for the first couple of decades. Also, look at the social composition of Punjab. In Punjab, we have a very large majority of Sikh voters. So if you look at BJP's popularity, Narendra Modi's popularity, there is some difference if you look at among the Hindus and people belonging to different other religion. That is another factor why BJP has not been able to penetrate in Punjab the way they have been able to expand in other parts of
the But the calculation in the BJP and Shehzad can build on this. I'll also show you the projection for Chandigarh, which is expected to go to the BJP. It's an urban pocket, and we saw the mess in the mayoral elections recently, but the poll is predicting that Chandigarh goes to the BJP. The problem is both the Home Minister and the Prime Minister have often say that they're very emotionally invested in the Punjab story. And yet on the ground, we see, especially amongst the Sikhs, this pushback. So how does this square? The fact that the Prime Minister himself feels so emotionally close to the Punjabi community, to the Sikh religion, and yet there is a lot of antipathy and a very strong pushback.
Rahul, look, what Sanjay ji was saying just now, that since we were the younger brother in the alliance, and that alliance was not purely for political reasons, it was also for ensuring the message of Sabka Saath and Samajik Sohar between the Hindu-Sikh community. And therefore, we sacrificed a lot of our space and a lot of the other things also while we were in that alliance. For the first time now, we are finding our feet in Punjab, not just in urban areas, but also in the rural pockets. And therefore, this vote is a vote of expansion. It is a vote of credibility that will keep increasing over the few period of years. And look at the outreach that Prime Minister Modi has done towards the Sikh community. It is not a political outreach, it is an emotional outreach, whether it is celebrating the Prakash Parbs of the great gurus of the Sikh community, whether it is celebrating Veer Balas Divas, or whether it is reaching out to various sections, whether it is the FCRA clearance on Harminder Sahib, langars that we are making GST free. So I think there's a concerted effort. Not everything is done only for political purpose. Some things are are beyond politics. For Rashtra-Niti, we have done a lot of things, and I think that is also being reflected because Punjabis are very patriotic people. They are ready to sacrifice their lives for the nation. They have contributed so much to the armed forces, and I think you'll see, because the kind of mismanagement Aam Aadmi Party is doing. Look at the Nasha Mafia, look at the kind of corruption that is taking place. I'm not saying this. Mr. Sidhu is saying about the corruption. And also the alliance between Congress and
here in
AAP,
Punjab,
it is an
Amitabh Tiwari,
alliance
is if they
which is
fight
unholy.
separately, this calculation, and you're seeing the India numbers projected by C voter to zoom up in terms of vote share very substantially, all that is based on the assumption that they fight together. If they don't fight together, and if this is the base where Akalis are at 27% vote share, up 20 from the last time, Congress is at 38% vote share, down 2 from the last time, up at 27, up 20, Congress at 38, down 2, Akalis at 14, down 14. How could Punjab read in the absence of this alliance?
See, Punjab is the hotbed of anti-center politics. So even if AAP and Congress do not form an alliance, and unless the Akali Dal forms an alliance with the BJP, these numbers could still hold. So unless the Akali Dal ties up with the BJP, I don't see a substantial difference in the numbers, because the politics itself there is anti-center. Hindu being the majority in the rest of the country, but being a minority there complicates the political dynamics there.
And it's interesting to look at this, because if we turn to the next state, because I think these two states reflect just how India's map is so complex. Just turn to Delhi, not too far away from Punjab, where again the Congress and the AAP are trying to tie up. Just look at how the numbers stack up in Delhi. 7 seats on offer, but the national capital is often a barometer of what tends to happen across North India. Take a look at vote share. As per this, in Delhi, even with the Congress-AAP alliance, you have 57% vote share going to the BJP and 40% to the India alliance of the Congress and AAP together, others 3. How does this then translate into seats? 7 seats in Punjab, in Delhi, all 7 went last time, remember, to the BJP. All 7 will go back to the BJP as per this poll. So that takes off from what Amitabh Tiwari just said. Punjab is almost sui generis, Rahul Verma. There, if the Congress and AAP tie up, they do very well. They tie up in Delhi, where the AAP is in power again, and yet it's a clean sweep for the BJP. Does this reflect urban mindsets and Delhi mindsets versus the anti-center mindset, as Amitabh put it about Punjab?
Yes, a little bit, Rajdeep. That Punjab, the demographic composition is different. It has always had an uneasy relationship with the center, even when Congress party was in power in 1970s and 80s. But you have to also understand that this alliance in both Delhi and Punjab is not easy. Because in Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party feels that they can gain these seats even without the Congress. So you've seen Chief Minister of Punjab making statements that we don't need to have an alliance. And in Delhi, even if they come together, they will not be able to make any dent.
No, but why not? Why,
the reason is that
explain why the Aam Aadmi Party in 2 consecutive elections has swept Delhi, but the BJP has swept Delhi in Lok Sabha.
So BJP continues to hold 40% vote share in Delhi, no matter which election is happening. Congress gets 25% when Lok Sabha happens, but when Vidhan Sabha happens or MCD happens, Congress comes down below 10%. So that entire Congress vote, which is in Lok Sabha with them, actually shifts with the BJP. So AAP continues to be around 45 to 50% in assembly elections. But in Vidhan Sabha, BJP gains.
No, my view is it's the Modi factor. What seems to be is that the Lok Sabha elections, you look at Narendra Modi. When you're fighting a state election, you look at Arvind Kejriwal. That's happened 2 elections in a row. And it seems, as per your numbers, it's going to happen again.
It's a split vote, Rajdeep, and it's happening across India, across all the states. Honestly speaking, each and every state, if you look into the vote share of the last assembly and the last Lok Sabha in together, you will see somewhere between 10 to 25% of jump in favor of the BJP whenever the Lok Sabha elections are there. However, in case of Punjab, I must mention this because it's an important and critical point to add. In the last 10 years, in our daily tracker, there are only 3 states where Rahul Gandhi as an individual leader has scored over in popularity over Narendra Modi. 3 states all across India. One is Punjab, one is Tamil Nadu, and one is Kerala. And they have been like that. But one critical thing is, 10 years back, the gap between Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi was so huge in all these three states that it was a one-way traffic of sort. But over the 10 years, this gap is reducing and reducing and reducing, and it used to be in double digits. Right now, it is in single
But you know,
digits.
the split vote, I think, Rahul, is going to become more and more important. Voters seeing Lok Sabha very different to Vidhan Sabha. And Salman shows that's your big problem in a way. In Delhi itself, in the heart of the national capital, even if you tie up with AAP, it's the BJP that sweeps the election. That suggests to me that that voter is giving a huge bump to the BJP the moment it's a Lok Sabha election and Mr. Modi is on the ticket.
No, I look at it a little differently. What I'm seeing is, if this data is correct, and I have no way of knowing whether this is or this is not, we'll find out during the elections. But the Congress vote share is coming up in Delhi because people see, well, many people remember the governance that Congress has delivered to this country. And that is why I think you see the vote share coming up at that when it comes to national level politics. Why that doesn't happen at
only
when
gone
your
up
state level
2%.
elections?
I don't know what you're saying, Salman Bhai. From 23, it's gone up to 25. That's up 2 up. From 18 is down to 15. That's down 3. BJP was at 57. It's at 57. So you're clutching at straws, really.
Rahul, I was talking about the comparison with assembly elections. Somebody said that, you know, during assembly elections, the vote share goes down, and during parliamentary elections, it has come up. So clearly, people do remember that the UP at times are very good, and why should they not? I mean, the per capita
Still
income of this country.
32%. No, 1 minute, sir. You're still 32% behind the BJP. Rashid Kidwai, this is the problem the Congress is facing. When it comes to a Lok Sabha election, Mr. Modi is on the ticket. It appears that the Congress is not preferred to the BJP. We've seen that direct BJP Congress fights. The Congress loses out now. Even in an alliance with AAP, they may lose out in Delhi.
Yeah, but Rajiv, Delhi's story is very simple. It is due to Muslim vote that swings. In assembly election, Muslim vote tends to favor Arvind Kejriwal's party, and in Lok Sabha election, it favors the Congress. So that is why there is a kind of mismatch. And when we talk about vote share, we must look at the each and every constituency profile, and that's where it matters. So even if some parties maybe 40% plus, another party is 57%, in 7 Lok Sabha seats, the results may be slightly different. So vote share.
So you make an important point. In a seat like, say, Chandni Chowk or in East Delhi,
absolutely,
where the minorities are in big numbers, Rashid Kidwai's argument is, and that's where we can go across Sanjay Kumar, that as far as the state is concerned, it may still be 57 versus 25 and 13, but in that concentrated pocket, it may help this alliance, if it comes together, put a tighter fight in 2 seats, at least East Delhi and Chandni Chowk.
This is a possibility, Rahul. I don't rule out this possibility. But if we are looking at on one side 57 and on the other side it is, say, in the 40s, 42, 45, 46, this is huge gap, makes it impossible that there are chances of close contest or a reversal in a couple of constituencies.
The real story is the BJP, which gets about 38 to 40% in Vidhan Sabha, goes up to 57 in Lok Sabha.
No, Vidhan Sabha ki baat hi nahi kar rahe.
No, that's the story. No, but that's the story. Modi,
that's the story for Vidhan Sabha election, not for a Lok Sabha election.
Sir, the point is the Modi factor, Rahul, is giving the BJP an 18 to 20% jump. That's the story. From 37, 38%, where it loses to the Aam Aadmi Party, which gets over 50%. So the Aam Aadmi Party is clearly seen as a Delhi regional party. And the BJP in a Lok Sabha election takes it. Whatever the minority vote may get consolidated, but the majority vote in Delhi is going firmly towards the BJP for the Lok Sabha. 6 months later, have a Vidhan Sabha election, and the situation at least twice before has been very different.
This time around, we don't know.
So I think that's
Rahul
the significance.
to make a quick point. Yes.
2 things. One, the minority factor will come into play only assembly elections, where the assembly constituencies are smaller, and then you have enough number which can swing vote. Even in Chandni Chowk, you don't have 50% Muslim population, which can suddenly turn the seat.
And besides, after delimitation in 2008, the entire composition of these seats have changed. Actually, in Delhi, there is not even a single Lok Sabha seat now which can say that, okay, minority votes are the decisive vote here. Earlier, the Chandni Chowk, before till 2009 elections, probably, that was the probability, but after 2008, delimitation.
No, but in Delhi, if AAP and Congress are on the same ticket, it does make things more exciting.
It does. It does, certainly. Absolutely. It makes
could
sense.
still be 7.
But having said that, it's also the fact, Rajdeep, Sheila Dikshit ji was very clear, very clear that if Congress has to revive, they have to make sure they do not go with Aam Aadmi Party. Without that's how.
Is also clear.
So she has been very clear. So
I really think, Rahul, the story which we must stress is this Modi factor. Because this kind of split verdict.
But you're sounding surprised about it.
No, because it's nowhere else in the world. You see, go across the world. A Republican state will vote for the Republicans, both for the Senate usually and for the presidential election. In India, you're seeing it now in 2 consecutive elections. For Delhi, we want Arvind Kejriwal, but upar hamare liye Narendra Modi. And you're going to see it across the country.
Because America doesn't have a Modi, that's why.
I don't think it's as simplified as that. I think the Indian voter has very consciously decided who I want for chief minister and who I want for prime minister. And I think it is fascinating because I don't think, as I said, I don't know any other country in the world where it happens.
No, we make too much out of this, and this is my personal opinion. There is only 15 to 20% of vote which swings here and there.
But that's a lot.
No, but in only couple of states, except Odisha, except Delhi, do you see a split verdict of this kind?
Yes, Karnataka. You see Karnataka in election after election, you vote for one party in the Vidhan Sabha, you vote for another party in Lok Sabha. I'm willing to have a small wager that there'll be another half a dozen states where this will happen.
Can you bet like now, after Congress winning Karnataka in 2023, Congress is going to do same way as it done in 2019?
But I met a Maharashtra leader yesterday. He said, we have put all our eggs, a Maharashtra Congress leader, we have put all our eggs in Vidhan Sabha. I said, what about Lok Sabha? He said, Lok Sabha madhe Modi aahe. Please understand. That's how they are seeing it. You're the reality on the ground.
2019.
I will give Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh.
Let's come to Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan because this is a fascinating political adda, and if we go on, we can be here all evening. So I want to come now to Madhya Pradesh and take you through the numbers. We need to just step on the pedal a bit so we can go. Otherwise, we'll be here all evening. So in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP had 28 seats. Apart from Chhindwara, they won 28 out of 29 seats. This time, they're expected to come down to 27. The India Alliance had 1, expected to go up to 2. This is as far as votes are concerned. 58% last time for the BJP, same this time. And the Congress's vote share, 35 last time, expected to be 38 this time. So basically, you're predicting that one other seat could possibly go away from the BJP and one extra seat could get added to the Congress. I want to quickly go across to Rajasthan as well. From Madhya Pradesh, we'll take vote share first. The NDA had 61% vote share. The BJP had 61% vote share. This time 59. The Congress had 34. This time 35. Let's quickly see how that converts into seats. No surprises here. If that's how big your lead is, 59 plays 35 in a bipolar election, it's a clean sweep. So they're holding on. Yashwant Deshmukh, 2 areas where they shouldn't lose. You know, all these complicated, really detailed, finesse, nuance graphics that we have on the election intelligence dashboard, they're not going to be of any use. If this is how one-way the traffic is, then what's the point of all the finessing?
Well, I was just trying to give what Rajdeep was saying. I will just give a term to it. I call it Modi dividend. There is a clear cut, on an average, 15 points Modi dividend as far as the Lok Sabha election is concerned. And the split vote, ironically, I coined that term in 2004 while explaining why Vajpayee's popularity did not translate into votes for the NDA in 2004, because there was a lack of a split vote. And since then, we have seen slowly and steady, the number has been increasing. While Rahul is correct that, in many of the states, it is not very clear cut in that way, because in many states where BJP has been absent, their split vote also to take them across a threshold of 30% wouldn't come. Like, say, for example, Kerala Vidhan Sabha election, BJP goes into single digits. In Lok Sabha election, they almost touch 20%.
But can I just make a point, and Raj, I want you to come in on this. When BJP swept states like Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh in 2019, we called it the Balakot bump. That post Balakot, Mr. Modi had taken over the entire space. Now, even without Balakot, the fact is in both these states, the BJP is holding its own, sweeping Rajasthan as per this poll. 27 out of 29 in Madhya Pradesh. In Rajasthan, there was a close contest just a month ago. And yet now, Lok Sabha, it appears it's the BJP all the way. What explains it? So we can even throw Balakot probably out of the equation. Just say there is the Moditwa factor.
You know, if you look at it, and if you ask somebody, even in Delhi or in Madhya Pradesh, who would you really want in the center? I mean, that's the question. And that answer is a very logical answer that voters would give. I would gather in Madhya Pradesh as well, who is the Congress projecting for them to vote for?
Even as Prime Minister?
As Prime Minister. Whereas you have Modi, and he has performed well. The state has rewarded him well. And I think here, if you look at it, just to make a larger point, there has to be a saffron wash, what I call a saffron wash, in about 6-7 states for the BJP to get to its 303 or 370. Madhya Pradesh is one of those states. It lost 1 seat last time. And there's a whole cluster of states where their vote percentage is 50% or more. I think, let's take the seats, 223 seats or so, where the margin is so big, over 5 lakhs or something, that they will win. Madhya Pradesh is one of those states that's there. So there are 2 points I'd like to make. One is what you were saying earlier, that the Modi factor will work very, very strongly to dispel any state kind of resistance that is building or any Congress support that could move towards Rahul or anything that's there. And 2, these are the kind of states where when we have 50%, the opposition has no chance.
Sure, but Amitabh Tiwari, this comes back to the point which many people have been making, that the real battle for the opposition was to try and take on the BJP, where there's a direct BJP-Congress fight. 186 seats last time where there was a fight, the Congress won just 12. If these numbers are to be replicated, it once again shows where the Congress is the main opposition, i.e. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, the BJP is the front runner, and you're seeing the Prime Minister in all his recent speeches not focusing on regional parties, targeting the Congress, the Kamzor Kadi, as the BJP sees it.
Yes, so one of the main reasons why BJP is again sweeping both these states is because it is facing Congress as the opposition, number one. Number two, the India alliance partners do not have a single vote in these 2 states. So there is no advantage to Congress of any India bloc formation because it does not get the reciprocity. And number 3 is that, as you said, the Modi factor, let's say. So 33% people, or rather 37% people voted on the name of the PM face. So if you don't have a PM face, you are excluding 37% of the voters.
But when will these numbers leave the Congress party? They've lost Madhya Pradesh, they've lost Rajasthan Assembly election, they've lost Chhattisgarh. Now you've got a possible sweep as per this Mood of the Nation poll. Will it only further demoralize the Congress in the heartland?
Rajiv, actually, that's the real trouble with the Congress party, because Congress is strategist, and that includes Mr. Yogendra Yadav, a new, addition in team Rahul Gandhi. And I heard, once he told you also in an interview, he seems to think that the, Congress will get 7, 8, 9 seats in Rajasthan, 5, 6 seats in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh. So there is, he's converting that vote percentage, that 40% plus vote
of the Vidhan
Sabha into Lok Sabha. And that is where I think there is a tactical error, but Rahul Gandhi is buying that. And India Alliance is buying that.
Salman shows this is the real problem in a way for the Congress party to revive itself. These are the states where you needed to focus upon in the last 6 months. You've lost Assembly, and now you could be wiped out in Lok Sabha.
Rajdeep, you are thinking that the only people who are fighting this election are basically Kharge and Rahul Gandhi. We have leaders in our states. They're fighting elections. They're getting ready. So what will become evident later on is, in your own poll, we're seeing, say, for example, a bump of 3 percentage points for India Alliance, which is Congress in Madhya Pradesh, for example. What that tells me is that there is a solid base for the Congress party to build on. And from now until the elections, anything is possible. So, yes, the perception that is being built is that the Modi ji has won, everything is done. And by the way, yes, exactly, the PDA. Let me get to the PDA that my friend Shahzad talked about. The PDA is, what is it? It is propaganda. There is nobody who does propaganda more than Narendra Modi and the BJP. What does D stand for? D is destruction of relationships between brothers, Hindus, Muslims in this country. And what is A? A stands for arrogance of party, of money, of control of media. By the way, in the Hindi belt that we are talking about, how many newspapers carry any news from the Congress party? You know it, and I know it. Hindi newspapers do not carry news of the Congress party. Meanwhile, not just regular news of the Prime Minister. Anytime the Prime Minister says something, He's plastered on television all the time. No wonder people think there is nobody but Narendra Modi, because that is what the media has been projecting. And by the way,
I will
this is
slightly
not going
beg to differ.
remain.
I read the Dainik Bhaskar every morning, and the Dainik Bhaskar is one of the fine papers of the country that does give a lot of news, including news critical of the state governments in those states. So I don't think that's the reason.
So I have a few minutes left.
Okay, it's the biggest newspaper across these states, but go ahead.
We have a few minutes left, and I want to finish with the other states in North India. So I want to come to Jammu and Kashmir. In Jammu and Kashmir, the NDA is projected to have about 49% of the vote share. That's up 3 from the last time. Remember that a lot of this vote share for the BJP actually comes from the Jammu region, right? The India Alliance, which is Congress plus NC plus potentially PDP as well, at 36. That's down 3 from the last time. Others at 15. Converted into seats, Yashwant and his team are projecting that the NDA will be at 2, which is where they were last time. The India Alliance, which is all these 3 parties together, will be at 3. So basically the Valley seats going to the India Alliance, the Jammu seats, regardless of what happens in the Jammu region, going to the BJP. From there, let's come to Ladakh, where we saw a big protest recently, but despite that, Yashwant and his team are projecting that Ladakh will be with the NDA. From there, let's now come to Haryana. 10 seats in Haryana. The NDA Alliance, the NDA, which is BJP and JJP in Haryana, now expected to come down from 10 to 8, a loss of 2. The Congress, which lost even Rohtak last time, expected to go up from 0 to 2, up 2. Now, what makes you think that that is going to happen, given the fact that there is a 12% vote share gap, 50 plays 38 in Haryana?
Haryana don't count the vote share gaps as such, because you remember that Haryana Assembly election, out of the fact that BJP was having a almost 10% gap lead over the BJP, I kind of predicted that BJP will sweep, but it became a hung. Where on earth did you find that a party with a lead of 10% votes and still ended up in a hung assembly in Haryana? So there are 2 different kinds of Haryanas. Let's be very upfront about it. There are 2 different Haryanas. It's not regional. It's about the demographics of different seats. And the seats where it would be a Jat-dominated seats, they will be problematic for the BJP. The non-Jat seats would be easier for the BJP to win.
Let's come to Himachal. Himachal is the one state we haven't dealt with in the north yet. Himachal, 69% vote share for the BJP last time. This time expected to be 60%, down 9. The Congress at 27, expected to go up to 29. Remember, in Himachal, of the 4 seats, they're predicting that the BJP will pick all 4, the India Alliance none. The government in Himachal Pradesh at this time is the Congress government of Sukhwinder Singh Sukhru. Despite that, the Congress makes no gains in the Lok Sabha election in Haryana. Then the last state is Uttarakhand, where they're predicting just a small dip in the NDA's fortunes when it comes to vote share, from 61 to 59, down 2. India Alliance at 32, up 1. But when it comes to seats, all 5 seats predicted to go to the BJP.
Therefore, when you look at the big picture, from the first region that we've looked at, and this is, if you're a T20 match and it's power play and you've just finished 6 overs of the 20, think of North India like this. The projected seat share across North India. First, the vote share across North India. NDA 52%, India Alliance 38%, others 10%. That's a 14% double-digit gap, and that includes, remember, Punjab, where the BJP is relatively smaller in terms of its vote share. How does this translate into seats, Rahul? And I think this is the story, and this has been the story not just now, but also 2014 and 2019. 154 of the 180 seats, as per the mood of the nation, done by C-Voter, go to the NDA, 25 to India Alliance. And remember, of these 25, majority again coming in from Punjab. Effectively, Rahul, that means it's almost game, set, if not match, just when you look at the North Indian numbers. I mean, it is almost impossible then for any side to match up when you lose so big in such a large part of the country. And it's been the Northwest monsoon that has really won the BJP 2014 and 19.
We haven't come to the West yet. So since the northern torrential downpour in favor of the BJP, we'll show you what's happening in the East and what's cooking around the Bay of Bengal in the East and what's happening in the West along the Arabian Sea. So all that coming up in the second hour of programming. We've dealt with the North, where if this was Rajdeep said a T20 match. You know, there's just one-way traffic in this T20 match. You got one team which is blazing away.
6 overs, 100 runs.
Huh?
6 overs, 100 runs. 14 runs and over, or 15 runs and over, which, really makes it almost impossible to come back.
And the thought that's coming to my mind, there you see my election intelligence dashboard working, so many great ideas, so many different data sets which we are cutting and dissecting and diving. I'm wondering what's the point? If it's all pointing in the same direction, then there's going to be a lot of effort which won't really yield too much results. But anyway, unlike the opposition, we need to fight on. We need to bring all those data sets together for you. So we'll come back with part 2 of this broadcast on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
I'm right here in UAE, Abu Dhabi, where this stunning BAPS Hindu Mandir is going to be opening up really soon, and the construction is near complete. It's been on in full swing, and I'm lucky enough to actually catch a glimpse of it. If you can get a close look of what this mandir really looks like, it's all carved on pink stone mixed with Italian marble, and each of those stones there have beautiful history actually carved in each stone. So history and culture from all across the globe that etched on these walls. And we believe that murtis from all over India are going to be placed inside this mandir. So this is fabulous. I mean, the kind of cooperation that the temple trust say that they got from the UAE government has been seamless. It's been absolutely smooth. And they've finally, a decade-long effort that they've actually put into making this temple a reality has finally come into fruition. So this is what it looks like. And as we see, interestingly, right on top are 7 spires, which symbolizes the 7 emirates of UAE. And this architecture, we believe, is a good, thorough mix of Indian architecture mixed with Middle Eastern architecture as well. So it's great symbolism and celebration of unity, diversity, harmony. Also, a big symbol there of diplomatic ties that India and UAE currently holds. Well, it's a thorough joy for me to be right here reporting from UAE for India Today from the BAPS Mandir run by the Swaminarayan Sanstha.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 22 and minimum 7 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 28 and minimum 16 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 32 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Presented by नया फोन क्यों लेना, कैशिफाई है ना. को प्रेजेंटेड बाय ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा.
Welcome back to the Mood of the Nation. India Today's biannual survey with C Voter, which is telling you just ahead of the general elections what will happen in state by state to give you the big picture. Who's winning the battle for 2024?
We spent the first hour dealing with the North Indian states. We'll now switch to the South. And remember, Rajdeep, there's been this big North versus South effort that the opposition is making to try and build a narrative around how North Indian states are different from South Indian states. Do South Indian states truly feel and vote differently? We'll find out in this hour.
Remember, we've given you the North India numbers in the first hour. 154 of the 180 seats going to the BJP-led NDA. India Alliance just 25, others 1. So there's a North typhoon. What's happening in the South? Is there a hurricane the other way around? Let's start.
India mein cyclone aata hai, sir.
Cyclone. Okay, the southern cyclone. Sorry, the southern cyclone and there are cyclones that take place in south of the country. We're starting with Karnataka, a state which, remember, went to the polls 7 months ago in Vidhan Sabha. And interestingly, this is what it's showing. In terms of vote share, the NDA is way ahead of the India Alliance. Remember, there's a Congress government in Karnataka. 53% at the moment to the NDA, 42% to the India Alliance, others 5. This is identical in vote share compared to 2019. How is this translating into seats? Remember, 28 seats in Karnataka, 25 were won by the BJP last time. And we are saying the BJP is down just 1. 24 from, remember, 27 now includes the JDS, which has joined hands with the BJP there. So the BJP, JDS 24, that's down 3, but they're still holding its own. India Alliance just 4 in a state where the Congress is in power, and India Alliance means effectively Congress here, others 0. So you've got the first southern state giving bad news to the Congress party. And Rajchandra, it's your home state, so why don't you kick off? It suggests very different verdict to what we saw 7 months ago when the Congress won pretty decisively.
But let's say, Rajdeep, it's not surprising in Karnataka.
It's
if you
history.
recall, it started from Karnataka when Rajiv Gandhi swept Karnataka, winning about 26 or 28 seats in 1984. Within 3 months, Ramakrishna Hegde was elected as chief minister. We're going to see the reverse polarization happening in this case, where for Karnataka, they felt that the Congress was good, it was needed because the BJP government was not effective, and therefore the voters likely to tilt towards giving Modi the mandate, because he did campaign extensively there. He did push, if you remember the final phase, a certain percentage up over there. So Karnataka, and the other thing BJP has smartly done is tied up with the JDS. So the Vokliga vote, which would have made a decisive difference in Old Mysore and others, is getting split across these two. And secondly, if you look the way they have mended fences with the Lingayats, bringing Vijayendra, who's the son of Yadurappa, into the picture, the BJP has tried to cover its flanks. But let us see. I mean, Shiv Kumar is a wily contender, and you might see a little more seats going this way towards the Congress,
So, Yashwant, given the fact that Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar were in Delhi, and now you've got DMK ministers, you've got Pinari Vijayan trying to hit out at the center for not giving enough finances to the south, could that potentially become an issue? Because I was seeing in the south, there was a lot of traction, at least on social media, around this issue. As of now, it's just in its infancy. Could it build into a bigger headache for the BJP in the weeks to come?
Possible, because you see, without the JDS, BJP was in deep trouble. And they were pragmatic enough to take that much of arithmetic along. 6 months back, the same MOTM was showing BJP was in disarray because 10% approximately JDS votes of Vokaligas going along that. Now,
that's largely in Old Mysore.
Largely in Old Mysore. But the thing is that it's not just like, it might be decisive in Old Mysore, but there are pockets in across Karnataka, particularly in North Karnataka, where even 5 to 6% of Vokaliga votes shifting the BJP way will do the magic. However, the point which you are making is a North versus South divide, and the campaign that we are now watching in social media, that is an uncharted territory, because I don't think any election whatsoever in the last 75 years, that play has been there. Barring the Tamil Nadu politics, outside that, the North-South divide was never played like that. So
that's important.
It's very important.
And this issue is still just about germinating.
Just germinating.
Amitabh Tiwari, is there seamless transfer of votes from the Janata Dal secular to the BJP, or do you think it might seem like that, but on the ground, it's not so easy to transfer?
See, JDS vote is largely anti-Congress vote. See, the regional parties have been born out of anti-Congressism. And if you see the gap between India bloc and the NDA bloc, it's 11%, and out of which 9% is largely JDS. So JDS has pockets of influence in not only the old Mysuru, but even the Bangalore region. There, the implementation of schemes has been very good. And Congress is trying to project the Karnataka model as their model. But historically, BJP has been strong in Karnataka. From 1919 to 2019, they have won all the elections barring 1999. And surprisingly, BJP today, even in 2019, is the single largest party in South of India. Because South of India, there are regional parties who dominate and not the Congress party.
Sure, and that's also primarily because they won 25 seats in Karnataka last time. So Rahul Verma, let's come back to our debate that we had when we discussed Delhi. That the same voter who 7 months ago voted for Congress, possibly Siddaramaiah as CM, apparently 7 months later wants Modi as PM. As Raj Chengappa said, it's not unusual, but it seems to me the one state where it's pronounced in the south is in Karnataka.
See, Modi is one of the biggest vote aggregator of our time. There's no doubt about it. And he pulls BJP's vote. He's more popular than the party itself. If BJP gets around 37% vote, Modi's popularity rating would be around 45-50%. So that means PM pulls the party. What I was trying to differ with, that the segment which changes vote into election is smaller than the claim that we try to make.
Right.
And think of it, like Yashwant pointed this out, 6 months back, after so Karnataka elections happened in March and the last MOTN had happened around August. BJP was not doing that well. See, what BJP is doing in every state where they were having trouble is making efforts, right? In Karnataka, they tried to get JDS. They made a pact with Lingayat. On the other hand, and again, in Karnataka, what Amitabh had said in the beginning, the challenger is Congress. Congress seems not to be doing enough efforts in places where it's strong and credible.
No, but also
opponent.
imagine Sanjay Kumar, despite being the mighty force that they are at the moment, the BJP is willing to tactically cede ground everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, even in Western Uttar Pradesh, to a party like the R&D, to the JDS, where they think that they can make inroads in old
And
Mysore.
also, Rahul, they called the JDS, they called Kumaraswamy corrupt and a dynast. I mean, it was very clear. We will never touch the JDS. You'll recall
No, they called
Amit Shah saying
Mukul
that.
Sangma all kinds of things till the day the numbers came out. Then they changed their mind.
So the level of flexibility is very great. You know, Sanjay Kumar, because this was one of the states where there was a potential double-digit loss for the BJP.
So also look at the irony. The party that is supposed to have the ideology shows political dexterity. The party with no ideology, so to speak, in terms of certain core philosophical issues, is very rigid when it comes to tactical alliances. Sanjay Kumar.
I think the problem with the Congress is that it is slow in taking initiative. I would say even lazy in taking initiative. And if you look at the BJP on the other hand, even if they realize that they are going very strong in 2024, but they don't want to leave any chance. And my own sense is that if you talk to any BJP leader, they are pretty sure that they are winning 2024. But why they are entering into all these alliances despite ideological differences, despite having, given strong statement against the leader of those parties, is that they want to big win. They don't only want to big 2024.
Let's take that just a minute. I'll come to you, Rashid, a moment. Mohan Kumaramangalam, national spokesperson of the Congress, Ajay Alok of the BJP. To both of you, first you, Mohan Kumaramangalam. There's so much of talk of the Karnataka model, that the Congress is saying the guarantees that we have given will win us an election. The numbers at the moment are showing, at least in a Lok Sabha, that's not working. I spoke to Mr. Siddaramaiah only yesterday. He seemed very confident. He also is playing this sort of discrimination against Karnataka card. But at the end of the day, our numbers are showing the BJP virtually repeating its performance of 2019, which would be hugely significant.
If your numbers do bear out, Rajdeep, it would be hugely significant, no doubt. But I think your survey was conducted between December, mid to January end, if I'm not wrong, which is at the height of the Ram Mandir propaganda craze that happened. And everything online, everything on TV, everything you turned on any channel was about the Ram Mandir. So I think definitely that sort of hysteria would have been captured somewhere in your survey. I don't think that they would find it easy to maintain that kind of momentum going forward. The other thing is the arithmetic of JDS plus BJP might look right, but I don't think the chemistry works at all. Just for example, Kumarasamy was in a rally with the BJP and was wearing a saffron shawl, I think, and the senior patriarch Devagowda came out and said that it would have been better had he been wearing JDS colors. So even something as small as that could be a flashpoint for misunderstanding between the two. The third thing is, you have this national narrative of the BJP that is against nepotism, dynastic rule, etc. So I'm wondering how they're going to reconcile that with pushing Vijayendra to the front as sort of the face of their party in Karnataka. You just can't reconcile the two in a national election. And like I said, alliances, whether that be with the JDS or with someone else, they don't really. Vote transference is going to be one of the major issues to watch out for in there.
Ajay Alok, on Karnataka, the transferability of votes from the Janata Dal secular to the BJP and vice versa, the Congress would hope that might not be easy. We saw in the last elections, but also the JDS's vote is typically an anti-Congress vote. It didn't happen when the Congress and the JDS were together. That's the concern. Will there be transferability of votes, or do you think, especially in old Mysore, the BJP is now seeping the idea that it's okay to vote for the Kamal, and that helps the BJP in a 15-20-year horizon as well, build in the one region where they're weak in Karnataka?
See, one thing they're conveniently forgetting, that Congress snatched almost 6 to 7% of JDS votes in the last Vidhan Sabha election, but they were not able to snatch our votes. Our votes percentage was quite the same, 36.2, what we got and what we got in the last assembly election. And JDS vote bank significantly reduced from 19-20% to 13%. And this was majority vote completely. It was minority vote which shifted to the Congress. Now there is a feeling of angst and there's a feeling of appeasement everywhere in Karnataka and how the Karnataka government is performing since they have formed the government. So there is a natural chemistry and a bonhomie between JDS and the BJP, and BJP and JDS combined together, we are crossing 50% mark very easily.
Sir, with due regard,
and with the dynamism and with the momentum of the election going on.
Sir, with due regard, when you say natural chemistry, 7 months ago, you were name calling each other. I mean, you were calling him a dynast. You were saying their family is corrupt. The Gowda family is corrupt. This was all your top leaders were going to Karnataka and saying this. So is it that you've decided, chunav ke liye kuch bhi, forget the past, we have to win 2024?
See, chunav ke liye kuch bhi nahi. We are a political party and we have to look at the situation at the ground. And of course, when we are not with JDS, why we shouldn't highlight their problem and what their corruption issue was. The Congress will also do the same. Now, since they are with us, we have to look at the ground reality of what kind of appeasement politics is being followed in Karnataka. And that
are they now not corrupt? My direct question to you is: JDS not corrupt now? Is JDS now no longer dynastical?
Well, it is dynastical. As far as corruption the matter goes, it's all in the court. If they are convicted, they are corrupt. And JDS is dynastical, there is no doubt about it. We are having a strategic alliance with them. They are not merging into BJP.
Yes. Rashid Kidwa, you wanted to make a point.
I think, Rajdeep, if Yashwant Deshmukh's figure come true in Karnataka, this would really reflect mood of the nation. Here is a government which is a proven track record, performing well. The Congress party is there on the ground. It's not a lazy party, at least in Karnataka. And in spite of that, if they lose badly, that will tell you a mood of the nation, a pro-Modi wave. Second thing is, it will also create a huge political upheaval. You remember, there was a lot of rivalry going on between Siddaramaiah, Chief Minister, and D.K. Shivakumar. And this will, become a big issue.
So are you saying the possibility of that government either falling as it did after 2019, or are you saying there could be a change in Chief Minister if these numbers hold?
All kind of possibilities are there. If this happens, then I don't see future for Siddaramaiah government there.
Okay. From Karnataka, let's come to Telangana. I'm just trying to keep it moving so we're able to give enough time, because otherwise we have very irate viewers in a particular state that this is how important our state is and you didn't give us enough time. So let's just try and keep it moving. Let's come to Telangana. We look at the vote share numbers for Telangana first and then the seat share numbers. So in Telangana, the BJP thinks they will be able to gain ground. They had 4 seats the last time. So when we look at the seat share for the BJP in Telangana, our poll is predicting 21%, just marginally up, 1% up from the last time. The big jump here is for the Congress, which was at 30% last time, this time at 41%. Whereas the BRS and the other parties, which includes OVC, coming down to 38 from 50% the last time. So the big change really is the bump in the fortunes of the Congress and the decline in the fortunes of the BRS. How does this translate into seats? The only sliver of hope that we're seeing of all the numbers that we've put out so far in the Mood of the Nation opinion poll are actually coming from the 17 seats of Telangana, where the Congress's tally is expected to go up from 3 potentially to 10. That's up 7 from the last time. The BJP was at 4, could come down to 3. That's down 1. The BRS was at 9, could come down to 3. That's down 6. The AIMM stays where it was the last time. So OVC wins his seat. 3 to 10. Now, from what I know, Amit Shah and the BJP big guns will be figuring out some way कि इनको ये 10 नहीं देनी है, इनको कुछ नहीं देना है भाई.
Rahul, the fact is honeymoons do exist. I know that we are in a world where even live-in relationships are now looked at with a question mark, but a honeymoon is still fine.
In the poll, the honeymoon is on. Whether it will be on in May or not, we don't know.
This is the one state where at the moment, Yashwant's poll seems to suggest that the honeymoon is on. They just won an election, 2 months ago? And therefore, there isn't even enough time for any anti-incumbency as of now to build. That's the sense I get, Yashwant. Am I right? Because in the contrast with Karnataka here seems clear, where the Congress is still very much the new party that has just toppled a 10-year-old government.
I think Congress is reaping benefit of the popularity of Revanth Reddy. I think what is happening here is that in absence of any national leadership popularity or popular national leadership, Congress has to now look around for the popularity of their local leaders. And this is one state where definitely the popularity of Revanth Reddy
No,
is.
so why is it working in Telangana but not Karnataka?
It's not working simply because we have got two popular contenders, and Rashid Bhai might be able to tell this, but I am dead sure that the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka would not like Congress to win in Karnataka in Lok Sabha election, because if Congress loses Karnataka in Lok Sabha election, that paves the way for him to become the Chief Minister.
I think this is a bit unfair, because Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, and Rajdeep would correct me if I'm wrong, played a very big role even in Telangana, the amount of efforts he made there. So so far he's a disciplined soldier of the Congress.
But let's be very clear. It appears one regional party is the one completely getting squeezed out here. Chandrasekhar Rao has virtually gone dormant since that defeat. That vote, the Congress seems to have captured to a large extent if these numbers hold. And the BJP has its pockets in Telangana, but has not been able to truly spread across the state. Would that be a fair understanding, Amitabh, of these numbers?
Yeah, I see. In a largely bipolar national election, the regional parties tend to get squeezed out, and Telangana is one of the states. But it reveals a very fascinating insight: is that Congress, wherever is it gaining, it is gaining at the expense of regional parties, and that is the basic problem in that India alliance. It is gaining at the expense of BRS and not BJP. So how can it lead an alliance of regional parties where the regional parties have been formed out of anti-Congressism? TMC has come out of Congress. YSRCP has come out of Congress. SP has largely done anti-Congress politics.
But it also shows there is no substitute for hard work on the ground, Rahul Verma. The fact is the Congress in Telangana genuinely made an effort in the last 1 year or 18
Last 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, 6
After
months.
the Karnataka
but to
election.
be fair, after Karnataka, they got momentum, Rahul. But there was a sense that the Congress in Telangana was slowly, at least, they were there on the ground. They were more visible after Karnataka, no doubt about that, Rahul. But I think, would it be right to say that there is a lesson there? You work hard on the ground, you throw up a leader like Revanth Reddy who's able to connect, and maybe, just maybe, who knows where the future is? Telangana has been a Congress state. Indira Gandhi contested from Medak all those years ago. But at least in Karnataka and Telangana, you have a party on the ground.
We all are taught this lesson from childhood, that you have to work hard to get something, right?
Zameen par raho.
So it's not just for politics that you have to work hard. Sometimes, see, Congress also, not just because of the hard work in Telangana, but also some of the mistakes that BJP as well as BRS made in Telangana, which gave that kind of edge to Congress in Telangana. And of course, Revanta is now very, very popular. BRS is not picking up from the defeat it faced last time, and that's the advantage they are getting. And BJP has still not been able to figure out what its Telangana strategy is going to be, unlike in other states. So are they going to make efforts as they did in Karnataka or Maharashtra or Bihar in Telangana or not? So that still remains to be seen.
That's interesting, Raj Chengappa, because the BJP has also been caught in Telangana between, do we play OBC politics, do we project an OBC leader, what do we take strident anti-Muslim politics, will that take us forward? Somehow, for all the gains they made in Telangana 5 years ago, they've remained stagnant. One of the few states where they've not multiplied overnight.
I think the BJP is still shell-shocked by what happened, and the way the Congress came in and snatched what they thought was their territory, because KCR was on the decline, and the Congress smartly moved in and got the prize. But I just want to make a larger point, which we did in passing reference, and we talked about, and Rajdeep, you talked about, I think this whole thing that Siddaramaiah and Shivkumar came to Delhi for, and you've seen these full-page advertisements about the South being neglected, not being given the due in terms of its money that was there. I think that is a potent force as it gets along, because it's also tied up with delimitation in some senses, that somehow the South is performing very well. Telangana is one of the states, Karnataka we talked about, and yet, so this kind of thing can begin to erode on the Modi wave factor.
No, so it is an idea. There can be no doubt about it. But does the opposition have the wherewithal to mount it into a meaningful idea, take it down to the ground in the weeks before polling?
No, I'll give you a very interesting example. Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan is in town today. He led a protest. The Congress decided not to join it because the left is their prime opponent in Kerala. So there are internal divisions. But when I asked Mr. Siddaramaiah, he said, yes, we would like to hold a convention of all the southern chief ministers soon. So they will play this card.
They've been
And at
building
least it's
it.
a card
Sir,
with some emotional connect.
No, but it's also Picho Suja. It's a real last minute kind of idea, right? You to be able to take this idea, build it into something big requires some time
And the other worry is
idea to begin with. You are only 2 months away from the election. Even if you play it well, South is only 130 or 140.
No, but in those states
Rahul,
it may do well.
Rahul, can I just make a point? If in Karnataka they've swallowed the poison chalice in some sense, had to drink from that one, it is because they know that if they lose Karnataka, the BJP, the whole Modi wave that begins to shrink, because at 25 seats, it is the one that tilts decisively in terms of if moving from, say, whatever figure that they have now, if they are 303, if it starts dropping like they had last time, they lose a lot. So that is why you will see that they are so concerned. Look at they are willing to compromise, whether it is in Bihar, as we've seen, in any of these places, despite the fact that they seem invincible, the BJP is insecure for whatever reason. And it is showing up in these places.
I actually don't think it's insecurity. I actually now am convinced the BJP, as you saw with Mr. Modi talking about 370 and 400, it's like pushing your troops to try and conquer what is seemingly impossible. So you say Karnataka, okay, people are saying we are going to lose there, put all your might in Karnataka. The Prime Minister's repeated trips to the South at a time when, you would have thought they would say, okay, South is an area where we will not do well, suggests that actually they think South is a growth area. So it's fascinating.
Okay, so one seemingly impossible thing, but why not? When you are talking about the possibilities, if the BJP can go all the way to bring the JDS, if the BJP can go all the way to bring Nitish Kumar, why nobody is talking about possibility of BJP and BRS coming together?
Look, the BJP at the moment, the BJP is hunting for allies all over. The BRS is a potential ally, but I think they see Telangana as one of the states where they want to grow in the future. And to grow, they have to finish the BRS. See, once the regional party is finished, make it BJP versus Congress in Telangana, advantage BJP. So that's the one reason why they may hesitate from taking on the BRS. And Chandrasekhar Rao is a wily leader. I think Kumaraswamy is desperate.
But Rajdeep, correct me, Raj.
No, I just want to make a quick point to what you made. Yeah. The fact is that Modi came into Telangana for an election campaign and said that KCR approached him to help out his son. And so there was this talk of an alliance that was building over there. Yeah. And of course, as we've seen, they've patched up with JDS.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. So the point which
Rahul, Telangana is fascinating, but we need to move on because otherwise we'll get caught in the politics of one state and then people in Andhra will start feeling bad, and that's never a good idea when you're discussing Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So Andhra Pradesh on your screen next. 25 seats here. I look at projected vote shares first. The YSRCP of Jagan Reddy had 49% vote share last time. That's projected to come down to 41. That's 8 down from the last time. But the TDP, which was at 40% the last time, is now expected to go up to 45. Remember, we had Chandrababu Naidu meeting the Home Minister recently. Are they picking up signals which before this poll the others hadn't, but BJP obviously had its own polling on the ground. The BJP had very little vote share. It's just marginally expected to go up. The Congress had very little vote share, marginally expected to go up. But the big change there is for the first time, we are seeing the vote share of the YSRCP since Jagan led his party to power after that famous Padyatra, lesser than the TDP, a 4% gap, converted into seats. Fascinating here, very, very fascinating. Because remember, Chandrababu Naidu was really given the rough end of the legal stick recently. And there's a lot of talk amongst the TDP supporters that there is sympathy on the ground there. That is reflecting in the numbers for the first time, because from 0, the TDP is projected to go up to 17. If you ask me, of all that we've seen, this is the one number that pops out of the screen and grabs my attention.
My sense is Mr. Amit Shah has got a sense of what Yashwant Deshmukh's poll was suggesting. Because why is it?
Sanjay Kumar is surprised.
Because you've got, before I get, because you see, Chandrababu Naidu was there.
Clarification, Rajdeep.
Yes.
Is TDP only TDP or
TDP plus Jan Sena?
TDP plus Jan Sena. Is it Jan Sena also in TDP?
But you see, the thing is that you've got a party whose leader, Chandrababu Naidu, has been knocking on the doors of the NDA for months now. And the NDA wasn't opening the door. Suddenly at the Ram consecration ceremony, you see Chandrababu Naidu there. Now Chandrababu Naidu's come back to Delhi, and apparently there are two views within the BJP. How far should you go to completely embrace him? But I think the BJP wants to be clear. They want to be with the winning side in Andhra Pradesh, and the Andhra side also wants to be with the BJP because you need help from the center. So if these numbers are right, one of the alliances we could see in the next couple of weeks is TDP.
No, but remember, Jagan is also meeting Amit Shah. So now we don't know.
I'm just saying these numbers. These
the
numbers
BJP has both the Andhra balls up in the air. They can decide where they want to go.
No, the thing is that BJP cannot decide who forms the government in Andhra, because I think the real battle there remains Chandrababu versus Jagan, Rahul. But with these numbers, the BJP will be tempted to go along with
Yashwant Deshmukh. This is the most fascinating insight of all that we've seen so far. The Telugu Desam, where many people had started writing the obituary of political obituary of Chandrababu Naidu and his party, pops out. Jagan Reddy, who so far is busy, and I'm sure he'll be watching this, so we should be just slightly mindful of what we say, busy projecting invincibility, is suddenly seeming on shaky ground. And how does this then impact potentially the assembly election, which will also be held at the same time?
I think the problem what Jagan Mohan Reddy is facing, not that his own personal popularity has taken a hit. I think the problem is there is a huge number of non-performing MLAs and MPs. The anti-incumbency at
In
the
your view, is the assembly
level.
mood also the same?
Yeah, I mean that's what is happening right now.
You're sure about that?
Unless he changes,
No,
big
because you
number
don't know
of-
for sure, because this is a Lok Sabha poll.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But do
saying.
you think it indicates assembly mood also?
I'm getting the indication of that same as well. Unless he changes huge number of sitting MLAs, chops the tickets and gives fresh faces, he has a problem even in the assembly.
What's gone wrong for him? You met him recently. What could have suddenly gone wrong? Because this was not the situation in the last MOTN. So it's obviously changed just in the last 6 months.
Look, the fact is, Andhra polls have always been closely competitive. Even when Jagan lost in 2014, it was a very wafer-thin margin, especially in terms of votes. So both sides have strong vote bases of their own. If the Kapu vote, which comes in through a Jan Sena, gives you an accretion, it helps Chandrababu Naidu. My sense is I would not write off Jagan Mohan Reddy. He's done a lot of welfare schemes. He's banking on welfare schemes, the sort of Modi model taken in the Labharti model at the state level. But there is also a sense that many of his MLAs have been distant from the voters, have either been accused of local level corruption. He's changing 60 MLAs out of 150 that he won. So there's a clear sign that he also recognizes local anti-incumbents.
So I have a theory. If it's as tight as this and the TDP is bouncing back, whichever side aligns with the BJP, potentially Amitabh Tiwari has the advantage in Andhra Pradesh. Would you?
No, with one caveat before you go to Amitabh. Then remember, there is a solid 8 to 9% minority vote that's Muslim, plus a large Christian vote out there. And in a way, many of Jagan's advisors have been telling him, let Chandrababu go with the BJP, it'll allow you to consolidate that vote. So it's a gamble.
Counter to that, I mean, there's another set of data which generally, I mean, I keep on mentioning, I mentioned you Punjab, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. I did not mention Andhra Pradesh in that. Even though Congress and BJP both are out of equation in Andhra Pradesh, but Pradhan Mantri Modi's personal popularity in Andhra Pradesh is way, way more than Rahul Gandhi's. So what I'm simply trying to say, even though BJP has no equity whatsoever over there are certainly emotions attached on the Congress, anti-Congress and the old fault lines that the political fault lines are. And one recent development is Jagan Mohan Reddy's sister going to Congress. Now, if from here onward, Congress gains by virtue of Karnataka and Telangana just even 2-3 points, that entire vote block is going to come from the Jagan Mohan Reddy because they share the same vote. So the Congress jump is only going to damage Jagan.
See, BJP has a problem of plenty here. So it will choose whichever party is going to win more or higher number of seats. However, as you mentioned, Andhra is one of the few states where simultaneous elections already take place. And generally what happens is that whatever is the result in the Vidhan Sabha election is reflected in the Lok Sabha election. Andhra 2014-19, Telangana 2014, Odisha 14-19 and Sikkim 14-19. So this could be reflective also of the YSRCP facing pressure or anti-incumbency even
I
at
can
the
tell
local
you one
level.
thing very clearly. Chandrababu Naidu is going to be on India Today television very soon. The TDP already picking up these numbers. They are flying with them. This, frankly, Rahul Verma, is the first piece of good news they've had for a party. And I think this is where legal overreach always is double-edged. You think you're killing your enemy, it can potentially create sympathy and can help your opponents bounce back.
Again, something you should know, right? Anyone who's in politics knows this. But then politicians also are humans. They have egos, they have anger, right? And they, in their overreach, try to do something which may backfire. So we don't know whether TDP's gain are actually coming because of that legal overreach. This might also be happening because Congress might be gaining certain votes, which is coming from Jagan's party. And
No, but that's overhyped. From 1, if they're going to 3, that's only 2% up. You can say it's 2%. The Jagan Reddy is losing 8% vote share. Only 2% the Congress has got extra from the last time. So remember, Jagan Reddy's graph at this moment is very clearly coming down. That's what this data represents. There's no running away from it. And Chandrababu Naidu would be doing a bit of a dance right now, Sanjay.
But BJP's overtures toward Chandrababu Naidu also reflects, the BJP and Prime Minister Modi. He wants to get a foothold in southern India because, you see, if he's comparing himself with Jawaharlal Nehru, with Indira Gandhi, with Rajiv Gandhi, with this Congress prime ministers, you cannot be a prime minister of India and, 100
but it also
shows, out of his bounds.
But it also shows flexibility again. Here is a leader who 5 years ago tried to lead the opposition charge against Prime Minister Modi, spoke angrily against the Prime Minister.
Nitish did the same.
And you're willing to embrace them all. So I think the Prime Minister is very clear that in politics there are no permanent friends or enemies, something that the Congress could learn. Think about it. Jagan Mohan Reddy comes from a Congress family. What stopped the Congress in all these years from making at least one solid overture to him to try and embrace? What do you do instead? You send his sister to contest against him, which clearly for him is a red rag. You've actually, according to which he said in the interview to us, you've divided my family. So any question
but
of
his family is already divided.
No, 1 minute. What stops the Congress? It's been 15 years now, almost since Jagan left. You could have made an
ego. There's a difference.
No, my point is
the Home Minister often says,
BJP is ready to make that extra step of flexibility.
Because the Home Minister often says, and the Prime Minister believes this, that power में होंगे तब अपनी ideology को हम implement करेंगे ना power में ही नहीं है तो कैसे implement करेंगे? Whereas Rahul Gandhi says power is poison. I think that is the fundamental difference. Rahul Gandhi says power is poison.
Rahul made a very good point. An ideological party, BJP claims to be an ideological party, but is a party of power. The Congress claims to be a party of power, but is now under Rahul Gandhi trying to become a party of ideology. That I want people who are going to fight the RSS, come what may. So you've got a remarkable shift where the BJP wants to be the party of power.
And the other Rajdeep, there's a very big difference. Yeah, everybody knows what the BJP's ideology is. Half the congressmen don't know what the Congress's ideology is. They don't agree on the same ideology.
Rahul,
so that's the reality.
Let's also admit Congress does not have ED.
Sorry?
Can I
Congress does not have ED.
Sure, the ED is a factor which we will discuss, of course, but that's a separate factor. Go ahead.
Point about TDP. See, even in 1999 and in 2014, TDP only came to power when it aligned with BJP. So TDP never
That's the
came
point
to
I
power.
was trying to
On its own. So TDP has never won on its own.
That's a very remarkable point, Rahul. Thanks for putting it, because in 1998 election, in the undivided Andhra Pradesh, BJP on its poll almost 20% votes, which forced TDP to join hands with BJP, and he swept again in 1999. So he made a very remarkable point.
But can I make a distinction? Can I make a distinction between
Yeah.
Chandrababu Naidu and NTR? NTR had the power to win on his own. Chandrababu Naidu, when he took over the party, was not able to do that. That's the difference. Chandrababu Naidu has needed an ally. NTR did not need allies.
That's true. But every time he has won, he has come along with the alliance of the BJP. That is
TDP
true.
2 months ago was thinking of joining the India Bloc Alliance. After the 3-0 drubbing, it has again changed its mind. So the regional parties, hawa kidhar beh rahi hai, are very cognizant of this.
And there's another little piece of trivia, Rahul. There are two wings of Prashant Kishore's IPAC.
Yeah.
One wing is with Chandrababu Naidu, and the other wing is with Jagan Mohan Reddy. And a few weeks ago, Prashant Kishore was allegedly on a flight with Chandrababu Naidu or his son, and all speculation sort of arose in Andhra. Is he going to now align with Chandrababu Naidu? He says he's not. But if these numbers are true, he clearly knows who's on the winning side.
Jagan didn't give the NOC.
But are you surprised with these numbers? Are you surprised at all with these numbers, Sanjay Kumar?
No, about Andhra, we are all discussing TDP and YSRCP. but we are not discussing Janasena. I think Janasena is very important. If you just pull out Janasena from the TDP
How much
alliance,
is the Janasena vote?
it's
roughly about 4.5%. But if you pull out Janasena from the TDP, then Jagan Mohan Reddy is back in the game. That is so sure. And
it is a situation like Bihar. Nitish Kumar at the center. There are two other players. You know, like RJD and BJP on one side. Whichever side Nitish Kumar goes, that party gets.
But it's fascinating. It is a fascinating verdict.
I want to go across now to Tamil Nadu. And Tamil Nadu is the one state where the UPA or the India alliance, at least at this moment on the surface, looks settled. The turbulence is on the NDA side because the A.I.N.D.A and the BJP are now separate just at this moment. And this game is changing so fast that I don't want to end up saying something which makes us look silly a few weeks down and people look back, because that's the way everything we're saying is just commentary at this moment. Things, of course, can change. So here is Tamil Nadu. I'll start with the vote share numbers first. So the NDA projected to be 15% vote share. The India alliance from 53 to 47. This is largely the DMK and the Congress and some of their smaller allies. Now you've got the A.I.D.M.K in the others, which is now expected, the others together are expected to be 38%. Let's look at seats. Yes?
In the others, actually, A.I.D.M.K is also there. A lot many smaller groups are there who are not yet aligned. So we do not know which side will they be in. So a lot of this A.I.D.M.K on its own is hardly about 30% at this point of time.
So 8% are the others, 30% is the A.I.D.M.K. Okay, here is the conversion into seats. Now, again, the second state where there is some good news for the opposition alliance,